HDZ-u, na onom pregledu još je...
Buenos días. Buenos días. Bien, muy buenos días. Si les parece.
Good morning. Good morning. I think we should start this session. This is a very important session. We can see it as to the number of people present in the room and what you represent. Vice President, could I please ask all of you to take your seats?
Excelentísimas señoras, excelentísimos señores, equipos.
Honourable members and all those who are part of the delegations of over 40 countries meeting here in Madrid today to celebrate this 70th COSAC. I would like to welcome you to Madrid, and I would like to thank you all for your collaboration, for your help, and especially thank all the members that have come to the city of Madrid. Can you hear the interpretation? Can you hear the English channel, the interpretation? Well, Susana Sumelso and myself, we'd like to welcome you at the start of this session. Last night, we had a meeting of the Troika, and we prepared a document. And I would like to thank all of you and especially all our staff, not just the staff of the Cortes, for the organizing of this meeting, but all your staff members. As you know, this forum has as a purpose to strengthen the role of national parliaments, and it is very much a vehicle of the social concerns of our citizens, of the European Union. Now, there are a lot of different issues that are going to be discussed during this plenary session, and I'd like to focus particularly today and talk about the importance for stability of the European Union to have a united EU, a stronger and more cohesive European Union. As we've done until now, we need to stand united, and we need to look at the permanent presence, military presence in the Ukraine. We cannot possibly forget the invasion of Ukraine. European unity is certainly something that will also be closely related to the victory of Ukraine. So we need to have the same opinion, the same position on the Israeli-Palestine conflict. We have to find peaceful solutions for the entire region which grant security to citizens, because at the end of the day it is always the citizens that get the worst share of the pain. Now, in order to have a European Union that is united and cohesive, we are also looking at the European Pact for Immigration and Asylum. The member states need to be firm on our responsibility, the responsibility that we have shouldered, and we need to give economic solidarity and social and administrative solidarity within the agreements that we have already reached. And energy, the energy crisis, the climate transition. This gives us a single opportunity to have our economy be strategically independent. It is also important as for our survival. So we must remember this problem. We must always keep this problem in mind. And because of the historic ties, the Spanish Presidency is a unique opportunity to strengthen our relations with Latin America at a time which is important, of historical importance in Latin America because of the political changes that are taking place. It's very important for the European Union to take advantage of this direct link that Spain has with Latin America. I believe it is also important to talk about the situation of the Union once one of our members withdrew. Over the years, we see something which we thought would be impossible or very complicated, and it actually happened. So we cannot possibly consider this as something we gotta get used to. No, quite the opposite is true. This is a warning, and we need to learn from this so that we can find ways and means so that all member states feel proud of belonging to a union which is today a union born from the economic union of 70 years ago. We must also shoulder our responsibilities. We must act with the objectives and basic principles of democratic environment in the entire union. And we must also see that new member states can adhere to the European Union. And to conclude my presentation, as was said by an African saying, if we go on our own, we'll go fast. But if we want to make sure that we get there, we need to take this path together. So the fundamental principles which unite us means that the European Union need to create well-being and happiness for its citizens, which at the end of the day is the objective of any political organization. We hope that this particular session will make it possible for us to have closer ties through the institutions that give voice to European peoples, defending our laws, defending our rules, and defending our cohabitation and living together. Thank you so much, and welcome to the 70th COSAC.
A continuación, hace...
Now, a month ago, we had a meeting, and the host of this meeting was the Senate, and the president of the Senate was with us, and he attended all of the meetings of COSAC. So the president of the Senate, Mr. Pedro Royan, is here with us again, and he will speak to you briefly.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to say a warm welcome and thank you very much to all of my colleagues, to my colleague Susana Sumelzo, and my colleagues from the Senate as well, José Ignacio Landaluce. We also have a number of deputies and senators present as well, to each and every one of the members of the delegations from European countries that bring us together and are honouring us with their presence. I would like to say thank you very much. And I would also like to congratulate you for the extraordinary amount of work that has been carried out by the mixed committee as well in bringing us here, Miguel Sanchez, and the rest of the authorities as well, friends and members of the press, each and every one of our delegations who are taking part in this meeting and who have made it possible for this fluid work to take place, and also to make sure that this work is beneficial. Only a few weeks ago, I was expressing my thanks and welcoming people to the capital of Spain, where, as you know, you find both of the chambers that make up national sovereignty at the Senate and the Congress. It's a great honor for us to be hosting this 70th edition of the COSAC plenary, bringing together committees specializing in European affairs. As you know, it's been the Spanish Presidency of the European Council in the second half of 2023, and it only seems like yesterday that that presidency got underway in the chamber, where we started analyzing our program and thinking about how intensive these days would be, and also Susana's task as well of making sure that all of the timings fit together well. And now we're almost in the final stretch of this presidency. But I have to say, in full honesty, that it has been a beneficial presidency. Allow me, if you will, as well, just to make a few comments following on from Don Manuel Iguado as well, because he was present as well at the first COSAC that took place in 1989. And these semesters have gone by so quickly. He will remember as well that right from the first presidency of COSAC in '89, that time has moved just as quickly. Over these more than 40 years now, society has been changing very quickly, and the challenges that the European Union has been facing have been multitude and diverse in nature. In the majority of cases, it's been very important to make sure that there is active participation from the national parliaments and, consequently, the European Parliament as well. And that has made it possible to come up with solutions and put in place beneficial policies for member states of the European Union as well as candidate countries. Today, Europe is dealing with challenges and problems that have to be grappled with together to ensure that each one of the member states, and also the candidate countries as well, via a process of dialogue and cooperation, and also generosity, and also thinking about the common good of everyone. This is how we have to address these challenges, because there is much more that unites us than divides us. And if we want to ensure that Europe is strong and united and has a future, this is how we have to think. And we have to continue to play a leading role in the world, which is increasingly globalized, and where it's more and more important to look at our blocs and alliances that can be forged between countries. Challenges such as achieving a European Pact on Migration and Asylum, to find a consensus-based solution to these latest migratory crises and increasing pressure on the external borders of the European Union, as we've been seeing recently in Lampedusa or in the Canary Islands as well, where we mustn't forget that there are other migratory crises happening as well that date back from previous times and which are just as important. We have to continue to make progress to a low-carbon economy that respects biodiversity, which offers a better quality of air, environment, and which is sustainable. There's no doubt about this. This is another of the challenges. A great deal of progress has been made in the European Union, and we can say that the EU is a shining example at global level, but it must continue to play that leading role in tackling climate change. In addition to generating jobs in the green economy and the blue economy and the circular economy, we also have to create new opportunities. Challenges such as the invasion of Ukraine by Russia has been happening for 2 years now, an unjustified war here in Europe, and we have to fight together via diplomacy and dialogue, but also offering strong political, economic, human and military support so that we can bring back peace and reconstruct that country. In the meantime, we've been seeing how that conflict has been affecting the weaker economies and European citizens as well, with escalating prices, tensions in food, and also energy prices as well. There are other countries as well, other conflicts taking place as well between Israel and Palestine. There are challenges such as open strategic autonomy in the European Union, challenges such as Latin America, in order to make the most of the trade and commercial opportunities that we have, in order to plan for our future and make progress in areas of mutual interest. We have to do this together. We also have to tackle the challenges under the Spanish Presidency as well in the European Council. There's barely a month until the end of this presidency, as I started my speech by saying. This is why we need to step up our efforts as part of our agenda and our respective agendas. I've mentioned a number of the main challenges and the topics that will be analysed and debated over these next 2 days here in Madrid, and which the community will be looking at in the months to come. Today, when Europe is dealing with these huge challenges, uncertainties, in a more and more volatile world, this means that we have to show that we are more European than ever, and that we are up to the task of taking on these challenges and offering responses and solutions that are in line with the magnitude of these challenges. We also have to underline our values and our shared interest as well, which has made it possible for the European Union to be such a success story to its member states, but also to neighbouring countries. I would also like to underline the significance of this plenary session taking place here in Madrid. I'm sure that all of you, everyone here, will share this assessment, and we hope that the results that we see will be satisfactory to all. This is what the citizens of the European Union are hoping to see from us, as well as the candidate countries as well, and the political representatives that we all are. I won't say too much more because we have an extremely lengthy agenda today, but I'm sure that thanks to all of the contributions that we will hear, there will be a number of conclusions that will bear fruit, and therefore I would like to thank you all in advance for your participation, for the work that you will do, and for your commitment. Congratulations and all the very best for the work that lies ahead. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Si les parece,
thank you so much,
para ya empezar a encarrilar con intervenciones y el programa que nos tiene
I know that we have a very busy schedule ahead of us this morning, so first we're going to take a family picture, though. Veronica's told me that we will all can I ask you please to stand so that we can take this family picture?
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Ahora sí.
Right, so let us move on.
Queridos parlamentarios,
Honorable members,
queridos colegas, queridos
honorable colleagues,
amigos,
friends,
los que no estuvisteis ayer en la recepción en el Museo del
those
Prado,
of you who didn't come to the
os
reception at the
queremos
Prado
dar la
Museum,
bienvenida
we'd
a
like to
España,
welcome you to Spain,
os queremos dar la
and we'd like to
bienvenida a
welcome
Madrid,
you to
y en
Madrid.
nombre de la delegación
And on behalf
española
of the
del
Spanish
Congreso y
delegation
del Senado,
of the Senate
queremos
and
trasladarles
the
que es un
Congress,
honor para
we'd like to
nosotros
tell you that
tenerles
it's an
aquí.
honor for us to
Es una
have you here with
oportunidad
us. It's
para
an
trabajar
opportunity
duro,
for all of us to
para
work
cambiar
very hard, to
opiniones
have an exchange of
sobre
views
los cambiantes
on
y
the
dificultosos tiempos que
ever-changing
estamos
and
viviendo.
difficult times
Y
that
por ello,
we are
comenzamos ya con los
experiencing.
asuntos
So let us
procedimentales de
start
esta
with the
COSAC.
procedural issues
Y con carácter
of
previo
COSAC.
también quisiera dar la bienvenida
So, before I do
al
that, though,
presidente
I
de la
would like to
Comisión de
welcome
Asuntos
the
Europeos del Consejo
President of
Nacional de la
the
República de
Commission
Eslovaquia,
of the
el señor
Slovak
Jan
Republic,
Ferenczak,
Mr. Jan
y al presidente de la
Ferenczak,
Comisión de
and
Asuntos
the
Europeos
President
del
of
Parlamento de
European
Letonia, el
Affairs of
señor
the
Edmund
Estonian Parliament,
Securitis,
Mr.
que
Edmund
participan por
Securitis.
primera vez en
They will
esta
be,
conferencia.
they're taking part in this
Bienvenidos.
conference for the very first time.
Bienvenidos
Welcome,
todos.
and welcome to everyone else,
Y vamos a pasar
to all of you, actually.
a aprobar
So let's move on and
el
start
orden del día
by
de la
approving
de la reunión de la 70ª
program
COSAC.
of the plenary meeting of the
Pasamos a la
70th
aprobación
COSAC. Let's
del
move
orden
to
del
the
día de la
approval of
COSAC
the agenda
propuesto por la Troika,
proposed by
que ha
the
sido
Troika.
distribuido a
This was
todas las
circulated
delegaciones.
to all delegations.
Con carácter previo nos gustaría
We would
hacer
also
algunas
like
aclaraciones.
to make a couple
La
of
primera de ellas
comments.
es que
The
hemos
first
tenido que adaptar el
comment
programa
is that
al
we've had to
hecho
adjust
de
the
que
program
esta misma semana,
to
como
the
bien
fact
saben
that, as
todos
you
ustedes,
probably
no se ha
know,
constituido
we
un
didn't
nuevo gobierno en
have
España.
a government,
Se
and the
constituyó el
government
martes de
was
la semana
set up
pasada y esta
last
circunstancia ha
Tuesday,
hecho que
and this has
se
led
haya tenido que
to the
esperar
fact
a
that
estos
we've had
últimos
to
días
wait
para confirmar la
until the very
participación de
last
algunos de
minute
los
to
oradores que tienen
confirm
responsabilidades
the
políticas en este
participation of
nuevo
some
gobierno y que
of
hoy nos
the
acompañarán.
people who
Y
are
también hay
in the
algunos
new
cambios
government, and there have been
porque
some
algunos miembros de la
slight
Comisión
changes
Europea,
because
cuya
some members of the
participación
European
estaba
Commission
prevista inicialmente,
they were
han
initially
modificado su
supposed to
agenda y
come,
les va a
but
ser
their
imposible
change of
asistir.
agenda has made it very
Un
difficult for them
segundo
to attend.
aspecto importante a
So
subrayar
another point I need to
es que la
raise
Troika
is
ha
that
recibido
the
alguna
Troika
solicitud
received
reciente
some recent
consistente en
requests
incluir un punto
in
nuevo en el orden
including a
del
new
día
item
dedicado a la
on the
situación en
agenda
Oriente Medio.
that is on
La
the
Troika
situation
ha
in the Middle
considerado
East.
que
The
este
Troika
asunto
considers
de
that this
indudable
particular
relevancia
subject, which is very
política,
important
puede considerarse
politically
incluido
speaking,
dentro de la
is to
sesión
be
primera
included in the
dedicada a la
first
presidencia
session
española del Consejo de la Unión
dedicated
Europea.
to the Spanish presidency of the
Y
Council
con
of the
estas
European Union.
advertencias
So having
sometemos a todos
said
ustedes
this, I'd like to
a
ask you
consideración
if
este
you
orden
could
del día.
approve this agenda,
¿Alguien desea
this
intervenir?
program. Any comments?
Si nadie desea
If there are no
intervenir, si no hay
comments, if you
comentarios
have
y si no hay
no
objeciones
comments,
a
and
este
if there
proyecto del
is
orden del día,
no
se considera aprobado
problem with this
y por lo
program, we
tanto
can take
pasamos
it
al
as
siguiente
approved
punto,
and move on to
que
the
es la
next
presentación de
item.
los resultados de
The
la reunión
results
de la
of the
Troika
meeting of the presidential
presidencial.
troika of
Además de la
COSAC.
aprobación del proyecto
So
del
apart
orden del
from
día que acaba de ser
approving the
sometido a la
draft
consideración de
program,
sus señorías, la
which has
Troika
just been put
acordó
before
ayer
you,
la
the
propuesta de
Troika
nombramiento
also
de un nuevo
approved
miembro
for a new
permanente de la Secretaría de la COSAC,
of the
puesto que,
COSAC
como todos
Secretariat
ustedes
to be
saben, el mandato
appointed,
del
because
señor
you know
Bruno
that
Díaz
Mr.
Piñeiro
Bruno
expirará el
Díaz
día 31 de diciembre de este
mandate
mismo año.
concludes at the
La
end
única
of this year.
candidatura que se
The only
presentó
candidate
ha sido la del
that we
parlamentario
received
sueco
was
que
the
propone al
candidate
señor,
of the
la del
Swedish
Parlamento sueco que
Parliament,
propone al señor Jakob
who
Sjöwall,
puts
que
forward
fue
Mr.
entrevistado ayer tarde por
Jakob
la Troika.
Sjöwall's
Como saben,
name.
corresponde a la
He
Troika hacer una
was
propuesta
put before the Troika, and Troika then the Troika needs to put this before the plenary, so he can be appointed this afternoon. We've also approved a draft conclusion, which will be put to the Presidents this afternoon at the meeting that will be held this afternoon. Deadline for the tabling of amendments to the text that has been put by the Troika, put forward, that concludes at 2 o'clock today. So if there are no comments on the program, can we now move on to the presentation of the 40th biannual report of COSAC. I understand you all have this report, and I'd like to give the floor to the permanent member of the Secretariat, Mr. Bruno Diaz-Pinheiro. Can I ask you to take the floor, sir, and introduce this particular item to us? Thank you very much. Mr. Bruno Diaz-Pinheiro, you have the floor, sir.
Mientras llega, vamos a aprovechar para
let us wait for
agradecerle el
Mr.
trabajo que ha realizado
to
durante su
arrive, and we'd
mandato
like to thank him very much for the work that he has done in the course of
con la
this
elección del nuevo candidato.
session, and which will
Muchísimas
conclude with
gracias,
the election
Bruno,
of the new
por su
permanent
profesionalidad,
member. Thank you,
por su
Bruno,
dedicación y
for
por
your
su esfuerzo
dedication, for your
y por
effort,
la ayuda que ha
for
prestado a
the
todos los
enormous help
parlamentos
that you've
nacionales
granted to
en la
national
realización del trabajo de los
parliaments to
parlamentarios. Gracias.
make the work of our members of parliament easier.
Now the pressure is even higher, but I'll try to manage. Good morning. And let me start by thanking the Presidency for the hospitality and also for the opportunity to present here the 40th biennial report of COSAC. It's worth remembering that this report celebrates its 20th anniversary this year. We started doing this COSAC in 2003, so this is the 40th edition, and the fact that it is still up and running is a sign that it's worthy and relevant still. I would also like to thank all delegations for the fact that everybody replied this time. We have 27 member states plus the European Parliament, and that allowed the Secretariat to go through the data and draft the reports. Finally, I also thank my colleagues in the Secretariat, because this is always a difficult job, especially because this semester we had a more tight schedule to do this. The report was distributed. Usually we prepare a video that will be displayed soon. Nevertheless, we hope you had the chance at least to go through some of the main findings. The 3 topics chosen by the Presidency were very timely within the context of the current political and geopolitical debates in the EU, and the report gave the opportunity to parliaments to share their information and best practice on all these issues. The topics, as outlined before, are first, the role of parliaments in relation to the European goal of open strategic autonomy. It's the very first time that the biennial report dealt with this topic, and it was meant to assess whether parliaments have been scrutinizing proposals or monitoring the national government's position in relation to the open strategic autonomy. The second chapter was a follow-up from the previous report. It was the role of parliaments in handling energy policies, especially renewable sources of energy. And the third chapter is also a follow-up from previous reports, and it's about the role of parliaments when confronted with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So as you can see, the report addressed a very wide range of meaningful questions that we hope can be useful during the debates, and also a landmark for future discussions. It will be available on the COSAC on the IPEX website in the COSAC section. I hope you enjoyed the reading. We remain at your disposal for any questions. And finally, as the chair already mentioned, this is also my last meeting as permanent member of the COSAC Secretariat. I would like to seize this occasion to thank all delegations, all the presidencies that I've worked with for all the support and cooperation. And finally, I could not leave this job without thanking Mr. Capolas Santos for his encouragement, because it was his idea initially that I would take this job. It was the most fascinating professional experience I had in my life so far, and I wish all the best to my Swedish colleague, wherever he is. And I'm sure he will make COSAC COSAC Secretariat even a better job for the future. Thank you very much. We can also do this.
Creo que vamos a visionar
I believe that we should be able to watch a video that's been put together reflecting the work that's been done as part of this COSAC report.
Muchas gracias. No. Ahora sí. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for that.
A la Secretaría Permanente
Thank you very
de la
much to the
COSAC,
Permanent Secretary, Bruno Díaz Pineiro. Thank you very much to him for all of that work. And after the presentation, I'd like to ask if any participants have any comments or if you'd like to ask any questions about the report. If that's not the case, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and this is the letters received by the Presidency. The Presidency has received letters from parliaments from Norway, Iceland, Georgia, the United Kingdom, Monaco, Kosovo, Switzerland, and Armenia and Andorra. All of those were discussed at the COSAC meeting. After consultation of the presidential troika, all have been responded to in a positive way, and the invitation was sent out to those parliaments, also reminding them that they are taking part in this meeting as observers. All of the letters, as well as the responses from the Spanish presidency, have been published on IPEX. If there are no other matters pending on the topic of the letters or the previous items for that matter, then I think that now we can move on to session number 1. And this is a presentation of the Spanish Presidency of the European Union, of the Council of the European Union's priorities. The Presidency announced that there was the aim was to have a speech by the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Álvarez, but because of timetabling reasons, and as you know, the government was only put in place last Tuesday, and unfortunately he has not been able to attend, but there is attendance via video conference. But we will have the Secretary of State for the European Union with us, Mr. Pascual Navarro Rios, who is here with us in the room. Thank you very much to Mr. Navarro Rios. And he will be the one responding to all of the points made and all of the questions that you would like to ask today. I'd also just like to tell you that in order to take part in the debate, there will be a deadline. We have a speakers list, which is very lengthy, but any members here in the room, you should have little pieces of paper that you should fill in if you would like to take the floor, and we will see if time allows to hear from you as well as the people on the existing speakers list. If so, we'll adjust it. Without further ado, now we will hear from the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the European Union and Cooperation of Spain via video messaging. This is Don José Manuel Álvarez Bueno.
Queridos miembros del plenario de la COSAC, 34 años después de la
Honourable members of COSAC, after the years which created COSAC, well, we're coming back to Spain at a very special time during the Spanish presidency. The members of Parliament play a focal role. It is really the way in which we give ourselves the instruments so that we can agree. This is a guarantee of living together, as we know in Spain and Europe. The Presidency of Council of Spain is a project for the entire country. Of course, the Parliament helped us to prepare our different objectives, and we are committed with different fora. For instance, the Plenary Assembly, the Euro-Latin American Assembly, where we had a meeting of the COSAC as well. Many of our priorities are your priorities too. The condemnation of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the conflict in the Middle East, the support for enlargement and ecological transition are very important strategies which we need to develop. In the area of reindustrialization and strategic autonomy of the Union, we've also made progress in terms of critical raw materials, the law on chips, and the regulation on artificial intelligence. We've signed an agreement, a free trade agreement with New Zealand, and we've promoted the post-Cotonou agreement with 79 countries in Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. Let us also remember the third summit of the European Union and CELAC. Let us think about the ecological transition, the regulation for the restoration of nature, to protect our biodiversity, the zero emissions industries, the reform of our electricity market in order to move towards renewables, all this to get the Green Deal. And we also call for a social justice and economical justice, which is the DNA of our presidency. We want to work on equality between men and women. We want to work on issues related to infants, to the disabled people, the issues of aging, and let us also find social, economic, and territorial cohesion. We've also unblocked the Pact on Asylum and Migration. We had two summits, one in Granada with the European political community, and we had a meeting of the European Council. And in order to have an open strategic autonomy, we understand that the well-being of Europeans goes hand in hand with a cohesive Europe, a greener Europe, a more social Europe, closer to citizens. And we also count on the commitments of COSAC for this purpose. Thank you very much.
Bueno, terminada la intervención del
Thank you.
ministro de Asuntos Exteriores.
That concludes the Minister of Foreign Affairs presentation. So I now give the floor to the members, you members of Parliament, so that perhaps in 1 minute you could perhaps voice any issues you'd like to raise, and the Secretary of State will be able to react to your comments. So I think on the screen we ought to see the list of speakers. And firstly, well, I have received this on paper, this list of speakers. And the first speaker is Mr. Karas from the European Parliament.
Frau Vorsitzende, zuerst möchte ich
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to thank you, first of all, for 35 years fantastic work together between national parliaments and the European Parliament. Together, I think we've achieved an awful lot. And we've still an awful lot to do, of course. We very much welcome all the progress which has been made during the Spanish presidency. We have challenges within Europe and from outside Europe. And we obviously need to conclude our legislation and prepare the work for the upcoming presidency. In the Middle East, our position is very clear. We very much reject the terror action of Hamas. Israel has the right to defend itself in full respect, however, of international law. Innocent civilians should never be held hostage to the actions of Hamas. We need to make sure that humanitarian aid is introduced and that peace corridors are created. I think it's very important that we work together with the United Nations to ensure that that Palestinian self-government is made possible. But in Europe, we have to have zero tolerance of anti-Semitism. I think this is very important at an educational level where much needs to be done. Sustainable peace can only be brought about on the basis of a two-state solution. It is the only solution, and we need to implement this as rapidly as we possibly can. Also, we mustn't forget Russia's attack on Ukraine. I mean, the war continues. We must continue to help Ukraine in its defense through reinforcing the European Union and encourage them to continue the good fight. It seems that 57 million euros are being spent every day in helping to support the Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karas. I'm not sure that the system is working. There are some technical difficulties here, but I'm assured that they will be sorted out. And they are being sorted out as we speak. And hopefully we will be able to see the speaking time. Each speaker has 1 minute. And next we will give the floor to Madame Eliane Tillieu, who is a representative of the Belgian Chamber of Representatives. Madame, the floor is yours. And if Mr. Wallmark could also get prepared to speak. Hopefully it's working now.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Président,
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to start by congratulating the Spanish Presidency for the significant progress that has been made on a series of very important areas. I'm thinking in particular of the legislative proposal on artificial intelligence. There are other areas too where you have shown tenacity, whether we're talking about the Green Pact, reform of European electoral law, the 24 to 29 strategic agenda, the multi-annual financial framework, the migration pact, or even the proposed directive to tackle violence towards women and domestic violence. Despite the internal political challenges you faced, Spain has fully invested in this role of the presidency of the Council of the European Union. A number of major challenges lie ahead, particularly the geopolitical context, the current migratory crisis, the consequences of the energy crisis, only to name a few. As we approach the end of this presidency and the legislative term, it's natural to take stock. I am fully convinced that via the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, an additional step has been taken in the right direction towards a greener world, a more fair world, a safer world, a more free world, even if the challenges only seem to grow. A number of files will continue to move through under the Belgian presidency. I'm thinking in particular of OSA, the twin transition, the digital and ecological transitions, as well as actions aimed at greater social justice. I'm convinced that thanks to exemplary cooperation via the presidential trio, together we will get the Council on the right track. Belgium is aspirational. It hopes to build on the progress made by its predecessors whilst strengthening the values of the European Union. In addition to COSAC meetings, there's the Federal Belgian Parliament, which aims to make a number of additional contributions, particularly when it comes to gender equality policies in the Parliament, the future of democracy in the European Union, alongside a number of other priorities that will be set by the Belgian government during our presidency. And to conclude, just a few words on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, because I was just listening to my colleague, and I would like us to take a stronger line and move towards a total ceasefire. We see that there are humanitarian challenges here. We need to come together and invest all of our energy in that challenge so that we can see a full and complete ceasefire. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now we'll give the floor to Mr. Wallmark from the Swedish Parliament, please.
Jag tänker prata mitt europeiska språk, svenska. Först, stort och varmt gratulationer. Finns inte mikrofonen? Well, I hear myself. Ska jag pröva en annan mikrofon?
No se escucha el micrófono, podemos cambiarlo.
Could we switch the microphone, asks the
Se
chair.
soluciona el problema.
Hopefully we'll find a solution to this problem.
Vi prövar så här då.
Yes, I'll try with this one here. I'm going to speak my own European language. Thank you to Spain for a fantastic presidency and all the best Belgium. We have a number of burning issues in the Mediterranean, in Africa. We have collapsing states. We have the Middle East with the attack on Israel and the suffering in Gaza. But I think it's most important that we as Europeans don't forget that there's an ongoing war on our continents, which has been going on now for 2 years. So we need to make sure that Ukraine wins and Russia loses. Now, the Spanish presidency has talked about the Competition Council. It's our economies which are our strength. So I think in the next few years we've got to really make sure we reduce our risks of dependency on China. We need to create our own resources in terms of raw materials and in terms of precious metals. So we need to support the Ukraine, and we need to really emphasize the significance of competition as against other continents. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Hans, for that statement. Can I now give the floor to Senator Pons from Spain? Yes, good morning. Thank you. Thank you to the President the Chair for giving me the floor. Well, we're at the end of a legislative cycle. In 6 months, we will have European elections. And therefore, we've moved from COVID to with a reaction through funds. But now we're faced with a war. Europe is at war. And paraphrasing Rydbeck, we need a European Ukraine as soon as possible. This enlargement procedure needs to really be sped up. And the minister already said this. Spain is committed to this ecological transition. Mr. Landaluce already said this. We need to accelerate this. We need to move towards climate neutrality. And then the asylum and migration pact. It's important to understand that migrants and those that help them are part of the problem. No, we need to make sure that this is solved on the two sides of the Mediterranean. And of course, Mediterranean migration is migration for Europe. Let us also work on the social Europe. Inequality is one of the major challenges, and may I conclude by once again talking about the firm condemnation of the terrible attacks that have taken place in Israel on the 7th of October. And because Israel is a democracy, because Israel is a country that has to respect international law, humanitarian law, and that we have a peace plan, a ceasefire, and that basic humanitarian aid is respected, and that we can move to 2 states in that region. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd now like to give the floor to Mr. Hatakovic from Croatia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, I wish to start by congratulating the Spanish presidency, which did a lot under very challenging circumstances, so for that you have our thanks. I would like to especially emphasize, dear colleagues, that the enlargement should remain one of our focuses, because the project of the United Continent is not complete yet. I wish to thank the Troika for accepting Croatian delegation amendments with regards to opening negotiations for Ukraine, Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as granting the candidacy status to Georgia, thus rectifying the injustice done to Georgia. I sincerely hope that the Council will follow these recommendations in December and rectify this injustice. And finally, allow me to finish with saying that I'm very happy to have a representative of Armenia today here with us, because we know about the challenges that Armenia faces, the pressures, and I think that one of the messages of this COSAC should be also support for territorial integrity of Armenia, as well as the tackling of humanitarian situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for respecting the time as well. As you've seen, there are many different speakers, so we want to hear from everyone. Next one is Mr. Griso de Viso from the Parliament, from the European Parliament. Thank you very much. Chair Susana Sumelzo, firstly, I would like to thank the Spanish Council Presidency for having used these 6 months to push forward a number of institutional affairs that have to do with democracy in Europe, European citizenship as well. And I would like to take this opportunity to inform colleagues in the national parliaments that last Wednesday, the European Parliament approved a report to reform the treaties, and that will affect the reform process in accordance with Article 48. The European Parliament has understood that at a time when the European Union is expanding, this has to be taking place within a context of our European Union. We have the Spanish presidency, which has been relaying our information, and we would like to say thank you very much to them as well. And we would also like to thank the Spanish presidency for also having included the Conference on the Future of Europe as part of its program. And we've also asked the presidency to make every possible effort to bring the European Parliament's report to the meeting of the European Council meeting on the 15th of December. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now give the floor to on behalf of the Cypriot Parliament, Mr. Georgiadis.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have always been of the belief that the Russian invasion of Ukraine was not only an act of aggression against the sovereign European state, it was also a direct challenge to the rules-based international order. And since we last met, it seems that other authoritarian regimes and extremist forces have come to believe that they can have it their way. Azerbaijan committed an act of ethnic cleansing against 100,000 Armenians and continues to openly threaten Armenia. And then Hamas, this brutal, extremist Islamist terror group, executed an act of mass terror, throwing the entire Middle East in turmoil. And it should not come as a surprise that the strong supporter of Azerbaijan's actions and the vocal sponsor of Hamas was none other than Erdogan's Turkey, which also conveniently is neutral on Ukraine and has implemented no sanctions at all against Russia. Colleagues, I believe that it is our duty to get our act together and to stand up to dictators and to the extremists of this world and to their sponsors. We should stop believing that it is none of our business. We should stop pretending not to see, and we should take a clear stance in support of our core values of freedom, democracy, security, and the rule of law. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. A continuación.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd now like to give the floor to Mr. Sanchez Garcia.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Well, it's very difficult for Spain to preside Council during a semester in a situation in which the Spanish government has seen how 6 legislative initiatives were declared unconstitutional by the Constitutional Court in a year and a half. The Supreme Court has also said that there's been a deviation of power in the forces of Spain, and an agreement was signed by the Socialist Party and Junts, where we have this lawfare clause for the revision of court cases and rulings. So I think that Spain is in great difficulties and to preside over the Council. As a matter of fact, during the Spanish presidency, we have seen no progress in the area of migration and asylum pact, which unfortunately should lead to a strengthening of Frontex and the strengthening of external borders so that we don't have illegal immigration of migrants, the southern borders of Spain in particular. We haven't really seen a recovery of the community preference to put an end to free trade with third countries, which damages producers, either farmers, industries, providers of services of the member states within the single market. And as a matter of fact, we haven't seen any initiative at all which would limit the excesses of all European institutions beyond the treaties. The excess is really leading to a series of rulings, just like the rulings of the European Court of Justice, which go beyond their remit. So we haven't really seen much of a stimulus at all in terms of the social democratic policies, which have clearly shown that they're totally inefficient, and especially not only after the 2008 crisis, but over the last 40 years. Thank you. I'd now like to give the floor to Mr. Anglade, the Parliamentary Assembly of France.
Yes, thank you. I would like to look at the European context in general. The very foundations of our society has been shaken as never before. We have a war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine, and we cannot emphasize strongly enough that we stand by Ukraine and will do all we can for it to retain its independence and territorial sovereignty. Of course, we have this latest crisis in Nagorno-Karabakh, and we obviously extend our support to our Armenian friends, and we have, of course, war now in the Near East with Hamas attacks and the bombing of Gaza. I think it's absolutely vital that we are able to open humanitarian corridors and offer help to Gaza. We need to do all we can to re-establish durable peace and ensure that the only solution, the two-state solution, come about. So we need to stand together in Europe, and we need to respect our own sovereignty so that we are able to make the right decisions for ourselves in terms of technology and defense. We'll be talking about that later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Hofreiter from the Bundestag in Germany.
Thank you very much. The point's been made, we have a lot of crises in Europe. It's not just the Russian attack of Ukraine. We have Armenia, we have Kosovo. This emphasizes the need to strengthen our own defense. We need to support Ukraine, because if Ukraine loses, that's going to be catastrophic for all of us. So I can't overemphasize that. The question of Armenia has been been spoken to. Sanctions against Russia are very important. There are areas like the atomic power area where there are no sanctions, and I think it's absolutely vital that sanctions bite. We need to do more with Israel. Israel is the only democracy in the region, and for that reason alone, apart from any number of other reasons, they need to be supported from Europe, and energy sovereignty needs to be emphasized, because there are a number of areas where we're not sufficiently independent, and we need to move in that direction as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Buxade Villalba from the European Parliament, please. Yes, thank you very much to the Presidency. I think that we've had an absolutely disappointing Presidency. It started with early elections that were triggered by the President Sanchez himself, and that has meant that the Spanish President isn't even going to have a single debate during the Presidency, because it's been absolutely paralyzed throughout the whole Presidency. And Mr. Sanchez hasn't attended the European Parliament either to explain his presidency. In the middle of the mandate, we've seen how Spain has become an objective and an object of an absolute failing of rule of law, with a European Parliament debate about the failings of rule of law. There have been a number of parliamentary committees set up to audit the functioning of the Spanish Parliament. This is something that you only see in the narco-dictatorships in South America. And if we think about the CELAC summit as well, dictators from South America were actually invited, and the European Union actually violated its own standards by inviting these people who were prohibited from entering. And so this presidency of the Council is now coming to an end with a statement that runs counter to European politics, because when there is no conflict between Israel and Palestine, what we've seen is an attack on the state of Israel, and the Presidency is going to Israel to make a series of statements that run counter to European Union policy and without any consensus among its members. And therefore, I think that it's absolutely disappointing. One final point: given that we have representatives of national parliaments here, I encourage all of you to revisit this resolution that was adopted by a significant majority in the European Parliament in Strasbourg last week to revise the treaties. 75 topics now will have to be decided upon by unanimity rather than majority, and that is to the detriment of smaller member states or those who would like to have to retain their own competency. This is now a shared competency, where there won't even be a debate in the national parliaments. Thank you very much. Now, I give the floor to Mr. Plakiotakis from the Greek Parliament, please.
Madam Chair, dear colleagues, the 4 priorities on the agenda of Spain presidency are clear and honest goal to which Greece fully subscribes. We welcome the efforts of the Spanish presidency to promote legislative initiatives that foster development, especially of strategic industry in Europe. Greece fully supports the European Union's long-term strategy to tackle climate change, both at European and global level, and we can contribute to the European Union's energy autonomy plans through the infrastructure we are developing on the energy market, especially in Southeast Europe and in the Eastern Mediterranean. Another point I would like to raise is that certain regions of Greece have been devastated recently by natural disasters. We consider highly necessary the European Union's intervention to mitigate their effects so as to secure the continuation of agricultural production and food supply. One last reference, I would like to make it very short intervention. The Parthenon sculptures should be returned to their place of origin. They must return to Greece and the new state-of-the-art Acropolis Museum so as to reunify the monument as a whole. Greece and the Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis personally have undertaken a series of important initiatives for this purpose, and I would like to call all of you to provide with us with your support. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
A continuación, la señora
now, Ms. Ilyes from the Hungarian Parliament, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hungary appreciates the Presidency's well-balanced priorities and welcomes its achievements. As a trio partner, Hungary is doing its best to support the Presidency's work. It's a great pleasure to see the Presidency's ambition to put the European demographic challenges high on the agenda, which will be a priority for the Hungarian Presidency as well. Hungary also supports the Presidency's efforts in order to move merit-based enlargement process forward, especially for the countries of the Western Balkans. Moreover, the Presidency's ambition to improve the European defense cooperation and capabilities also enjoys our support. We hope the Presidency could achieve further progress in these key areas during the last month of its term. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. O'Murchu from Ireland, please. Thank you.
Look, if we're going to talk about strengthening European Union unity, if we're going to maintain any level of credibility with the wider world, then we cannot operate the double standards. We've had huge cooperation in relation to Brexit, in relation to COVID, in relation to the illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine. But the fact is, Joseph Borrell has called it out, that we have failed to show a sufficient amount of empathy in relation to the loss of Palestinian lives under absolute Israeli slaughter in Gaza. And the fact is, even in relation to support for Ukraine, there is a loss of support in the global south. So what we need to do is make sure we do not provide cover for Israeli war crimes, that we ensure that there is a call for a complete ceasefire, and that means that we have a roadmap not only for peace, but for self-determination, because that's the only security, not only for the Palestinian people, but also for the Israelis, that have been absolutely failed by Benjamin Netanyahu and his supremacist, racist, genocidal regime.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Mr. Marakis from the European Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you very much for your hospitality. The Spanish Presidency of the Council is about to come to conclusion at the end of the year. It started under the best of auspices with realistic proposals that are fair to all four pillars developed. Nevertheless, many of the positive steps taken so far have been overshadowed because of the sudden war that broke up in Gaza, as well as because of the unique impact of the Ukrainian conflict that led to an energy and food crisis, not to mention the generalized inflation we're suffering from. There are many issues ever since. The rule of law has been suffering, the immigration issue has been suffering, not to mention the developments here in Spain. All this is of concern to the European Union and have been triggering quite a number of Eurosceptical and populist movements that have been gaining momentum as of late. We need to see how to best deal with such extreme right, extremist voices all around Europe. This is the first thing we should be working on in view of the European elections, because European citizens will be called upon to select their delegates for the European Parliament. As the Vice President of the EPP, the most important of all forces in the Parliament, in charge of a relationship with the national parliaments, I'm constantly concerned by such rise we experience in those extremist voices that accuse us of a democratic deficit, an ignorance of problems and a lack of empathy. Hence our priority, which is how to best tackle all of these issues so that we can demonstrate we are united and Europe is indeed a pioneer in respecting the rule of law, human rights, the principles and values we're governed by. In the background of a crisis, and for the last month of the presidency and for the Belgian presidency to take over, we need to get a more man-centered perception, placing the European citizen in the very epicenter of our choices. We cannot afford to allow anyone to undermine the European structure, and we believe that European citizens will be called upon and will be able to select those political parties that are promoting a Europe of values and principles to go ahead.
Next, Mr. Giglio Vigna from the Camera dei Deputati in Italy, please.
Grazie Presidente, grazie.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Susanna. Good morning, honourable colleagues. Full solidarity to Israel and the people of Israel. The attack against Israel was an attack against the West, and the West needs to react in a uniform and united way. Solidarity for the people of Ukraine as well. We in the European Union continue supporting Ukraine. Radical green transition, colleagues, I think has been stopped because the Timmermans agenda clearly is suffering a crisis. So many of these regulations on packaging and others are highly controversial and have been debated both at the Commission level and the national parliaments. We can't just assume that this is the only solution. A green transition needs to be green but sustainable to workers, to industries, and cannot go against the economy of Europe, because energy dependency and strategic assets need to be policies that have to be pursued with the same determination and strength. Thank you.
Gracias. A continuación, por el
Thank you very much. Now, Lithuania, Mr. Morkunaite Mikolaenie.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I think that we all are here, in my opinion, we are gathered in a historic COSAC meeting, because for the first time Armenia is present here, represented by the head of EU Affairs Committee, Armania Goyan. During Spanish presidency, we witnessed a historic move made by Armenia, and we witnessed a strong reaction from European Council, European Parliament regarding events in the region. Thank you very much, COSAC, for accepting our amendments on behalf of Lithuania, many of them on Ukraine, but as well on the importance of Indo-Pacific region. I would like to stress our thanks on Spanish presidency's priority to strengthen European unity and on reacting towards help to Ukraine and on EU enlargement. We welcome the further focus on strengthening EU defense industry capabilities. And we value very much Presidency's job to reach an agreement with the European Parliament on very important critical Raw Materials Act, which will help to increase EU independence. So thank you for your great job, and let's move forward.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, and apologies. I misgendered you. Next is Mr. Bedingfield from Malta.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to reiterate my position as expressed in a letter I've sent to the Spanish Presidency that the war in the Middle East merits an item on the agenda and not being a sub-item within another item on this agenda as we speak right now. It is a very unfortunate situation, to say the least, together with other wars that are happening in and around Europe and indeed the world. And there is one country lurking in the background. You will find this country has its hand in all the conflicts and wars, and this country is Iran. And I believe that it is high time that the international community, and the European Union is part of the international community, that Iran is a country that should be tackled, addressed in a proper manner. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From the Chamber of Deputies of Romania, Ms. Fortuna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, I take this opportunity to congratulate the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the European Union and specifically its parliamentary dimension for its achievement. The Spanish authorities have constantly supported Romania and Bulgaria in their efforts to join the Schengen area. I'd like to highlight that Romania participates in a constructive manner on the negotiation of the Pact on Asylum and Migration, pleading for a balance between solidarity and responsibility. My country has met all the requirements to join the Schengen area since 2011, but political issues in one member state have stopped us from joining fully. The way the vast influx of people running away from the war in Ukraine and passing through Romania was handled proves very well that we have a good border control system management. We understand the reservation that some member states have over the well-functioning of the Schengen area, but a reform of the area can be done with Romania and Bulgaria inside, not outside. In the same time, I'd like to underline that Romania incurs economic losses at least 2% of GDP because it is not allowed to join the Schengen area, which affects companies and people. In conclusion, what we demand is equal treatment for our citizens to move freely in Europe and equal treatment for all member states, considering that Romania and Bulgaria have met all required conditions to join Schengen. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Por el Parlamento de Eslovaquia,
From the Slovakian Parliament, Mr. Ferenc Kak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The current fifth Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union is taking place in the extremely difficult period for the European Union. Together, we are facing many unprecedented and complex challenges, risks and crisis situations. In addition, we face common challenges and risks related to the dual, that is, digital and green transformation with the aim of the upcoming achievement of emission neutrality, long-term competitiveness and environmental and social sustainability of the European economy, which must be more unified and resistant to external influences, or challenges related to the achieving open strategic autonomy of the leading position of the European Union in the world, but also challenges related to the reform of the migration and asylum policy of the European Union. It is indisputable that despite the weaknesses and vulnerabilities shown by the COVID-19 pandemic or Russia's aggression in Ukraine, the European Union remains one of the most socially advanced regions of the world and one of its economic and geopolitical superpowers within the transforming international order, a great power that actively promotes its strategic interest in the interests of the well-being of European citizens. The unique coordination and close cooperation of the national parliaments of the member states of the European Union and the European Parliament on the COSAC platform is extremely important in this context. It is unvaluable that what extremely important and significant achievements you managed to achieve in the past period within the framework of your presidency of the Council of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rapin from the French Senate, please.
Madame la Présidente, comme cela a été le cas
Thank
de la
you.
présidence française du Conseil,
As for the French presidency,
par les élections générales.
Your president was upset by a general election.
La devise qui a été choisie par votre pays, l'Europe plus proche,
Your motto was Europe closer to you. It's all about bringing Europe closer to the people. It's a concern which we share. Reindustrialization was one of your priorities, and also energy change. There are two major changes coming. One, durable change on critical resourcing and manufacturing of a net zero type. In the French Senate, we're a bit concerned about the combination of ecological transition and agriculture. There's going to be a significant impact on production, which is going to be detrimental to Europe, particularly in the context of the war in Ukraine. I think food independence, food sovereignty is particularly important. And I think there's this agreement with Mercosur which can have a damaging effect on livestock breeding in the European Union.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Italian Republic, Ms. Terzi de Santagata.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I would like to thank the Spanish Presidency for the huge results of this semester, for the work that is being done by Spain. Spain is a very important partner for all countries of the European Union, and particularly for Italy. So thank you for all the work that the Presidency is doing. You've mentioned major crises that we're faced with in Europe, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, Israel and Hamas, and in the Caucasus, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and the plague of anti-Semitism, the hatred against the State of Israel, and the matter that there is disinformation that exists in our region, also on international law. May I remind you that the solution of crises should also always be on the recognition of the inviolability of the sovereignty of the states, that not to take recourse to force, and the right to legitimate defense based on the United Nations articles. If we look at international law, what is happening at the moment underneath the hospitals of Gaza, which are being used militarily, the use of force under these circumstances is legitimate, and it is also indispensable for there to be humanitarian aid for Palestinian citizens. But the use of Hamas, the use of schools, the use of hospitals, Article 8 of the International Penal Court, which clarifies very clearly that those are used as military instruments and therefore can be attacked. Anti-Semitism, however, cannot be used. We must fight anti-Semitism, and in the case of Ukraine, we need to be united. We need to be generous to help the defense of Ukrainians because of the genocide caused by Russia. As to the Caucasus, we need to look at the resolutions of the United Nations, the General Assembly and the Security Council, and the question of sovereignty of Armenia and Azerbaijan. And allow me to conclude on the Stability Pact. The Italian position, and I'm saying this in two words, we need to have a fiscal discipline with sufficient flexibility to face economic challenges. We need to have trust, credibility, fiscal discipline, and anti-cyclical movements, and the steps to benefit growth and to take account of our priorities. Thank you.
I'd just like to remind you that we have 1 minute each for each speaker, and I would be grateful if you could try to respect that 1 minute deadline so that we can ensure that everyone who's asked for the floor has the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Mr. Buchmann from the Bundesrat of Austria. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have time to go into any detail. For example, the Russian attack of Ukraine or the terrorist attack in Israel. I would like to say something about the EU enlargement, which has been progress during the Spanish presidency. And I would support the efforts at negotiation with candidate states, including Ukraine. I think it's very important that we don't have two categories of state. All candidate countries need to be required to respect the relevant criteria. The citizens of the Western Balkans have been looking for a positive development in the accession negotiations. People who have any contacts in this area you can see there's a certain degree of disappointment in this area, despite all the hopes which have been attached to EU membership. I think we need to export stability and not import instability. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Next, from the Bundestag of Germany, Mr. Hacher. Madam Chair, colleagues, the Spanish Council presidency is coming to an end. We've seen that this is taking place in difficult circumstances, and you've done very well. Ultimately, you've managed to form a government as well after a long time, and I hope that the Spanish government will remain stable within Europe during its legislative term. Also, during the term of the European Parliament, well, this is also coming to an end, and a number of decisions have been made by the Commission that were confirmed by the Council as well on the subject of enlargement of the EU is an important step in the right direction, and it also sends out an important geopolitical signal to Georgia, to name one. And there are negotiations and discussions going on with the Western Balkan countries. These are to be stepped up and mainly to be accelerated as well. So to ensure that the people living in these regions can achieve the well-being, the living standards enjoyed by other members of the European Union. There have been a number of challenges posed by the Hamas attack, and also that really comes down to the right to defend itself that Israel has. It's a question of self-determination. We support democracy. We support the only democracy in the Middle East because there are a number of very difficult circumstances that are bringing suffering for people in the Gaza Strip. And obviously, humanitarian assistance must be provided. Thank you very much. Next, from the Italian Chamber of Deputies, Mr. Serra.
Thank you, Madam. Honourable colleagues, we find ourselves at a very delicate moment in time. Our region, after the trauma of COVID, we have seen the invasion of Russia in the Ukraine, and we have global challenges to face up to the ecological transition. The European Union needs to be at the head of this movement. We need to strengthen the resilience and competitiveness of European countries. We need to make sure that we can protect our industrial system on the continent, and we need to respond to the aggressive economic policies of China. Now, the reform of the Stability and Growth Pact is reformed well, in a good way, and on the table there's also a Spanish proposal which we need to underscore. We need to make sure that there is the national ownership when we come to the development of certain budgets, and we need to stop the rigidity in the application of the adjustment path, which will be approved by Council. We need to transform in a structural program the Next Generation EU program, and we need to set the basis for tax at European level, and we need to look at the calculations of the deficit and look at certain investments at national level which are a strategic priority, and that is the only way we can compete in the best possible way today and in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Pavic, you have the floor from the Croatian Parliament.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Spanish presidency and the previous presidencies where topics of enlargement, Eurozone and Schengen, and as Croatia's newest EU country, and we entered Schengen and Eurozone this year. I would like also to point out the first pillar of the Spanish presidency, boosting reindustrialization, especially CHIPS Act, to complement that it was approved in Council and it enters into force in September this year. Under the first pillar of CHIPS Act, there will be availability to establish competence centers for chips and Croatia will use this opportunity to establish 25 million euros worth competence centers for chips. Second topic I would like to point out is midterm review of MFF. Croatia has 25 billion euros until 2030 for economical and social development, and we welcome political agreement in the Council on the MMF, and especially that we secured funds for the Ukraine, migration and other topics without entering international envelopes. And finally, I would like to give support for enlargement to Ukrainian friends and open negotiations to Ukraine, Moldova, Bosnia, support all of these enlargement topics, and especially giving EU perspective to our friends in Western Balkan countries. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
A continuación, la señora
Next,
Gonak del
Madam
Parlamento de Albania.
Gionier from the Albanian Parliament.
Enlargement strategy has to be an essential part of the priorities of the Spanish presidency. And thank you for the approval of the amendments proposed by Hungarian and Croatian colleagues, because we think that it could not be a united European Union if the enlargement will not be a reality. This is the momentum that the European Union had to make efforts and give clear perspective on the enlargement for the Western Balkan countries and Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia. And its own institutional reform, not as a result of the war in Ukraine, but as a sustainable policy for the future of the EU. The market, trade, green agenda, connectivity, migration, energy are very important priorities and a lot of concerns for the future. But without the security and the peace in the continent, it would not be possible to address these issues. European Commission has recognized in the last progress report the achievements that Albania have done in the rule of law, in justice reform, connectivity, economy and the security. And I believe that the Spanish presidency will play its leading role for taking decisions that the second intergovernmental conference will be held for Albania and North Macedonia, and the Council will take all the decisions based on the enlargement package that the European Commission proposed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next, from the Parliament of North Macedonia, Mr. Ademi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, respected colleagues. With full understanding of the current geopolitical security and energy situation, we expressed support for the priorities of the Spanish presidency, with gratitude that the Western Balkans is once again recognized in the context of the enlargement policy, as well as an important pillar of European security and stability. I would like to point out that the EU enlargement is definitely back on the agenda, especially after the Russian aggression against Ukraine. The war in Ukraine increased the hunger for enlargement and confirmed the impression that there is a strategic necessity for EU enlargement. In simpler words, it is now or never. Namely, each EU presidency sets different priorities, but it is important that the rule of law and the respect for international principles remain in force. The Republic of North Macedonia and the National Assembly continue to work diligently and consistently to implement the reforms needed to become a member of the EU. There is no European unity without the Western Balkans in its fold. North Macedonia has already come such a long way. The screening process is indeed progressing smoothly. The negotiation teams are doing an excellent job. We aim to open negotiations on the fundamentals cluster still this year, and I know we can do it. Of course, I am aware of the ongoing work of amending our constitution, but still believe that for North Macedonia and Albania we will have the second intergovernmental conference this year. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Del Parlamento de Serbia,
From the Parliament of Serbia, Madam Kovac.
Distinguished Chair, dear colleagues, under the motto Europe Closer, Spain has set out 4 priorities that focus on areas and reforms to make the EU a stronger union, capable of rising to major global challenges. From the perspective of the Western Balkans, countries intent on joining the EU have a strong supporter in Spain. Just to illustrate, in April, Spanish Minister of Foreign Affairs toured the Western Balkans, marking the first visit in 12 years by a Spanish foreign minister to the region and signaling Spain's support for its country's EU's hope. On 6 October this year, at the informal meeting of heads of states of governments in Granada, EU leaders reconfirmed enlargement as a geostrategic investment in peace, security, stability, and prosperity. Granada will forever be linked to a political will expressed by all the member states to continue advancing and deepening the European project. Even more, last but not least, for the first time in the European Commission's annual report, as well as 2023 communication on EU enlargement policy, key word was finally enlargement, instead of the phrase European perspectives, which dominate for decades. And we are grateful for that. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very
Y a
much.
continuación, el señor
Next,
Kayartur,
Mr. Kayaturk from Turkey.
Hi everyone. Due to the cancellation of our flights yesterday, our delegation will arrive soon. Thank you.
el siguiente
The
es
next
el
speaker
señor
is
Karatel,
Mr.
de
Karayel,
Turquía.
also from Turkey.
¿Tampoco
Yes,
está?
they will arrive soon.
Pues el señor Koyaku
In that case,
de Albania.
Mr. Kolyaku from Albania.
Yes, thank you. I came from Albania, which is Western Balkan countries. We are European geographically, but not member of European Union officially. When the Albanian European dream started, it was just the moment when communist regime collapsed. At the time, I've been 19 years old. Now I have 52. I have a son at my age now. And it looks like this European dream of the Albanians, and dear friends, also those kind of meetings, it looks like a never-ending process, a never-ending meetings. A whole generation has been passed waiting for this moment. I know we are a country, we are a Western Balkan country, of course we have standards to fulfill, we have bilateral issue to resolve, but dear friends, trust me, there are standards who cannot be fulfilled without being a member of a union, and some bilateral issues cannot be resolved without being member of the union. My concern is that now, from the Union, this process of enlargement of the Western Balkans has been seen very much bureaucratic. Instead, I believe it is more political, and trust me, with the recent threats from Russia to Ukraine and also in Western Balkans, can be a matter also of security. So please do support the faster enlargement ever, because, as I said, is a dream that we are waiting for 30 years, and now is a matter of security for our countries. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
A continuación, el señor
Next,
Kass del
Mr.
del
Cash
Parlamento
from
del Reino
the
Unido.
United Kingdom.
Good afternoon, or good morning, fellow Europeans. We all need to solve the problems of illegal migration relating to the borders whilst respecting genuine refugees. This is a legal and constitutional situation, not just a matter of international law. The voters are demanding this because of the dangers which are coming, both economically and with social consequences. The EU Charter and the European Convention on Human Rights present some very difficult legal issues. I only want to mention that we in the UK have a supremacy of parliament rule, And only last week, the Supreme Court did not rule against the supremacy rule, providing our laws are clear and unambiguous, despite some out-of-date international law. Mr. Barnier last week recognised this in his remarks about Brexit. So I do hope that as fellow Europeans who face this common problem, that we will find in this debate and subsequently in legislation a common understanding on illegal migration, which is both workable and up to date.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Tiene la palabra la
I give the
señora
floor to Ms. Bochorisky-Vili from the Parliament of Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, the challenges around us are growing every day, and the importance of the European idea, together with need for unity, are increasing. A few weeks remain until the end of the Spanish EU presidency, and the time for the EU's decision regarding Georgia is approaching. Since last June, when Georgia was granted the European perspective, we have done a lot to implement the recommendations of the European Union. Despite many challenges, we kept moving forward with the reforms needed to bring Georgia closer to the European Union. As a result, based on the last enlargement report, the European Commission recommends granting EU candidate status to Georgia. Therefore, there is a solid ground for the EU member states to make a political decision, and based on this recommendation, we count on your firm support with this regard. Vast majority of Georgians who believe that Europe is their home are waiting for this historic decision, which is important for both Georgia and the European Union, as it should pave the way for significant geopolitical change necessary for our common European future. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Y para
Thank you so much.
finalizar la
And to
lista,
conclude this list of
después
speakers,
comenzaremos con los que nos han
and then
pasado
we'll
las peticiones, con lo cual
move
cerramos ya
on
las
to those
peticiones por
who've
papeletas.
asked for the floor. So we're now closing
Intervendrá la
that
señora
possibility to
Krasniki,
take the floor.
Kosovo.
Mrs. Krasniki from Kosovo, you have the floor.
Dear Chairperson, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in the plenary meeting of the COSAC. Kosovo is currently the only country in the Western Balkans which has the status of potential candidate country compared to the other 5 countries that are candidate countries. I hope this will change, and for this I'm asking for help of my fellow MPs of the member states so that Kosovo will also be given the status of candidate country for EU membership during the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the EU. However, despite the efforts of institutions of the European Union and some member states, as well as United States of America and United Kingdom for the normalization of neighboring relations between Kosovo and Serbia, we have often had threats for destabilization elements, especially from Serbia. The events of Serbia terrorist attack on September 24th this year in the village of Banjska in the municipality of Zvečan in the north of Republic of Kosovo, where 1 police was killed and 2 others were injured, was direct aggression sponsored by the Serbian government. This case has strongly proved that the regional destabilization elements based in Serbia can be dangerous for destabilization of Balkans and are easy to be manipulated by Russia to spread the war in Europe. Therefore, we ask for your support to put more pressure and the surrender and bringing the terrorism to justice. Finally, the European Union aims to promote peace, offering the citizen freedom, security and justice, build a foundation that guarantees respect for democracy and the rule of law. Therefore, the EU will help itself if it supports the aspiration of Kosovo as a democratic country and fully aligned with the European Atlantic countries. This is achieved if Kosovo is offered a European integration perspective, member in the Council of Europe, recognition of the 5 EU member states that have not yet accepted Kosovo, as well as inclusion in various other international mechanisms. Thank you very much for your attention.
Gracias. A continuación tomará la palabra
Thank you. Can I give the floor to Mr. Capulas, the Portuguese Parliament?
Muito obrigado, Susana.
Thank you very much, Susanna. Just very briefly, I would like to congratulate the Spanish presidency for the quality of the priorities it set. So I do appreciate all the efforts achieved in the political agreement reached on nature restoration, also raw material supply agreement, the ACP agreement. We had EU CELAC summit, and we also tried to unblock the stalemate in Mercosur. Also congratulate the Spanish presidency for all the key points it set on education, equality, and anti-discrimination laws. Other efforts, and they're very much needed for the unity in the European Union. I wish all the best to Spain in its new democratic cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 further speakers. Mr. Dincen from the Bulgarian Parliamentary Assembly. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. We're very concerned about the war currently taking place in Europe, and having it last more than a year now, I must say we did not do enough. Victory can be achieved by diplomatic means and not by blood, starting now, and this will be achievement not just for the EU, but for the whole world. In regards to migrant crisis, we are witnessing large numbers of illegal migrants crossing southward border of Europe. And however, we should not look for reason to blame someone. This will not help. And respectfully, EU must invest in southward borders collectively. Failing, and we are facing illegal migrants who will need to be paid benefits and social care. And this might take a generation or 2 before these people are integrated into European society. Do you dare to gamble? Perhaps not. Population of Europe is aging, and we are not far from the time when we will have to spend larger and larger amounts for pension and benefits. At the same time, workforce is reducing in size, and consequently payments into the pension system as well. Maybe reindustrializing Europe is the step forward. Maybe green transition is another one. One thing for sure is that we must face this together. Together, we can do anything. United, we can achieve everything. And this is our message. Think further, act now. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. And from the Bosnia-Herzegovina's parliament, can I give the representative the floor?
Ladies and gentlemen, the delegation of Bosnia and Herzegovina would like to emphasize the importance of the process of enlargement, especially in terms of swift opening of pre-accession negotiations with Bosnia and Herzegovina. All of the political parties and peoples in the country have the exact same goal: full-fledged membership into the European Union. This will not only be crucial for Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also for the region and the European Union. We offer full support to countries of the region, our neighbours, in a joint path towards EU membership. It is our firm belief that Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region belong to the EU family, and that EU enlargement of the Western Balkans will provide geographic, security, economic and geopolitical benefits of the utmost importance for the future of the European Union. Finally, we express our full support for the EU integration of Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia, and hope that the European Union will use this momentum to build a stronger, united and geographically and politically consolidated union. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
A
Thank you so much.
continuación, y representando al Parlamento
Now
de Andorra, el
representing
señor
the
Bartolomé.
Parliament of Andorra, Mr. Bartolomé.
Thank you, Susana, for giving me the floor. First, I would like to congratulate Spain for being exceptional host of the 17th session of the COSAC. For the last years, Europe is facing a set of major crises that call into question the efficiency of our institutions of global governance. In this regard, war in Ukraine reveals the urgent need to speed up the process of enlargement in Europe. However, criteria of enlargement should not be equal for everyone. As a matter of fact, each country has different political priorities, but most important, also different administrative capacities. So, while there is no Europe à la carte, it is fundamental that we promote a process of enlargement based on the principle of differentiated integration. Europe won't be completely united until we accept and embrace the national diversity of our region. Andorra has been, for the last 8 years, seeking a new place within Europe. To successfully conclude this process of approximation to the EU, we need the support from our European partners to guarantee that the historic singularities of Andorra are respected, as stated in the Article 8 of the Treaty of Lisbon. A country less than 80,000 inhabitants should not be treated as those with a population above the several millions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Hemos querido que
Thank you so much.
este
Well,
turno
we
de
wanted this
intervenciones de
round of
los
speakers
parlamentarios, de nuestros
of
colegas,
the members of
nuestra
Parliament
querida presidenta
to conclude by
de
la
la Comisión del Parlamento
chairperson
representando al
of
Parlamento de
the
Ucrania,
committee
la
representing
señora
the
Klimbus
Ukrainian Parliament,
Isande.
Mrs.
Querida Ivana,
Klimbus
es tu turno de
Ivana.
palabra.
It is now your turn to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you, dear Chair, dear colleagues. I would like to start from thanking the Spanish Presidency for keeping the war in Ukraine high on the agenda and also responding to the need to keep the European Union still united. And I think the crowning of this presidency could be the real decision of the European Council at the end of this year, opening up and following up on all the recommendations of the European Commission, so suggesting the opportunities for those aspiring countries from the Western Balkans and from the eastern neighborhood of Europe at this moment. I think all of us have to give this mandate to our governments in order for them to further proceed and allow European Union to actually finally become the geopolitical actor it really deserves to be. We also hope that European Union, by holding all these discussions on the need to change, on the need to reform, will not make the internal reform agenda and our European aspirations totally dependent on each other processes. We hope that these processes can go in parallel, and based on our achievements, we will be let in for the full-fledged membership in the EU, irrespectively whether at that point the internal reform process will be finished or not. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, querida Ivana.
Thank you, dear Ivana. Thank you so much.
A
Or
continuación
Ivanka,
tiene
sorry.
la palabra
Can I now give the floor to
secretario de
the
Estado para la
Secretary of
Unión
State
Europea
for the
del
European
Gobierno de
Union
España,
of the Spanish
el
government,
señor
Mr.
Pascual Navarro
que puede
Ríos. Tomar la palabra
You
desde
perhaps could come up to the rostrum to take the floor. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Somelso, thank you very much, Mr. Landaluce as well. And thank you very much to everyone who has taken the floor. Everyone who's made a comment, asked a question, made a suggestion for the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union. I don't have much time available, unfortunately, but I would just like to provide a reaction, not as the European Parliament tends to do, but I'd like to react in the way that we do in the Spanish Parliament, which is to try to respond to each and every one of you, because I think that all of the contributions were worthy. So firstly, I'd like to say thank you very much to Vice President Caras. We often see each other in Strasbourg. He's always very kind to me. He's been very generous to the Spanish presidency. And what I would like to underline is what he said about the conflict in the Middle East. And I'd just like to reiterate that the position of the Council presidency, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Spanish government, I'm speaking about the Council position, is exactly the one that was expressed by Mr. Caras. There were many questions asked on this subject, many comments made as well, but it is clear that the Council's position is to condemn absolutely the terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas, asking for the immediate and unconditional release of hostages, recognize the right that Israel has to defend itself against these attacks with full respect for international law, humanitarian assistance, guaranteeing access of aid to the civil population, and to make progress to a lasting peaceful solution, as well as asking for acceleration to take place to a cease of hostilities, a peaceful solution with all parties and with the international community, so that the two-state solution can be put in place. That's the Council's position. It has been reiterated in a number of statements. It's also the European Union's position. There will be a new debate opening up at the next European Council meeting in December. But I think that, as Mr. Caras reminded us, these are the general outlines that have been expressed by the majority of delegations and also the political groups at the European Parliament. Regarding Ms. Tillier's contribution, I would like to start by saying thank you very much for her words, and what she said to the Spanish presidency. And I would like to recognize the fact that the work of the Spanish presidency and the work of the future Belgian presidency will continue, so that we can continue the working program of the European Union. As you know, and as we've been reminded of, there are 2 points that have come up regularly, and that is the green agenda, if I can put it that way, the green transition, and then there's the social agenda. These are the 2 aspects that the future Belgian presidency will try to add to and build on the work carried out by the Spanish presidency, and we fully agree with that. Also, mention was made of the work going on AI. The forthcoming trilogues will be looking at artificial intelligence. As you might know, there is still a difference between the position of the Parliament and the position of the Council, but we are sure that there will be a solution so that we can pass legislation in Europe, because people are aware of the importance of this issue, given the current context, different areas of regulation in other areas of the world. It's a critical topic for the European Union, and the Spanish presidency has been working to reach consensus on this very important matter. Moving on to Mr. Wallmark, he underlined, I believe, he underlined the importance of raw materials. And yes, the Raw Materials Act has been approved under the Spanish presidency. We believe that the final adoption will take place very soon of this agreement, and that's something that was very important to the Spanish presidency, because it's fundamental for the future of industrialization, the future of the European economy, essentially, and this is what we're hoping to see from this law. It's been approved but not yet adopted, but that's very important. Mr. Pons touched upon a number of different subjects: the energy transition, the Migration and Asylum Pact. On the subject of the latter, efforts have been made this week and next week as well. We will continue the trilogues between the Council and the Parliament to try to speed up the various components of that pact. And we are optimistic that this will be adopted before the end of the Spanish presidency. We hope that it will come into force before the end of the parliamentary term. Mr. Pons also underlined the aspect of a social Europe. As you know, all files under a social Europe have been considered a priority for the Spanish presidency: gender, equality, vulnerable groups in society, social affairs, social security, the list goes on. And many files have seen progress. And during the Spanish presidency and also the forthcoming Belgian presidency, the social agenda is to be concluded before the end of this legislative term. Now, Mr. Hajdukovic pointed out that enlargement needs to see a balance. We've talked about the Western Balkan states, and I believe that there is agreement here with the Spanish, and the Spanish presidency is trying to draw conclusions and come forward with a well-balanced proposal here. He mentioned Armenia. A number of you actually mentioned Armenia. Well, for the Council, work has been going on there on the lines that were adopted by a large majority in the European Parliament on Armenia, and the European Council will follow those lines laid down by the European Parliament, but there will be a formal position offering support to Armenia as part of the given the current conflict. Mr. Ruiz de Besa, and this came as no surprise, he spoke about treaty reform. And I would just like to reiterate that the presidency has attached importance to this subject, and work has been carried out on institutional affairs in general. I know that this is a subject of concern to you, to national parliaments, and a great deal of work has been done there. And one of the points where there's always been a compromise is that when it comes to a proposal to reform the treaties from the European Parliament, the Council will attach priority to this and will try to elevate it to Council level as soon as possible. Then Mr. Georgiadis mentioned Turkey. I wasn't able to listen to the contributions from the Turkish delegation, but I would just like to say that we are waiting for a Commission report from the external services looking at the future of relations with Turkey to ensure that there can be a debate on this subject. And we can't really talk about a reset, but we can talk about the future of those relations in a more constructive way. Mr. Anglade also insisted on security and defense of the European Union, and also on strategic autonomy when it comes to defense and security. And he's right. From the Versailles Declaration, the informal council that took place under the aegis of the French presidency, a great deal of work has been done there too, and the Spanish presidency has built upon all of that work with the permanent representatives. That was one of the topics that will be discussed at the December Council. Then Mr. Hofreiter took the floor. He was talking about sanctions to be applied to Russia, given the Ukraine conflict. He says that they're insufficient. I can tell you that at this very moment, the Council is assessing the next package of sanctions, which will be looking at a more effective application of the current sanctions. So work is going on there, and there is a commitment from the Council, and the Spanish presidency is doing everything possible to ensure that that package is negotiated and that can hopefully be approved as soon as possible. Mr. Bouchardet said that perhaps there hadn't been enough debate taking place in the European Parliament about the Spanish presidency. I've listened to all of the different groups, and hopefully the President of the government will be at the next plenary. But he also mentioned that there was the question of treaty reform as well. And I would just like to say that this is a proposal from the European Parliament, and the Council, the Presidency, will be raising it to Council level with all of the national parliaments as well. That is what Article 48 says. It talks about a debate within the national parliaments, indeed. So that but the Council will be listening to that debate, and will be listening to the debates going on in the national parliaments. So that is very much on the agenda. And as you mentioned before, there are a number of lines laid down by the Council. These are general guidelines that have been put in place by the Spanish Presidency. There was on the debate on rule of law. I believe that the Council has spoken out, as well as the representative of the Spanish government has also contributed to that debate. To Mr. Plakiotakis, Greece. Natural disasters is a very important topic. It has been looked at on a number of occasions by the Council, and what is happening now is that there is a debate on the revision of the multi-annual financial framework, and so it remains to be seen whether there will be, whether there can be an increase in the resources allocated by the European Union to counter natural disasters together, because this is something that we're very familiar with here in Spain. It's a reality for the countries around the Mediterranean, and of course that's why it's important for the whole of the European Union. Mr. Ies from Hungary mentioned cooperation on security and defence. I've already addressed that. Support for the trio, we welcome that. Of course, it's natural that there would be coordination there. And then there's the topic of demographic change. The Spanish Presidency has considered that the challenges of demographic change, with its various aspects, have to be on the European agenda. It's not at the moment. They're not in the form of instruments. But what the Spanish Presidency has tried to do is try to include in the debate and put this matter of demographic change on the next strategic agenda for the future of the European Union. And that is something that we will try to approve by a series of conclusions at the next Council on General Affairs. Then Mr. Omorchu spoke about the European Union's position on the conflict, on the Ukraine conflict, and outreach as well. How do we explain our position beyond the European Union borders? We fully agree on this, and this is one of the areas where we've made real efforts across all fora for dialogue. Third countries, Latin America was also mentioned by a number of you. The question of Ukraine is about explaining why, in our position, is a position that has to be shared across the whole international community, because we're talking about defending international principles here, principles that you know, international law, territorial sovereignty, etc., etc., and indeed efforts were made there. And Ukraine has featured in all dialogues with other regions of the world and third countries. Mr. Marakis raised the issue of countering extremism. Perhaps we could focus on this from let's take this from a neutral standpoint. There have been efforts to counter disinformation. A number of instruments have been worked upon, and the Spanish Presidency has promoted them. And also we agree on rule of law. That is a basic principle. And under the Spanish Presidency, we've been working very hard indeed on all files relating to rule of law. Then Mr. Giglio-Vigna was rather critical. And I, having visited the European Parliament, I understand this. There was criticism about the files relating to the green economy, any efforts to counter climate change, and the fact that they have to take into account industrial and agricultural considerations. I fully understand this debate. That's very important at the moment, especially in the European Parliament. I've also heard from a number of other parliamentary representatives from across Europe mentioning that debate. And so, but I would just like to counter that criticism, because Spain has been working on a number of these files. Euro 7 is one example, and so we have taken into account progress made to reduce emissions, and then a number of aspects as well that relate to European industry, and in this case the car industry. Madam Morcunaite Mikulieni, I believe I've covered that topic, because that relates to raw materials as well. and the need for the European Union to show unity in all areas relating to defence and security, and we fully agree with this. Mr. Bedingfield mentioned, I believe I've already touched upon that. Then Ms. Fortuna, Romania. The Spanish presidency has done everything possible and will continue to do so until the final council to try to ensure that Romania and Bulgaria can definitively join Schengen. The Spanish presidency recognizes efforts that have been made by both of the countries in question. The European Commission has done so as well. Ultimately, this is a political matter. It's for the member state, and so every effort is being made. And also the presidency recognizes that as well, that Romania and Bulgaria have done what was necessary. And so the presidency has included this on the council agenda. Mr. Ferenczak talked about the crises, he talked about open strategic autonomy, migration and asylum pact as well, and I just want to insist upon the fact that we will make every effort to find an agreement across the various aspects of the pact in the next few days. We believe that this is a pact that is good and that will allow us to tackle irregular migration, both within the confines of our borders as well as outside of them. We believe that ultimately the pact is sufficiently well balanced, and we believe that it will be a good European solution. I understand that it is a political challenge for many countries as well. And so the Spanish presidency has tried to make as much progress as possible with this European pact to find a European solution here. Mr. Rapin also alluded to something that was mentioned by Mr. Sanchez. The topic of reindustrialization and the twin transition, and also working on the main files, the question of raw materials, for example, and what is being called the zero emissions regulation, industrial emissions. That's fundamental. Raw materials have already been mentioned. I've said that progress has been made with the Net Zero Industry Act as well. This is one of the fundamental objectives of the Spanish presidency. We wanted to see an agreement on that before the end of the presidency, and so we believe that that is a cornerstone. I've already referred to the debate on the Green Deal and agriculture. That's been mentioned too. But I only made a tangential reference as well to a very important aspect, that is industrial emissions as well. There's the question of taking into account the needs of agriculture as well when it comes to files relating to the Green Deal. The Spanish presidency is assessing this, and of course we will try to achieve consensus.
And you also highlighted something, and this leads me to Mr. Sanchez's comment. How is this going to affect Mercosur? If we're just going to have a series of general clauses on community preferences, that is a problem to reach agreements with third parties, not just Mercosur, but others too. We need to have a certain balance, defending the interests of the different sectors, in this case the farming sector, but also pursuing trade policies of the Union, and that is what we are pursuing in the Spanish presidency. You can't stop all negotiations, trade negotiations, that is, until you get these special clauses and preferences, because in that case it would make it almost impossible to have a development in the trade policies of the Union, and I think we all believe that this is one of the main objectives of the European Union. And then Mr. Terzi de Santagata spoke about specifically, you spoke, because I know that you talked about several things, but you talked about the Economic Governance Pact, the Growth and Stability Pact, and let me point out that the Spanish presidency is working along the lines of what you said, to establish a balance between budgetary discipline and flexibility, so that we can get growth in European economies. And there were other comments on this, but we do hope there's going to be an ECOFIN and hopefully progress can be achieved during our presidency on this matter. And then Mr. Hacker, and I really thank you for your good wishes, and I already said that the enlargement package, well, the European Council will be taking a decision on this, and this will go very much along the lines of what was proposed by the Commission, and hopefully all these enlargement files of all the countries that are in the Commission's proposal can be dealt with. Mr. Pavic, you were the first, you talked about the CHIPS Act, and hopefully the CHIPS Act will come into force soon. You talked about the reform of the financial framework. That is an important file for the presidency. We hope that this week and next week we'll be able to book some progress on this, and hopefully this can be taken to Council so that we do get a draft reform of the multi-annual financial framework, which could find the consensus amongst the European Union's leaders. You know what is at stake is the new contribution to Ukraine and other instruments. Mr. Pavic, you talked strengthening aid to migration, but there are other elements too, natural disasters, for instance, but also strengthening European industry and help and support to European industry. And then Mr. Scerra. Mr. Scerra talked about resilience and competitiveness. He also talked about the Growth and Stability Pact, and I already reacted on that. But allow me to say that this has been one of the presidency's priorities. It has been dealt with in the Council throughout this year, and it is one of the main issues, competitiveness of European economy after COVID, after the reactions to inflation and the Ukraine crisis, and the reactions of other countries, United States and China, and the major difficulty, the competitiveness of European economy. We want to make sure that there is a future and that it can compete under the present global scenario. Let us see how we can get economic security and well-being and future of the European businesses and the well-being of European citizens. That has been one of the focal points of the Spanish presidency throughout these months, because this is what the economic reality was asking for. This brings me to Mrs. Jonay and also Mrs. Soyaku spoke about enlargement. Well, on Albania, I need to tell you that the Spanish presidency will follow the Commission's proposals and therefore continue negotiations with Albania. As a matter of fact, we wanted this process to be unblocked and that new negotiation clusters could be opened up. And hopefully this can be achieved. And I know that Mr. Soyak already said this. It brings you to a bureaucratic moment. The good thing is to negotiate. It's not a question as to whether Albania will join or not. You need to focus on the clusters, cluster by cluster, and truly negotiate Albanian accession. I know Albania has made some huge progress, and I know that we should work towards the specific aspects of the accession. And Spanish presidency is working on this. We're also working with North Macedonia, but the problem there, and I know Mr. Ardeni already mentioned this, well, we're waiting for the reforms, and the Spanish presidency encourages North Macedonia to try and solve these internal issues as soon as possible, and we're prepared to do everything we can for the technical negotiation process to continue and to unblock the letter. And thank you, Mrs. Kovac. Thank you so much. You made references to Granada. And yes, we already talk about a European project. We talk about candidates. We don't talk about enlargement as such. And we hope that the enlargement process of Serbia will also continue. The Commission has written a positive report on this question. Mr. Cash, you spoke about illegal immigration. Well, yes, there is a debate in the European Union on cooperation in the area of immigration with the United Kingdom. There is one positive aspect. There's going to be an agreement with Frontex soon. But then there are some other aspects which are a tiny bit more problematic. And I do disagree with you, sir, when you say it's not you, mind you, of the primacy of internal law against international law and European law. I'm afraid, sir, that that was one of the major discrepancies which unfortunately led to Brexit. So hopefully we'll be able to come up with a solution on this. Mrs. Boccioli-Civili, just as the chair of this meeting, we're delighted to have you with us, and hopefully we will see a positive outcome for the accession of Georgia. And the last speaker that was foreseen on this list of speakers was Mrs. Krasniki. Well, Mrs. Krasniki, let me just tell you that we are committed as Spanish presidency to continue all the negotiations with all the candidates on the question of pre-accession, and that is where the territory of Kosovo is at the moment. So we'll continue with all of this, and we will encourage dialogue promoted by the High Representative to solve those pending issues in the region. And then Mr. Sanchez, I think I've already reacted on community preferences and on the Asylum and Immigration Pact. Allow me to disagree with you, sir. As I've already explained, there has been progress in all the files. The hardest has been on the crisis regulation, and at the moment all these parts of the package are being negotiated, and we hope that we will be able to reach an agreement. And we've also spoken about the external dimension, and you were very interested in that too. And the last few speakers, Mr. Capoulas, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, we have worked very hard on the different files, the restoration of nature. I think that's a complicated matter. It's been complicated, but we have understood the problems for certain countries. But we think it's been very useful. The Samoa Agreement, the law on raw materials, and the summit with Latin America, CELAC, that has been one of our priorities, the main priorities of the European presidency, and the efforts to make progress in the Mercosur area. Let's hope that over the coming weeks, before the end of the Brazilian presidency of Mercosur, concludes. That is our timeline. Yes, demographic issues and demographic challenges, hopefully they are more present on the European agenda. And then on investments in borders, that is another question that will be looked at within the revision of the financial framework. Mrs. Kovacevic, on the Bosnian issue. Yes, I do agree with you. I do agree with you. We will try to ensure that decisions taken on Bosnia will be as positive as possible. We understand the problems of Bosnia, but we know that Bosnia needs the encouragement of the European Union, and therefore you can count on us. Mr. Bartolomé, yes, I agree with you, sir. We hope to conclude the agreement with Andorra throughout our presidency. Or at least let's finish the negotiation. There are some difficult aspects. You spoke about the specificities of each country. Yes, but we do need to reach an agreement. And some of these specificities, let's try to agree with the European Union on this. But the European presidency, the Spanish presidency, has done everything it was within its possibility. And then Mrs. Zizane, thank you for taking the floor and thanking us for the Spanish presidency. Ukraine has been a priority. You know that the Spanish Prime Minister traveled to Kiev at the very beginning of the Spanish presidency of the Council. And you know that the Spanish presidency will put forward to the European Council what was put forward by the Commission, that is to move towards the decision to start negotiations with Ukraine. And then a very important point that you raised, preparation for enlargement, the fact that the European Union is holding a debate on enlargement. Let us make sure that this is a debate that goes hand in hand with the accession. We agree with that. There's an agreement of the European Union that it needs to prepare properly to enlargement. But this debate should not just be another condition for enlargement. The Spanish presidency is working towards these principles, and I think I can be positive on this question. I think basically I have concluded my presentation. I'd like to thank all of you. All your comments are useful. Criticism, but also encouragement. Both of them are useful. Thank you, Chairman.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Navarro Rios. Thank you so much, Secretary of State for the European Union. We thank you very much for the very detailed way in which you have answered so many of the questions that were raised by the members of Parliament on all these questions. So, thank you for your presence here today, sir. And we'd like to thank all of you too. We'd like to invite you to have a brief break, just a 15-minute break, because we're actually running a little late. So 15-20-minute break to have a coffee. And perhaps could we be back here at 12:20?
Muchísimas gracias, señor Secretario de Estado.
Thank you, Secretary of State.
Queridos colegas, queridos amigos, comenzamos con la segunda parte de la jornada de trabajo de hoy y esta sesión es también una sesión importante que nos preocupa y que sin duda es parte de grandes debates en los parlamentos nacionales y también en el Parlamento Europeo. Hoy vamos a hablar del Pacto Europeo sobre Migración y Asilo y nos acompaña el ministro del Interior del Gobierno de España, el señor Fernando Grande Marlaska Gómez. Intervendrán también en esta sesión. No translation? Okay. ¿Ahora? ¿Es posible? ¿Ahora? ¿Hay traducción? ¿No? ¿Tenemos a los traductores en la sala?
Can we have the interpreters back?
Okay. Comenzamos la segunda sesión
Shall we start the second
de esta
session
jornada de trabajo con un tema que nos preocupa
with
y que nos ocupa en todos los
topic
parlamentos
of
nacionales y que sin
all
duda
parliaments,
es parte de los debates
and it's part of
en
the whole
todos nuestros
discussion
parlamentos?
which is ongoing in
Vamos a
all our
tratar el Pacto
parliaments.
Europeo sobre Migración y
It's the
Asilo
European Pact on
y nos
Migration
acompaña
and
para
Asylum,
tratar este tema
and
el
to
ministro
introduce
del
the topic,
Interior
got the
del
Minister of the
Gobierno de
Interior
España, el
of the
señor
Spanish government,
Fernando Grande Marlaska
Mr. Malaska
Intervendrán
Gomez.
en
We'll
esta
also
ocasión
be
de forma
hearing
telemática la comisaria europea de
online
Asuntos del Interior,
from
la
the
señora Ylva Johansson,
Commissioner Johansson
y el señor vicepresidente primero
and
del
the
Parlamento
Vice
Europeo, el
President of the
señor
European
Karas,
Parliament,
que lo
Mr.
hará
Karas,
presencialmente también en esta sala.
who's present in the room here today.
Posteriormente, como hemos hecho también en la anterior sesión,
Also, as
se
we did
dará
in the
la
previous
palabra a los
session, the
parlamentarios
floor
que
will be
lo
given
hayan
to any
solicitado
parliamentarians who've asked for
y
the
lo haremos
floor.
por un tiempo máximo de un minuto. En esta
And we'll give
ocasión
1 minute
no
of
se
speaking
va a
time
dar la
maximum.
oportunidad de solicitar la
On
palabra
this
por
occasion, it
papeleta
won't be possible to
porque
ask for the
tenemos
floor
casi
using the
50
pieces of paper
solicitudes de
because we
palabra,
have
con lo
almost
cual
50
rogaremos a
requests
los
for the floor.
parlamentarios que
So
vayan a
we will
intervenir
give the
que
speaking
hagan
time to the
un uso
parliamentarians
responsable de la palabra
to
del
speak,
tiempo de
and we ask them to
intervención.
use their
Y
speaking
sin
time
más
responsibly.
dilación,
So without further ado,
señor ministro de
Mr.
Interior
Minister for the
del Gobierno
Interior
de España,
of the Government of
muchísimas
Spain,
gracias
thank
por
you very much
acompañarnos.
for being here with us.
Conocemos de sus obligaciones del
We
gobierno
know how many
recién
obligations
constituido la
you
semana
have with the
pasada en
recently
nuestro país
constituted
y le
government set up in our
agradecemos
country just last
especialmente
week,
que haya
and we're
tenido
particularly
la
grateful
amabilidad de
that you've been
acompañarnos
kind
hoy
enough
para
to be
tratar
with us
este tema
today
tan
to
importante
deal
para
with such
todos
an important
nosotros.
topic
Es
for
suyo
all
el
of
uso
us.
de la
And
palabra,
the
puede
floor
acompañarnos.
is yours,
Gracias.
and please do join us here at the front. Thank you.
Buenos días, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
A todos parlamentarios,
to all parliamentary
a nivel
representatives
nacional como del
at
Parlamento
national
Europeo.
level as well as from the
Es para
European
mí
Parliament.
un honor
For me, it's a real honor
en esta
to be able to take
conferencia de
part
órganos
at this
especializados en
conference
asuntos europeos.
of
En la
COSAC.
COSAC, como decían nuestra copresidenta y
As our
diputada
co-chair
al
was just
Parlamento
saying,
español,
and also our
Susana Sumelzo,
deputy,
desde la
Susana
semana pasada
Sumelzo, was just saying,
tenemos nuevo gobierno
we've got a new
en
government,
España
and we've had that for
en esta
a week now,
decimoquinta legislatura.
in this
Y en ese
15th
sentido,
legislative
el
period.
compromiso del gobierno de España es el
And
compromiso
so
que ha
the
manifestado
Spanish
durante
government has made a
toda
number of
su
commitments now.
presidencia, que
And
concluirá
these have been
a
seen
finales
throughout
de
the
este
Spanish
año.
Council
Una
presidency that is
presidencia
coming
que,
to the
como
end
todos
at the end of this year.
ustedes conocen,
As you're all
cobra
aware,
especial relevancia
this
al
presidency is
finalizar
particularly
la
important
legislatura europea el próximo
because
mes de
it
mayo
also marks
y
the
tener
end of the
compromisos y
European
prioridades
parliamentary term
importantes
coming to an end in
que
May.
concluir
And it's
antes
contained
de
a
la
number of
misma.
very important
Es la
priorities that need
última
to be concluded
presidencia
before
de
it
la Unión
ends.
Europea que va a
It's the
tener
last
el periodo de los
presidency
6
of the
meses
EU that is going to have this
en pleno. En ese
6-month
sentido,
period in full. So, as we've said, as I've said in the Libe Committee at the European Parliament, when it comes to internal affairs, the Migration Pact was a top priority. I would also like to say thank you very much to the Commissioner for Internal Affairs, Eva Johansson, for being here, because that portfolio has been extremely relevant for all of us, and particularly when it comes to the Migration Pact. On today's agenda, some of the topics are going to be talked about that are very important for the present and the future of the European Union. On the internal affairs side, as we've heard, efforts have been made to have a safer, stronger and more united Europe so that we can tackle the current challenges that we all share. Apologies, we're just trying to adjust the acoustics in the room, so could we just ask for a moment of quiet? For those who are, we're just trying to sort out the acoustics, please. Anyone who's having other chats, could you please do that outside of the room, asks the chair. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, from the challenges that we're dealing with, there is migration and asylum, which have taken on essential importance, both within the European Union as well as outside of it. Also, I have to say that this is that I personally and my team have been focusing on this both nationally and internationally, and of course at the European Union level as well. Migration throughout history have been a source of opportunities, not only for the people migrating, but also for the societies welcoming them. And despite that, there are a diverse range of factors that have led to a negative perception of migration, particularly in the past few years, a negative perception that has also reached the European Union. Given the situation, the European Union must come up with solutions to migratory phenomena, and they have to be solutions that are realistic. At the same time, they also have to be in line with our principles and values. We have to make sure that migration stops being divisive among member states. This would certainly help to change the perception of migration and turn it back into an opportunity rather than being viewed purely as a problem. Against this backdrop, the Spanish Presidency, as previously mentioned, has ranked it as a priority to approve the Migration and Asylum Pact. This was a legislative proposal that contains a number of legal solutions and political solutions. Apologies, Minister, says the Chair. I would just like to ask those people coming into the room to be as quiet as possible, please, so that we can also hear. It's a question of interpretation as well. Thank you very much. As I was saying, the Spanish Presidency has ranked it a priority to approve the Migration and Asylum Pact, a legislative proposal made up of a number of legal and political solutions in line with the reality of migration. We are aware that it won't be the perfect solution that can satisfy all demands, but we're also confident at the same time that it will set a new legislative framework that will allow us to adapt to the reality and have this principle of the fair sharing of responsibilities as well as solidarity between member states. We mustn't forget either that from a political point of view, after many years of debate, the approval of the Migration and Asylum Pact will be an important milestone because it sends a very clear message of solidarity. The Migration and Asylum Pact is made up of a package of legislative and operational initiatives that were presented by the European Commission in September 2020. It aims to cover all phases of migration processes, and as well as the external dimension. And it's based on a balance between the principles of solidarity and the fair sharing of responsibility, both of these principles that are enshrined in the treaties, in Article 80 to be precise, on the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union. Its aim is to come up with a new full policy for migration and asylum within the European Union. building on the proposals made in 2016, following the 2015 migration crisis. After an initial phase of limited results, there was then the European Asylum Agency that approved a series of new legal instruments, and that was relaunched during 2022, during the very difficult years of the pandemic. And it was an ambitious proposal. The aim was to conclude negotiations on all of these files before the end of the European Parliamentary term in the first half of 2024. This aim was translated into a roadmap in September 2023, which was signed by the European Parliament, as well as the rotating Council presidency, France, the Czech Republic, Sweden, Spain, and Belgium. After heroic efforts made by all of the member states, on the 4th of October, the Council agreed upon the negotiating mandate on the crisis regulation. This was the last one that remained pending. This agreement is extremely important because it's allowed us to reopen interinstitutional negotiations, which are called the trilogues, on essential regulations, the screening regulation and the Eurodac regulation. But this has also allowed us to maintain our commitments to conclude the pact by the end of this semester. The trilogues with the European Parliament have carried on during October and November, and they've continued apace. Given the complexity of all of these negotiations, having the efforts of the General Secretariat of the Council and the proactive attitude displayed by the European Parliament, and with the rigorous role played by the experts from the European Commission, of course, there will be some additional extra elements that will go into that agreement. Allow me, if you will, to review the situation with regard to the other files on the table that make up this pact. I'd like to pay particular mention to the key aspects that the European Parliament has focused on during this negotiation phase in the trilogues. I'd like to start with the crisis regulation, the final text that was met with agreement at the Council. This is a norm that offers an answer to situations that are becoming more and more frequent in the member states where there are where there is disproportionate migration. This is a situation that we may well describe as critical. For these answers, we absolutely need to have a legal framework that didn't currently exist. During the negotiations, a number of different aspects that were discussed that are very sensitive for the European Parliament. For example, broadening the scope of application, including migration instruments, and also having one additional crisis budget available. There was also a debate of the different exceptions that can be made to general procedures as well, to provide responses to exceptional circumstances, such as governance and also additional safeguards that will be put in place for vulnerable groups, such as minors. We understand by governance that this is about decision-making as part of managing a migration crisis. All of these questions are extremely important for negotiations, both for the European Parliament as well as for the Council. Secondly, we also have the screening regulation. This has a new aspect to it because it attempts to put in place European rules for the systematic examination of all individuals who are irregularly reaching the European Union. That is a process which currently comes down to a report that has to be provided by all member states of the EU. For the European Parliament, it's essential to ensure that screening procedures fully respect fundamental rights. There's also the reform of the Eurodac regulation, to turn this database into something more than a mere list or printouts of asylum requests. This is where negotiations are coming along at a good pace. The aim is to improve the capacities offered by that database. The European Parliament is also looking at issues such as adapting the allowed periods when the data for migrants can remain on file. We also have the regulation on asylum. This introduces a number of changes to procedures to make sure that they are more agile and that they can be adapted quickly to the reality of asylum seekers in Europe. In addition to that, they are in line with the new aspects introduced by the Migration Pact, as well as the border procedures. Negotiations show that there is a clear commitment and there is real determination here to make progress. The European Parliament is focusing on aspects such as broadening free legal assistance that is provided during asylum procedures, exclusion of minors and vulnerable persons from these border procedures, also reinforcing the guarantees in place to use the concept of safe countries, and there's also the use of resources as well when it comes to asylum decisions. These are all pending decisions. Therefore, when it comes to the regulation on asylum and migration, this is going to be the cornerstone of this pact. The regulation is called to replace the current Dublin system, which, among other aspects, puts in place standards to determine which member state is responsible for examining an asylum request. But this regulation also has new provisions as well for the member states. Faced with increasing migratory pressure, there's a solidarity regime in place as well to try to mitigate that pressure. Negotiations in trilogue in recent have revealed a clear commitment and determination on both sides to make progress towards approval. However, the European Parliament is asking for greater flexibility from the Council when it comes to some very specific points. And here I might refer to maintaining the principle of family unity, also setting more efficient procedures for families, and extending the scope of application of the regulation to include siblings, as well as efforts to maintain the rights and guarantees of minors. The Parliament is also asking for solidarity to be shown between the member states and to prioritize location of people where they have been rescued after search and rescue operations. In December of 2022, also a broad-ranging agreement was reached with the European Parliament on the directive on conditions for welcoming asylum seekers. There's the resettlement regulation, there's the asylum regulation as well. However, it has not yet been agreed until there is agreement on the rest of the files underneath the pact. In short, negotiations are progressing rapidly. There is still work to be done, and renewed efforts are being made to try to pinpoint the most sensitive aspects from a political standpoint, to try to bring these positions closer together that have been expressed during the trilogue negotiations and the technical meetings. As you know, this work is very demanding, but for the reasons set out, it's definitely a worthwhile exercise. And therefore, with this all has the final objective of reaching a political and all-encompassing agreement on the Migration and Asylum Pact overall during the Spanish Presidency, which is a necessity, a need. This was conveyed to my colleagues at the last Council meeting that was held in Luxembourg on the 19th of October. And allow me to conclude with a series of final messages to you. For 8 years, we've been debating a new European legal framework that would provide a better response to the challenges posed by migration and asylum. And today, we find ourselves at a key moment in time in reaching a definitive agreement on the Migration and Asylum Pact. The aim of the Spanish presidency is to reach an agreement at the December Council before our semester reaches an end. This will allow the Belgian presidency then to make the final technical adjustments required. Now and only now is the right time. As I said at the beginning of my speech, this is in the final stages, but there won't be any other opportunities in the short, medium term. Time isn't in our favour here, but the Council and the Parliament are more committed than ever before with this ambitious reform. We cannot afford to miss out on this opportunity, and I can't stress that enough. Therefore, as the Council and the Parliament and Council, we have to be flexible and we have to be prepared to compromise. At the same time, we also have to be committed on both sides. The Migration and Asylum Pact won't be perfect, but it at least should be effective, practical, well-balanced. Again, to repeat, it won't be perfect, but it has to be, and it will be effective, practical, fair, and well-balanced. And it will provide a better legal framework than the one we have at present, which will provide better responses to our current reality. And it will be doing something very important. It will be sending out a message based on unity in the field of migration, which we haven't heard for too many years now. Thank you very much indeed, and I'm looking forward to hearing your contributions. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you so much, Minister. I'd now like to welcome the European Commissioner on Internal Affairs, Mrs. Johansson. I think she's going to be online, and I'd like to apologize, Madam, for the delay in our meeting, because she's actually taking part in a conference on fight against mafias, and that is the reason why she couldn't be here. So, Commissioner, please, you have the floor. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. And I can start by saying it's an honor to be here, and thank you for letting me be connecting online. Unfortunately, as you said, I've been available since 2 o'clock, and I have very short time left, unfortunately. So I will be very brief. I can agree with everything that was said by Fernando, Minister Grande Marlaska, on all the things on the pact. What I just want to add, that we have now the pact and the negotiations is ongoing. I'm going to say a few words on that, but also to mention other things that are not formally related to the pact, but it's very important in the overall managing of migration. First is the legal pathways. To prevent irregular arrivals, we also need to invest in legal opportunities to come to the European Union. We had in Madrid a very important conference on legal pathways on the 16th of November that outlined the way to work with partner countries on labour migration. Second, the anti-smuggling. The smuggling networks are strong, they are very international, and they are organized more or less like mafia-type organization, as you already said. And we are now taking the initiative for new legislation, and I will present tomorrow. And also, thanks to President Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission is now calling for a global alliance against to fight the smugglers that will meet in Brussels tomorrow to form that alliance. And third is the relation with third countries. It's really important that we work close together with our partner countries. I had last week, for example, a high-level dialogue with Turkey on migration and security, and we are having relations with a lot of other countries as well, and it's necessary to manage migration together with partner countries. On the pact, we are, as Fernando already outlined, into the trialogue negotiations now on all the remaining part. I take part personally in all these trialogues. We had 7 trialogues last week. I will have another one later today in Brussels. And I must say that I'm impressed by the commitment from the co-legislators to reach an agreement. There is a very open-minded and pragmatic approach, and everybody understands the necessity to make compromises. And I can also underline what Fernando already said. This is not going to be perfect, but it's going to be much, 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 much better than the situation we have today. This is a way to prevent the irregular arrivals, to make sure that we have swift and fair processes for everybody, that those that are not eligible for asylum have a swift return, that we have a proper system for the responsibility, and that we have a mandatory solidarity between member states. And these are important part of the pact, and I think it's realistic. It's going to be difficult, but it's still realistic to reach the final agreements on all these remaining files during the Spanish presidency. And let me also use the opportunity to really thank Fernando Grande Marlaska personally, but the whole team behind the Spanish presidency. I think you are doing extremely well in these negotiations. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, comisaria Johansson. Muchísimas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you so much, Madam.
Sabemos que no nos puede
Thank you so
acompañar
much
el
for your
resto de
time,
la
and I know that you
jornada,
won't be able
pero
to
le
stay
agradecemos
with
bastante
us,
su intervención.
but we do
A
appreciate
continuación tomará la
your
palabra el
statement. So now I'd like to
vicepresidente
give
primero
the
del
floor to the
Parlamento
first
Europeo, el
Vice
señor
President, Mr. Karas, Vice President of the European Parliament. Mr. Karas, you have the floor.
Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Minister Gomez, dear members of the national parliaments and the European Parliament. Thank you to the Spanish Presidency for putting this important topic on the agenda. Our debates clearly show we are experiencing more multiple crises simultaneously than ever since 1945. Anyone who claims that these challenges can be easily solved is dishonest. The denial of the complexity is the biggest problem in the political debate. We have to accept again that there is no simple answer. We must explain the complexity, even this is unpopular and exhausting. Europe is achieving more integration in times of crisis. This has made the European Union stronger. Until 2015, we managed to learn the right lessons. But when it comes to today's topic, I must say we have failed. This is absolutely clear. But this failure is not only the fault of the EU institutions. This failure also lies in our member states because of the lack of political will for a European solution and of the willingness to continue with a non-functioning national patchwork. Therefore, I am very pleased that since March this year, the European Parliament has finally the opportunity to negotiate a common package with the Council. And I appeal to all the EU member states that we finally agree on this migration and asylum pact before Christmas. We have to do it every day, 24 hours a day, and I am happy to hear from both sides, the Council and the Commission, that we are working. We have a clear timetable of negotiating the open points to find a solution before Christmas. Of course, the question remains, does this reform provide all the necessary answers we are looking for? Will it really make the European Union fit for the future in this area? The reform has 4 core elements. First, harmonized registration and screening to avoid double work and inefficiencies. Second, efficient asylum procedures at the EU's external borders to differentiate between refugees and labor migrants. Third, the long-awaited solidarity mechanism to relocate asylum seekers fairly within the European Union. Fourth, the new crisis and force majeure regulation to prevent the system from failing as in 2015. With this reform, we will establish a common set of rules. We will distribute responsibilities and tasks more fairly, and we will be able to act in any crisis situation. Yes, this is a huge step forward. You mentioned it, dear Minister, but let's be honest, for the future we need much more. First, the protection of the EU's external borders must become EU competence, organized, supervised and financed by the European Union. The national patchwork must end. Second, the EU's external border must be identical to the Schengen border. No different borders inside the European Union. The Schengen veto against Bulgaria and Romania is not part of the solution, but part of the problem. This must be corrected immediately. We need a common and uniform EU asylum procedure with legal migration. Only then we can curb the people smugglers' business. Fourth, we need to separate much more between asylum and labor migration. We will not gain skilled workers only through the asylum system. And fifth, and we need on the long run a strong and coordinated migration, integration, education policy and asylum management. This is how we can do it. We can do it. We have to go the first step in the Spanish presidency, and I am very optimistic. We can only do this, what we want, together. Merry Christmas.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Vice President Caras. I'd now like to give the floor to the different speakers. We have 48 requests for the floor. So let us try and stick to our speaking time. Maybe you can say the maximum in 1 minute. If not, we'd be here for 2 hours, and that would mean we skip lunch. So let us start with Mr. Pons, the Spanish Senate. You have the floor, sir.
Sí, buenos días y gracias, Presidente. En primer lugar,
Thank you, Madam. Thank you to the Minister and the Commissioner. Thank you so much for being here, and the Minister for being at the Minister of Domestic Affairs again. The Minister spoke about a moment which is important. We need to have this political agreement before the Spanish presidency concludes. It is the moment to start thinking about negotiating with Ukraine and asylum and migration pact. The minister also spoke about division, but it's a question of human rights. If we want a more social Europe, we need to get this pact off the ground. And we need to have a balance between cooperation, solidarity and security. There needs to be an exchange as to the movements of migrants and financial support. It's a good pact. It's the right time, and we could indeed close it, and then the Belgians introduce the final adjustments. Mr. van der Geusenhoven from the Belgian Parliament.
Recently, migration policy has been discussed in the Council and the European Parliament and in our own governments and population. Recent events have demonstrated just how necessary it is for us to improve the current measures. Too many people have died trying to reach the European continent. Too many people live illegally in Europe in deplorable conditions. So we need rules, and we need to stick to them and have them fully respected. So we need to support the reception countries. And we need to demonstrate the necessary solidarity to that effect. And obviously we will need to settle this during the Belgian presidency. Certainly, the European Migration Asylum Pact has a very important role to play in this. First of all, a fair spread of the burden, strengthening external frontiers, encouraging voluntary return, and harmonizing national policies and guaranteeing implementation on the basis of the current mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Erkrans. From the Swedish Parliament. You have the floor, madam.
Sí, Matilda.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, there's a lot of interference on the microphone. Could we try another microphone, please? It's very difficult to follow that. A lot of crackling on the microphone. I'm terribly sorry. We must ask the speaker to try another microphone. That sounds like a deep fryer. I'll try again. Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Spain, for a wonderful presidency. Just to say how important it is that we do get this pact adopted in its entirety. We certainly must make sure it's done ideally before Christmas, certainly before the next election to the European Parliament. There's another reason we need this. Because given all the crises in the world, people are going to continue to migrate, and this is only going to stoke the fires of nationalism. So if people are going to migrate, we must make sure that our migration policy is in line so we can focus on what is particularly important, which is integration. Make sure that people who are here can learn to speak the language, can send their children to school. We also need the labor. So I think we need to have more work on equality of rights to avoid having parallel societies within our society. We want everyone together in the one society. So let's get this Migration Asylum Pact in place now.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rapin from France, please, the French Senate. Madam Chair, the Pact on Migration and Asylum ought to be relieving the burden from the countries at the port of entry for certain asylum seekers or for financial support. On the subject of migration, we also have to accept that we have to act together and with humility. Remember what happened in 2015, how some member states decided on behalf of others as to what responses had to be provided. We've seen the limitations to that approach. In September 2020, the Commission proposed a new pact on asylum and migration and displayed real optimism. But 3 years later, that pact hasn't yet been adopted, and yet the challenges are pressing, and it's a question of the credibility of the very European project in the eyes of our citizens. As we've heard, in October, when I went to the border between France and Italy, we still have some real pressures on migration. people are still waiting to cross the Mediterranean from Libya. We have to avoid these big speeches and work together to multiply our agreements with countries of origin and countries of transit. So to support the member states at the port of entry, whilst and also making sure that our returns policies are more effective as well. This pact won't resolve all of the difficulties, but let's go back to each deciding for themselves. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. Sanchez Garcia, deputy from the Spanish Congress.
Thank you so much. 8 years have elapsed since the crisis in 2015. This clearly shows that the European Union is not in a pressing speed, is not dealing with this very rapidly. The new pact, the screening, well, you could consider that an improvement, and there's also pressure on Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, and Pakistan. But there's always a bit of doubt as to what individual member states are going to do, that is to receive 30,000 migrants and having the means to receive them, and then the question of payments which are never received. So anyway, you don't really deal with the basic issues here. In a government such as the Spanish government, you have a party, a communist party, a coalition of communist parties which keeps saying that immigration, economic migrants, not the traditional asylum seekers, should be accepted legally as a movement of people from the external borders of the European Union. Now, we know that this type of immigration that doesn't come because of a persecution, the principle of the principle of non-refoulement is not applied, so they keep saying this. And there's another basic problem that the European Union doesn't understand, the question of multiculturalism. I'm going to quote the Paris Declaration 2018, written by fascist writers, Chantal del Sol, Remy Bragg, Philippe Benetton, and others. Point 7 and 17, Europe is the Europe of nations, and 17 clearly establishes multiculturalism doesn't work, because on the basis of a false generosity, we're sacrificing what we can't afford to sacrifice. Thank you so much. Mr. Poblagan from Slovenia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. Slovenia is a country that since 1991, from our independence onwards, has always been welcoming to people who were coming from areas torn by war. This was proven during the wars in the former Yugoslavia, as well as today, when we are witnessing this great crime against the Ukrainian people by totalitarian Russia. And here we support, of course, our Ukrainian friends. But we also have to talk about facts. The fact is that only this year, about 60,000 illegal migrants entered Slovenia this year, and they entered without any personal identification documents. And this is a breach of national, European, and international law. This happens in intervals ever since 2015. The Spanish Minister of Internal Affairs mentioned in his address that these people should be provided with rights. But of course, in this context, we also expect them to fulfill their duties. The fact is that over the past 3 months, the level of criminality has drastically risen in Slovenia, mainly in the number of rapes, attacks, and thefts. We also need to point out the economic and social risks of mass migration. The solution is not for Europe to open its doors widely. The solution is in helping at the focal points where those problems and conflicts are occurring. The fact remains that our Europe can only be as great as we ourselves are able of being great. And the fact is that what makes Europe strong is that it is capable of solving problems where those problems are created instead of accepting an enormous number of people.
Thank you so much. Can I now give the floor to the next speaker from the Belgian Parliament? Ladies and gentlemen, the European Union is not prepared for migration, is not prepared to protect its external borders. I want to make sure that you hear the views from Belgium, which seems to be supporting this pact, but do listen to the voice of the people in Flanders. The microphone is not so good. Thank you. Can I also get voices heard from other citizens in Flanders? We believe that these flows of immigrants similar to what we had in 2015 cannot be continued. We cannot afford to accept it, and it doesn't support legal immigration. We need to get a proper immigration policy which is supported by a stronger European approach. Do protect your arrival of migrants in a safe harbor, in a safe area. Make sure that you protect European external borders, and make sure that development aid is dependent on repatriation. If not, we cannot possibly support this kind of asylum and migration pact. Thank you. Mr. Ruiz de Besa, please, from the European Parliament. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Susanna. And thank you, of course, to the three colleagues that have taken the floor on behalf of the three institutions, the Council, the Commission and the Parliament. I fully support what has been said. We need to conclude the migration pact before the 31st of December. I think the Spanish Presidency is doing everything it can, and it does include a lot of very important elements. Compulsory solidarity. We can't assume that the responsibility of hosting immigrants is only on the border countries. That is simply a responsibility that needs to be shared. I also agree with the traditional position of the Spanish government to have an open attitude to immigration. We must remember that Europe needs immigration. There's absolute necessity to have to support our economy and our demography, but we want it to be orderly and safe. Those are the principles of the United Nations. And then a final comment, please. Please be careful with this idea of instrumentalization, because the right response is in the area of foreign affairs. What we can't possibly see is that a person who's been forced to come to a border cannot have the right to ask for asylum. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Dinku, Romania.
Mulțumesc. Salutăm, România salută Spania pentru această prioritate.
Romania would like to start by thanking Spain because it's included this item on the agenda, and in doing so, it's demonstrated the importance of it. I think that for Romania and Bulgaria, Schengen is essential. Allow me to mention another aspect, and at the moment, so far, this has been missing from the debate on migration. Here, we're talking about internal migration, and the fact that the countries to the east of Europe, and Romania, but not only Romania, have lost millions and millions of workers, and highly skilled workers at that. This is what we commonly know as the brain drain. We're not talking about going against European directives, and certainly not aiming to oppose freedom of movement. No, on the contrary. But what we need is assistance for all of these countries that have lost this highly qualified workforce. I would like to congratulate the Minister for Internal Affairs, who spoke about migration and said that it might not be perfect, but it needs to be fair, it needs to be well-balanced, and it needs to be effective. But when we talk about solidarity, we also have to speak about this other pillar. This is internal migration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luis Capulas, the President of the Portuguese Assembly.
Thank you very much, Susanna. I'd like to start off by saying that I share the words of Minister Marasca Gomes and the Vice Chairman Otmar Karas. We all know what is wrong with the demographics in Europe, and we know there's a lot of asymmetry in other places, and their demographics have changed differently. They have more births. Europe needs immigrants so that our economy doesn't stop and our society model doesn't collapse. We have to face this with political realism and with solidarity. And the authorities of the most affected states have undertaken a tremendous effort over the past few years. That's why I hope we can reach a political agreement still under the Spanish presidency. This topic is key to our future because there's a lot of radicalism, anti-democratic and anti-European radicalism based on this. This is against our common goals. And these are our values that have guaranteed the greatest period of peace and prosperity in our country. Solidarity must be a priority of our political action. This is a need, this is a demand, like Minister Marasca Gomes said.
Thank you, Mrs. Brouwer from the Belgian Senate. You have the floor, Madam. Colleagues, immigration affects all European citizens and is an important subject for elections, but there's not a single member state that can face up to these problems and challenges on its own. It is extremely important to get this pact on immigration and asylum to be concluded before the European elections. We need to have a joint policy in order to avoid that European member states have to face challenges and pass them on to others. We need to get joint border procedures, and we need to make a distinction immediately between economic migrants and who need to be repatriated as soon as possible, or others who are refugees who are fleeing from danger. Every member state needs to shoulder its responsibility and needs to show solidarity with other member states. If there is no agreement, then every single member state will have to depend on its own and on itself, and immigration could threaten European unity. If we get an agreement, let us show European citizens that we take their concerns seriously. Now, despite all the efforts by the Spanish presidency, if we have to see the conclusion of this pact after the 31st of December, the Belgian minister will most certainly try to conclude this pact as soon as possible. Colleagues, I really count on you to make sure that we don't miss this historic chance and that we can get this signed before the end of the year. Thank you. Mr. Ferencak from Slovakia.
The Slovak Republic welcomes the regular discussion of representatives of European member states on solution to the external aspects of migration and its challenges. We consider it crucial that uncontrolled illegal migration should be tackled by strengthening the European external borders through Frontex and the installation of so-called hotspots. The Slovak Republic supports the monitoring of individual migration routes, especially the Balkan and Eastern Mediterranean routes, and will try to make a truly functional mechanism for repatriating irregular migrants outside the European Union. As part of the discussions on the Pact of Immigration, the Slovak Republic supports the concept of solidarity, but each member state should have complete freedom in choosing the form of solidarity contribution. However, we allow ourselves to reject any initiatives related to the enforcement of mandatory quotas for the redistribution of illegal migrants or the obligation to pay a mandatory financial contribution for migrants. In the context of the challenges of refugees and migrants, we will always support economically meaningful managed migration, which can make a positive impact on economy. I would like to point out that the Slovak Republic has significantly helped almost 1 million refugees and migrants from Ukraine, which represents almost 20% of Slovakia's population. In relation to our capabilities, we are even one of the largest per capita donors to aid to Ukraine, and we are pleased that Ukrainians are finding comprehensive conditions for their successful integration, including the possibility of study and employment with us. Thank you very much.
A continuación, el señor
Thank you so
Serra,
much.
de la Cámara de
Mr.
Diputados
Serra
italiana.
from the Italian Chamber of Deputies. Thank you, Chairman. It's important to talk about migration policies. Those who land in Greece, in Italy and Spain, this is also true for those who cross the Balkans. They all land in the European Union. The Dublin Treaty needs to be reformed. We believe that perhaps by the 31st of December we'll get a positive conclusion. We are a continent of a first approach. We need to set up a system which makes sure that we get a compulsory redistribution amongst different migrants. In Italy, 150,000 migrants arrived. This is a phenomenon which the Italian government is not capable of handling. They said that they'd solved everything through a naval bloc or by fighting the mafias, but our government in European seats is not prepared to call for a compulsory redistribution of migrants. I need to ask you here that we need to make a common effort. If you're only protecting your own borders, you're being egoistic. You're not doing good to yourself or Europe. It is only together, united by sharing out the migrants, that we can be strong to face up to the challenges we're faced with, especially the issue of immigration. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Gauci from Belgium.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Today, migration is a poignant tragedy. You can see that the figures are deteriorating, and you can see the numbers crossing our frontiers. Our countries are facing a major challenge, a real test, and rendering our societies more fragile. But I think more than ever, the EU needs to be the protector of fundamental rights. Our policy should be based upon unconditional respect for each human individual, based on solidarity, shared responsibility. We need to protect our frontiers, but we need to respect our values. We need to avoid people smuggling, but leave access to people fleeing wars and danger. We cannot turn our backs. We need to be Europe which fairly and humanly receives people, which has effective, fair asylum procedures. Let's not let our values become just empty words. Let's make a genuine commitment for a migration policy which is human, fair, and dignified.
Thank you very much. We will be alternating here because we saw that, well, Mr. Bukhari Villalaba was not in the room, but we'll carry on with the order as planned. Mr. Urmuchu from Ireland next, please.
I want to deal with the recent trouble in Dublin. Obviously, there was a brutal attack on a childcare worker and a number of young children. We hope that all will be, that we'll hear good news in relation to that in the near future. Now, this was hijacked by bad actors, by some conspiracy theorists, by some who you could call right-wing elements, and I think that needs to be called out. I think we also have to look at the part that is played by social media platforms that allow themselves to be weaponized. I think that's something that needs to be absolutely dealt with. There is a policing action due to the violence that happened afterwards that needs to be addressed in Ireland by the Commissioner of the Gardaí and also by the Minister for Justice. But I think it's a particular issue that we have across the world, particularly in relation to populism, that certainly needs to be addressed. But we do have to streamline how we deal with migration. Now, we all know that our economies cannot operate, cannot survive, that our health services could not survive without economic migrants. We also know that the world is full of conflict, that we have issues in relation to climate change, so we will need to be better in relation to how we address those people that will be seeking refuge. So that has to be done on a consensus basis as much as possible, and it needs to work, because at this moment in time we do not have a situation that's working for all of us. I would also accept in Ireland that we have an accommodation crisis and a housing crisis that is also impacting on this.
Apologies, you've gone over time. Next, Mr. Plakiotakis from the Greek Parliament.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, migration still constitutes an issue of utmost importance. Greece protects not only the sea and land borders, but also the sea and land borders of Europe. Therefore, a solidarity between member states and fair sharing of responsibility is needed. We believe that the EU should mobilize substantial European fund and means to support member states in reinforcing border protection capabilities. Also, emphasis should be placed on the fight against smuggling and trafficking and on enhancing returns in a dignified manner of persons who do not have the right to remain on European Union territory. Europe cannot afford being instrumentalized by third countries that use migration pressure as an instrument of various political goals. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. Meimarakis from the European Parliament.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairperson. First of all, I would like to fully endorse whatever has been said by the Vice President of the Parliament, Mr. Karas, but I do feel that we are also very much optimistic in the light of what our Commissioner has said and what the Minister has also asserted, proving that the Spanish Presidency has fully understood the issue and means to speed up the process before Belgium takes over, because we're all in grasp of the fact that this is not just a national problem, it's a European one. It is such a happy coincidence that today, thanks to COSAC and Parliament being here, we're sending out a very strong and vociferous message. Spain being a host country, and all of us do understand that since 2021, 2022, migratory pressures have been intensified, which pays witness to the fact that those policies we had in place cannot suffice. For the problem to be tackled, therefore, we need to have long-term strategies and analysis. We are in need of a new European maritime mission in Europe, in the Mediterranean, which would be enabling us to fight the mafia mobs that are making a profit out of the smuggling of desperate people towards Europe. We need to put an end to the smuggling activities. We cannot afford to let the smugglers decide who enters Europe and who is not. And we need to do that before the end of this year or by the European elections. An answer should be given to all European citizens. Otherwise, we will be having the extremist voices being predominant and the Euroscepticists prevail. We stand by those advocating for the right to the asylum in the respect of the European law. It is a time to be solidary between now and Christmas or between now and the European Parliament elections.
Mr. Hofreiter from the Bundestag of Germany.
Ja, vielen Dank. Thank you. In our government, in our parliament, there's a majority in favor of the pact, but let's not hold out any illusions. The rules in themselves only deal with symptoms. We really need to get to the root causes. People are fleeing civil wars, hunger, and poor economic conditions in their home countries. And if the rich European countries don't make sufficient aid available, which means that, for example, people in Syria starve, or if our agricultural fisheries policy makes West African fishing impossible for locals, I mean, I think we've got to really have a very, very close look at the root causes of these problems. Often we are at the root of some of these problems. I think we need to have an open and honest discussion.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's very important that we understand that Russia is waging a hybrid war against Europe. The most recent form of this is the pushing of migrants to the Finnish border in harsh winter conditions. The same has been taking place in other borders too. By using these migrants, Russia wants to make Europe instabilize Europe and make Europe look weak. We have to see to it that Russia will not achieve its objectives. We need to give international protection to everybody who needs it in safe conditions, also outside the European borders. This is also the most humane solution in order to not make people make the dangerous trip across the Mediterranean in the hands of smugglers. And it's very important that we defend our joint external borders. We are here together and we have to find a solution together.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hadukovic from the Croatian Parliament.
Hvala lijepo, gospođo predsjednice. Dozvolite mi da počnem sa
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to express my support to Bulgaria and Romania when it comes to their accession to the Schengen area. Once again, I would like to thank the Presidential Troika for accepting our amendments to this effect. If they join the Schengen area, this will make Europe stronger. Speaking about our external borders, several colleagues mentioned the so-called Balkan route. The problem here is not related to the external borders. The problem is that the visa policy is not harmonized when it comes to countries of the Western Balkans region, primarily Serbia. We need to exert pressure on Serbia in order for them to align their visa policy with the European Union. This way, here we will increase our stability and better protection of our external borders, at least when it comes to the countries of the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Petkov, Bulgaria, the Bulgarian Parliament.
Dear Madam Chair, dear colleagues, when we speak about the Pact on Migration and Asylum, I want to focus your attention on border management, coordination, and optimal resource allocation among the member states. Currently, significant resources of the border police across Europe are positioned on the internal borders of the member states instead of maximizing this force on the true migration flow hotspots. At the moment, the EU statistics are providing us with the following data. Western migrant route represents 13%. Central migrant route represents 71%. And the eastern migrant route represents 15%, and only 2% go through the land border separating Bulgaria and Turkey. If we realize that the pool of our common resources have to be allocated to the external borders of the EU, that will change the perspective on policies such as Schengen enlargement. For example, the police force that guards the internal border between Bulgaria and Romania represents 1,500 border police. If Bulgaria and Romania are allowed to enter the Schengen area this December, at least 750 of these border police guards can be reallocated and guard the EU external border, as Bulgaria and Romania border would be internal to Schengen. Bulgaria and Romania represents only 2%. Imagine if we apply this type of strategy to the rest of the 98% across the migrant routes in the Mediterranean. It is time to focus on this type of smart strategies of better resource allocation and Schengen enlargement that continue to serve that do not serve the internal political dynamics of our countries and ignore the true solutions. Only then we can deliver true value to our citizens and solve this problem together. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Mr. Minchin from the Austrian Parliament.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
colleagues, as far as the pact is concerned, we've been very much involved in the negotiations. What's important for us is that we have a sustainable solution. I think this pact is at least a basis for that. I particularly welcome the focus on the external dimension because we need to be very clear about responsibilities as regards refoulement. We clearly do have a major challenge, and we haven't really been able to turn the tide, which has been growing since 2015. The figures speak for themselves. We've got over 112,000 asylum seekers. 2015, in 2015 we had 88,000. It all demonstrates very clearly that we've not been able to improve the situation in any way at all. If there are 25,000 illegal immigrants were arrested in 2020, that serves once again to illustrate the seriousness of the situation. Our position in this sector obviously has an impact at an EU level, but we need more rapid progress. We need a more effective external frontier. That needs to be the top priority of the European Union. I think we also need to work on making available more funds for protecting the external frontier. I'm terribly sorry. I'm going to have to ask you to finish there. So, more money, please.
Mr. Anglade from the French National Assembly, please. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this debate shows us very clearly that migration is a European challenge and that we can only deal with it via cooperation between the member states, and certainly not by turning in on ourselves in a nationalistic way. It's urgent to conclude this Asylum and Migration Pact as quickly as possible, because the sovereign Europe that we're calling for doesn't seem to be able to manage its borders. There are no clear borders. This is therefore essential in order to avoid the problems we're seeing in the Mediterranean, and also to assure cohesion as well as the right to asylum, which is an honour for our continent. Our continent. Everyone is dealing with these challenges, but we can only solve the problems by working together ahead of time, dismantling human smuggler networks, and preserving the right of asylum as well. And this final point is particularly central to me. We need to have humanity, and we need to work together as the 27 that we are. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Kinnunen from Sweden, please, the Swedish Parliament.
Thank you. Oh dear, we've got another microphone problem there. The Swedes are very unlucky today. Yes, thank you for giving me the floor. Yes, migration is a European challenge. The package can represent improvement, but because the situation is not satisfactory, dumping continues to be a phenomenon. Illegal migration is increasing. This year, I think the figure was 66%. Across the Mediterranean, we're coming sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. Also, so Syrians too are very highly represented. So none of these people are not really looking for protection in Sweden as such. There's no, in a number of these areas, there's no war as such. So we need to reform the asylum system. The UK's Illegal Migration Act could be an example in order to make sure we put an end to illegal migration. Sending migrants to third countries might be an option. That's the only way we're going to stop people dying in the Mediterranean and make an end to this problem.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wallenkamp from the Netherlands, please.
Elections took place in our country. Unfortunately, there has been a big democratic deficit, especially counter migration. This gap is becoming bigger. We need to export stability instead of import instability. We have to find new effective solutions together, taking accountable human rights, international law and our European values. For instance, shelter in the region, an honest working Frontex and to uphold the refugee treaty. First question, can the European Union explain whether and what monitoring activities are undertaken to get a good overview of the scale of pushbacks? Second question, what measures are needed to make sure that this will not happen again in the future? Separate real asylum seekers, migrant workers from trouble seekers, and we will salute it together. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pufu from Romania.
Mulțumesc, doamnă președinte. România consideră că trebuie să
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Romania takes the view that we need to continue to apply the roadmap that we've all agreed upon between the European Parliament and the rotating Council presidency. By February 2024, at the latest, we have to conclude the discussions so that the Migration Pact can be adopted.
Dar astăzi am auzit un termen optimist, decembrie până de Crăciun.
Today, I've heard much more optimistic information coming through. I've heard that there might be an adoption of this pact before December. We have to speed up these negotiations at all costs. The pact won't wait for us. We need to take measures before that. It's urgent, so that we can provide solutions both within our borders and outside of them. We have to tackle these causes at their root and resolve problems in countries of origin. Within the EU, we should also be speeding up the implementation of these cooperation partnerships with a number of countries in Africa. Probably in a few weeks' time, Romania is going to be unveiling a new strategy for cooperation with countries in Africa. Recently, we've been thinking about financing schools in rural areas in our partner countries in Africa, and also granting aid to increase the capacities of these states. We have to come up with solutions depending on the needs of all of these partnerships. Ms. Oliveira from the Portuguese Parliament, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In last October, the European Summit in Granada, we almost pushed forward in these topics, but some rulers rejected this progress. Some of these measures compromise the future of the countries and of the European Union. However, the policies of rejection of immigrants are not a solution for the European Union. We have demographic challenges and labor market challenges. And these two dimensions, we who defend social state should add a third dimension, social security contributions. These three dimensions I just mentioned should be accompanied by another one, rules. And these are not the rules that we decided together or our common future. So Greece, Malta, Spain and Italy can't be the only countries in the front line and be left without our solidarity. All of us have the duty to be loyal to the principles and duties of liberty and human life, ensuring safety for all, still in solidarity.
Thank you very much. Mr. Feneci from Malta, please.
On the pressing issue of migration, Europe today stands at a crossroad. The current influx of migrants and asylum seekers poses a significant challenge, which we all agree requires a unified and strategic approach. My country, Malta, like other European states, is at the forefront of this challenge. My country epitomizes the strains faced by migration. The adoption of a cohesive migration asylum pact is not merely a policy preference. It is now an imperative for the stability and integrity of the European Union. Europe requires a pact which balances responsibilities and solidarity among member states, one which requires a fair and efficient asylum procedures, respect for human rights, and strategies that benefit both migrants and host communities. A pact which ensures that the criminal trafficking of human beings is brought to a halt. A comprehensive approach is crucial. The pact should encompass coordinated border management, harmonised asylum systems, and a robust framework for legal migration. It should also address the root causes of migration and strengthen partnerships with countries of origin and transit. The situation in Malta is a stark reminder of the consequences of fragmented responses. Malta's disproportionate burden in rescuing and hosting migrants highlights the need for equitable burden sharing. The Migration and Asylum Pact must provide mechanisms for relocation and support, ensuring that frontline states like Malta are not left to shoulder this responsibility alone. As I stated, the European Migration Pact should represent much more than a policy document. It should embody a collective commitment to human dignity, solidarity, and the principles upon which the European Union was founded. All agree that it is time to move beyond ad hoc solutions. It's
Gracias, señor Fenet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fenet. Your speaking time is out.
Thank you so much.
Gracias. Pasamos al
Thank you very much. We move on now to Mr. Lideka from Lithuania.
Muchas gracias, señor Presidente. I agree fully that European Union migration policy became the central issue. The proof of that are events in Dublin, election in Netherlands, hybrid attacks on the eastern border of EU, of course situation in Italy, Spain, Malta and other countries. As regards the situation at the eastern borders, the instrumentalization of migrants continues in Lithuania, Poland, Latvia, and now in Finland and Estonia. However, in search of compromise, provisions on countering the phenomenon of instrumentalization cannot be sacrificed. In this regard, we view the instrumentalization regulation, which is now merged with crisis regulation, as the most important element in the whole package. It is vital to have instrumentalization of migrants clearly definite and addressed in the EU legislation, both in the regulation of situation of crisis and force majeure and the amendments to the Schengen Borders Code. Also, there is a need to change an approach towards EU migration management, shifting from crisis response to decisive prevention of illegal immigration. Thank you.
Gracias. Señor Coles.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coles from Latvia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the one thing that really rhymes in my head right now, listening to all the discussions, is déjà vu. Déjà vu from 2016, when under the Dutch presidency, there were also initiatives to reform the asylum policy and migration policy. And, you know, the rhetoric was almost the same as the three panelists spoke, actually, that this is a turning point, that this will change things. Look, at that point, there were people who were calling for Fortress Europe. And there were those saying, no, 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 we're open society, we're democracies. Look, Europe is at war right now. Physically, maybe not, but Ukraine is fighting our war. What we're seeing, Russia's instrumentalization of migrants, their member states closing borders to anyone. So this is, I guess, the time not to push that we have to deliver something by December or February, because I hear the argument because there is election approaching. This is not good policy making that the elections are approaching. This is a matter where we have to speak how we created the asylum application available outside the EU. We have 140 EU delegations in the world. We have embassies. And what about actually the organized crime? Do we hear that actually a huge network has been shattered to ashes in Europe. No, it's thriving, 7 billion profit. So this, I don't think is going to be a game changer. It's a placebo at this point. Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you. Ms. Pellegrino from Italy.
Thank you, Madam. Well, I think major steps have been taken on the Pact on Migration and Asylum. We have something that I think could be very important for the reform, because we have applied the concept of instrumentalization of migrants when it comes to saving them at sea. This is a novelty introduced in the regulation thanks to Italy. The Italian government has also been a pioneer to tackle this particular issue, especially with the bilateral agreement between Italy and Albania, and we shall be building 2 operational centres in Tirana as of 2024 to examine the requests of those migrants saved in the Mediterranean. This is a model that we might want to copy. That has also been mentioned by Olaf Scholz, and we could follow this practice in Europe. And the Italian government has also spoken about the Mattei plan to have a relationship with Africa, and based on the memorandum with Tunisia, in order to proceed to a prevention of migration flows. So we need to give social, political, and economic support to these countries, and to have legal and safe channels for regular immigration, to fight against trafficking, and to continue in this direction. Thank you so much. I'd like to give the floor to our colleague from the Hungarian Parliament.
Allow me to compare the European Union to a multi-household building. Probably some of you live in such houses. You, your ascendants, or somebody else in the past had to work hardly for owning it. So you can imagine the following situation. The joint representative spends the whole common budget and the utility costs of the house, which was paid also by you. And then he or she announces you have to pay more. Furthermore, the joint representative invites more and more people into your house. People who have got probably their own home somewhere in another continent, but who decided that they want to live at your living standard. And then your joint representative encourages you that they will help you in the common work. If not, still you have to accept it. In addition, you also have to respect their cultural heritage, even if they don't do the same. This described situation is similar to the challenge of illegal migration, just on a higher level of responsibility and with serious security risks. The draft pact is based on a mistaken approach, that the EU's reception capacity is unlimited. And this increases the pull factors and leaving European people to face unforeseeable consequences. We remain convinced that we must focus on tackling the root causes of migration and the protection of EU's external borders before you realize that you lost your home. Please, Europe, wake up. Thank you for your attention.
Diego.
Greece, please.
Madam Chair, dear Susanna, thank you for guiding this hard plenary. We're not so easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new pact, Migration and Asylum Pact, is the ultimate challenge that will decide the future of the Union. It is the deciding factor on whether the forces of democracy will prevail over those of the far right. The past experience should be able to teach us. In 2015, the EU leadership and the Greek government of LXX Tsipras had to face up to a huge refugee crisis with a spirit of humanity and solidarity, and emphasizing the cooperation with Turkey. We reached the summer of 2019 where the situation in the islands was manageable, the crisis was under control,
and the far right was defeated in the country that created democracy. I think the EU should learn today from this experience and form a migration and asylum policy that can be effective and show solidarity and cohesion against the logics of fortress Europe and nationalisms, and for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. In the European Parliament, the political group of the left contributed to shape the position of the Parliament for a new migration pact based on real solidarity in times of crisis, for mandatory and proportional resettlement between member states, with recognition, prima facie recognition of categories of refugees, such as was the case with the Ukrainian refugees. So the European Union should do that for all other refugees, so that we don't see again tragedies such as those of Lampedusa and Pylos, so that host countries do not have to be turned into jailers for the European Union. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Ms. Caramanli from the Assemblée Nationale of France. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. The question of asylum and migration is... Apologies, there's a lot of background noise. National parliaments are very expectant. We want to see common minimum rules in place, a specific European agency that coordinates returns, voluntary solidarity with countries under pressure. And I would just like to draw your attention to 3 points. The complexity of procedures. Apologies, there's a great deal of background noise. It's very difficult to interpret. We want to see... It's very important to look at safeguards. We also have to exclude states that violate fundamental human rights. From a broader sense, a competition between national legislation is an issue. Then there's also production and services, languages, qualifications, etc. And we need to anticipate forthcoming problems as well. We have to be able to look ahead. That's a minimum, and have a common set of rules for certain types of economic migration. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you very much.
Biaudet, de Finlandia.
Ms. Biaudet from Finland, please.
Svenska. Även vi i Europa lever just nu i en värld fylld av otrygghet.
There's a lot of uncertainty in the world, so we parliamentarians need to remain human and express solidarity in our policies. There's a feeling of uncertainty in Finland as regards human rights, for example, migration policy and its implications for nationalism. I think we all need to be aware to combat this threat to the rule of law. We need to combine humanity and respect for human rights and protect refugees, children. I think it's absolutely vital that we create some degree of certainty, and we need to accelerate procedures and have a policy which respects our humanitarian values. We need to be able to take decisions during the Spanish presidency. We need legal guarantees, a shared responsibility, solidarity, and be able to offer protection to people in danger. Thank you very, very much to the Spanish presidency.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pantelides from the Cypriot Parliament, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The international conjuncture and the developments in Gaza following the terrorist attacks by Hamas leave indeed no margin for flexibility with respect to migratory flows. Cyprus has been following an asymmetrical, harsh immigration pressure, not only because of our geographical position, but mostly because of the flows from Turkey of thousands of immigrants that are purposefully flowing in from the Turkish territories and the occupied territories. 5% of the overall population of this island has been entering, which is by much higher than anywhere else in Europe. Hence the need for Cyprus to be supported by the European Union. It pays to adopt a common monitoring European mechanism, the conclusion of agreements between the EU and third countries, as well as the development of a European pact in the matter of asylum and migration that will be in defense of the interests of all signatory states, as well as supporting frontier countries and first hosting countries towards a more fair distribution of responsibilities and burdens. Thank you very much.
Ms. Apolinario from Portugal.
Thank you very much. This is, without a doubt, the biggest challenge the European Union is facing today. It needs to deal with that without grand gestures and thinking about the humanity of people. I mean, if we want to stop migration flows, it's pointless. You can't catch wind. It's the same thing. We need a pact with enough responsibility, shared responsibilities, a legal and safe framework, able to foster mutual trust, need effective rules, and that foster integration. We need this to be effective, not just out of humanitarian reasons, but in order to facilitate reintegration. We have to do away with populism. Populism is trying to stave off this integration aspect of our politics. We need the pact. We need it for today.
Thank you so much. Can I now give the floor to Mr. Kleinwachter from the German Bundestag?
Diese Debatte den
EU-Migrationspakt
ist auf dreierlei Weise unverantwortlich. Unverantwortlich ist
Our
erstens
position
Asyl-
is
und Erwerbsmigration
irresponsible.
zu vermischen. 84% derer, die als Flüchtlinge nach Deutschland kommen, haben keinen Berufsabschluss. Also reden Sie hier nicht über mangelnde Arbeitskräfte. Zum Zweiten ist es unverantwortlich, den Migrationspakt jetzt durchzuführen. Migration ist eines der wichtigsten Themen für ganz viele Wähler.
Not a good idea to
Geben
have
Sie
the
ihnen
pact
doch die Chance,
now.
per Referendum oder Wahl darüber
Voters
abzustimmen
aren't
bei der EU-Wahl. Und das
very
bedeutet,
keen
er
on
kann
this.
jetzt eben
Let
nicht
them vote
durchgebracht
on
werden.
this
Und drittens ist es
in the European
unverantwortlich, ihn so zu
elections.
gestalten, dass es noch mehr illegalen Migranten noch einfacher gemacht wird,
We
in die
don't want to make
Europäische
it
Union zu
easier
kommen.
for
Wissen Sie
more
eigentlich, was Sie
migrants to
machen?
come
Sie
to
verschenken
EU.
faktisch einklagbare Rechtsansprüche auf einen Daueraufenthalt.
They're-
Und es
they're
muss ja
laying
klar sein, dass wir
claim
das
to
nicht tun können
long-term
für Situationen,
residency.
die einfach nur Mitleid erregen. Natürlich ist Krieg schlimm, natürlich sind
Obviously,
Naturkatastrophen schlimm,
there
aber
are
es muss doch
natural
klar sein, dass das
disasters
nur für
and
den
wars.
absoluten
But it should be
Notfall
made
vorgesehen werden
absolutely
kann,
clear
so wie Artikel
it's only a
31 der Genfer
temporary
Flüchtlingskonvention auch regelte,
phenomenon
dass die Leute
under
unmittelbar
Article
aus einem solchen
31.
Gebiet kommen. Und das ist bei den
People need to
Ukrainern
come
der Fall, aber bei den
directly from
Afghanen zum
these
Beispiel nicht,
countries.
bei den
But
Syrern zum
that's
Beispiel
the
nicht. Und
case
deswegen muss auch unsere
of
europäische
Ukraine,
Antwort
but
sein,
not
dass wir
for
sagen, wer nicht
Afghanistan,
unmittelbar aus
for
einem solchen
example.
Gebiet kommt, dessen Asylanspruch ist definitiv unbegründet und dann muss auch schon
Because
an der
if
Grenze
people don't
Schluss
come
sein mit dem
directly
Projekt
from a
Einreise
country
nach
where there's a
Europa. Darauf
danger,
müssen wir
there
uns
can be no justification for asylum.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kouvelas from Greece.
Dear colleagues, solidarity and responsibility are of paramount importance and the base of our common action. But additional funding is the imperative instrument for resulting in more fields. Cooperation and partnerships with origin and transit countries in order to control the migration flows and fight the migrant trafficking are essential. This cooperation with third countries should also aim to a more effective return policy. Important is also the enforcement of Frontex's presence as well as the European Border and Coast Guard Agency. It is vital in order to protect EU external borders. The fair sharing of responsibility in all aspects need a common ground that migration crisis and the refugee flows are issues that we all have to deal with together now, before European elections. We cannot postpone it anymore, otherwise we feed populism where our democratic duty is to offer European citizens stability and progress. Thank you, Madam President.
Gracias, señor Cubelas. Señor
Thank you very much, Mr. Cubelas. Mr. Nunes, Portugal.
Thank you, Susanna. I'd like to thank you for hosting us. I'd like to thank Spain and its presidency. Under justification of the demographic crisis, we have been creating laws in countries and in Europe that have created a social problem. There's been a social clash with direct consequences for our society, for our citizens, and we could mention a number of dates that were relevant for Europe with terrorist attacks. I'd like to mention the March 11 attacks in Madrid in Atocha station. The Eurocrats cannot keep deciding something that should be left up to the countries. This is a matter of domestic and national justice. We are not against Europe. We are Europeans and pro-Europe. We defend our borders and we defend Europe. We cannot keep accepting cultures that clash with our cultures. They do not defend women, and nobody thinks about this culture clash. Let me leave you with a question. If this is what you think Europe wants, why not put the migration pact to a referendum? Why not ask the people if that's what they want for Europe?
Señor Parastatidis, de Grecia.
Thank you, Spain, for the presidency. My home country, Greece, has, as you well know, been one of the main points of entry for migration flows into Europe. Since 2014, more than 1.3 million people have entered Greece. If you have a look at the nationalities of these people, you will recall some of the major crises our world has faces in the past decade. The Dublin Treaty forced the vast majority of these people to stay in their countries of first entry. This has led to the development of extensive trafficking and smuggling networks that are not sufficiently talked about. People of all genders and ages fall prey to these networks. And these people are not just victims of trafficking or smuggling, but also victims of the lack of a comprehensive European strategy. We need more solidarity in this new migration and asylum pact. It is solidarity that calls a more proportionate allocation of the incoming flows. Now it's the time. Let's take the opportunity and go to a sustainable permanent solution.
Muchas gracias. Y pasamos a las
Thank you so much. This brings me to the four last speakers. So let me start with Mr. Kayatuk from Turkey.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. In order to deal with the migration crisis situation, Turkey and the European Union must act in a spirit of solidarity. As a deputy from district in eastern Turkey, I am pleased with the EU Commission's decision to grant a considerable amount for border enforcement efforts in the eastern part of Turkey. We clearly see that Europe is getting old. The migration of youth is a great chance for EU countries. Both educated, well-educated, and less educated labor is a need of Europe. At the moment, we see a huge amount of Ukraine refugees, migrants, and we have to see that nowadays Israel is forcing millions of Palestinians in Gaza to be migrants as well. That's why we have to have a clear, strong study and a very well considerable policy for migration in EU as soon as possible. Thank you.
Tiene que terminar. Gracias. Señora Kovacs.
Thank you, Mrs. Kovac from Serbia. Please, you have the floor.
Distinguished Chair, dear colleagues,
People in Serbia, especially those living in Vojvodina, are very interested in the topic of migration. Serbia is laying on the main route for refugees, the so-called Balkan land route. Since the migration crisis of 2015, more than 1.5 million refugees and migrants have passed through our country. Since 2015, we have witnessed a constant stream of refugees, unfortunately with strong support from cross-border smuggling and trafficking networks. For years, reports of violence and gun battles have been common near the border between Serbia and Hungary. Thousands of migrants have been camping in the area, looking for ways to cross with the help of people smugglers. We are witnessing conflicts among migrants, or more precisely, wars among criminal gangs. Some 1,500 migrants attempt to cross into Hungary every day, many handing over cash to people smugglers. Since August this year, there were few shootings which left thousands of people dead and seriously wounded. Shootings happen not only at abandoned farming warehouses near the villages of Horgoš and Hajdukovo, but even in front of the market. In September, migrants had fired shots a few hundred meters from the city center of Subotica.
Gracias, señora Kovac. Tiene que terminar.
I'd like to ask you to conclude, Madam. Your time is up. Mr. Krasi from Albania, you have the floor.
It is well within Europe's capacity to manage migration and asylum with fairness and humanity in a way that works for both new arrivals as well as local communities. As of the end of September 2023, 114 million people worldwide were displaced from the devastating result of growing climate change, economic turmoil, and armed conflicts. Just a very small fraction seek to reach protection in Europe. While the EU Pact is an opportunity for a fresh start to agree on a humane, sustainable, predictable approach to asylum and migration, this would also benefit everyone, providing a lifeline for many people on the move. Solidarity for countries currently hosting a large number of refugees, and for an orderly way for the European Union member states to deal effectively with new arrivals. Nonetheless, there are areas that can be looked at in a more compassionate way. Detention, for example, as a measure of last resort rather than a first. The EU plan should focus on integration and inclusion too. Also, we should focus on what constitutes a safe country by making sure that it is compliant with international law on the area. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Karakov.
Thank you, Mrs. Karakov from Turkey. You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, when migration issue is discussed within EU borders, it's impossible to put Turkey out of the table. Besides being a country of transit, Turkey has also become a country of destination for irregular migrants. Due to the ongoing political instabilities, poor governance, armed conflicts, and economic hardships in the region, Turkey has been under heavy migration pressure from neighboring countries and countries of the region. We host the largest refugee population in the world since 2014. We currently host more than 4 million refugees and asylum seekers. However, Turkey does not have the capacity to bear another migrant influx. We cannot sustain the current level of support to more than 4 million migrants in our country forever. Turkey EU statement of 18th March has been a unique model of multidimensional cooperation which goes beyond cooperation in migration. The statement proved itself in reducing the number of irregular migrants arriving at the EU countries and removed a substantial burden off the EU's shoulders. The statement is not limited to cooperation in migration management, and it sets out commitments on both sides in a wider framework of accession process. We have fulfilled all our commitments and expect the same from the EU on all aspects of the statement. However, other aspects of the statement, including visa liberalization dialogue, re-energizing of our negotiation process, upgrading of customs union and launch of voluntary humanitarian admission scheme and cooperation in Syria are still on hold by the EU. Though it's
Gracias, señora Karakov. Tiene que
Thank you, Mrs.
terminar. Su
Karakov.
tiempo
You need to
ha
conclude,
sido
madam. Your time is up. basically.
doy las gracias
I'd like to
a
thank all
todos
of you.
ustedes por
I'd
la
like to thank all of you
paciencia y
for your
también
patience,
por
and
la
I'd also like to
generosidad.
thank you for
Hemos
your
preferido que
generosity.
pudiesen
We
intervenir
prefer
todos
everyone to
aquellos que han
speak,
solicitado
those
la
who
palabra,
called
pero la verdad
and
es que
requested the floor, but to
tendríamos
tell
que
you the
haber
truth,
previsto
we
un
should have
tiempo mucho
taken a
más
little bit
largo
more
en este
time
debate.
for
Es
this
un debate
particular
interesante
debate
y es
because
un
it's an
debate
important
importante.
and
A
interesting
continuación
debate. So now
intervendrá el
I shall
señor
give the
Caras.
floor to Mr. Caras.
Si lo desea, sí,
If he
sí.
wishes to take the floor.
No, no desea intervenir.
No, you're not taking the floor.
Pues entonces
In that
cierra este
case,
debate
I'd like
el
to
ministro
close
de
this
Interior, el
debate and
señor
ask the
Marlaska.
Minister for Domestic Affairs, Mr. Marlaska, Grande Marlaska, to take the floor. Please, go ahead, sir.
Buenas tardes. Muy brevemente.
Good afternoon.
Gracias,
I'll be very
Presidenta.
brief. Thank you, Madam Chair,
Copresidente. En
co-presidents,
ese sentido,
co-chairs.
agradecer todas
Thank
las
you. Can I
intervenciones.
thank all of you for your
Creo que
statements?
denotan, en
I think
primer
that they
lugar,
clearly show
la complejidad
that this is very
del
complex.
fenómeno migratorio.
This issue,
Digo fenómeno porque
migration
no es un
issue,
problema,
it's a
un
phenomenon. It's not a
quiero también
problem, it's a
agradecer
phenomenon.
cómo he podido
And
observar
as I have been
un
able to
pronunciamiento
see,
mayoritario en sus
I think that
intervenciones
most of you
sobre la
in your
necesidad de concluir
statement called for
inmediatamente
an immediate
el pacto migratorio,
conclusion
lo que
to
nosotros
this
llamamos
immigration
la dimensión
pact,
interior de la
which is what
migración,
we
que
call
es
the
el
internal
ámbito
dimension
normativo.
of immigration.
Estamos
That is
haciendo
the whole
esfuerzos
issue
ímprobos.
related
Las
to laws and
presidencias
regulations.
previas
The
también
previous
a la
presidencies
nuestra,
have worked
como
on this, and
también
so
nuestra
are we,
presidencia, nuestros
and
respectivos equipos,
our different
también
teams
la
are
próxima
working on this, and the
presidencia
next
belga,
presidency, the Belgian
como la
presidency, will be
Comisión
working on
y,
this together with
evidentemente,
the
el Parlamento
Commission and the
Europeo.
European Parliament.
Todos sabemos que
We all
esta
know
es una oportunidad
that
que
this
no
is an
podemos
opportunity
desperdiciar.
that we
Sus
cannot
intervenciones
miss.
lo han
And I know
constatado
that your
igualmente.
statements have
En
clearly
ese sentido,
indicated this.
partimos de la base
So
de que todos
we
tenemos que ser
assume
flexibles.
that we need to be
Evidentemente, este
flexible.
pacto, como también exponía
Everyone
migratorio,
knows that
no va a
this
ser el
pact
perfecto,
is not going to
pero
be
sí va a ser
perfect,
muy bueno
but
para
it is
todos
going to be
nosotros
very
y
good
para
for all of
demostrar
us, and
esa
to
unidad
show
en cómo
that we are
afrontar desde ese
united
ámbito
to
la
face
migración
up
después
to
de
immigration
tantos
and
años de
migratory
desencuentro
issues after
en la
so many
tramitación de
disagreements
todos los
throughout
instrumentos
the
que
years
conforman
when
el pacto
dealing with the
migratorio.
different
Y va a ser,
instruments
sin
of
duda
this
alguna,
migration pact.
eficaz,
So
porque se va a
doubtlessly
poder
it will be
aplicar, va a
efficient
ser
because
practicable,
we'll
como
be able to
decimos,
put it into
entre todos
practice.
nosotros para abordar
It will
todos
be
los ámbitos del
practical,
fenómeno
and it
migratorio.
will help
Y
us
va a ser,
tackle
sin
all
duda
the
alguna,
phenomenon
también
of
justo
migration.
y
It'll be
equilibrado.
fair and
Por
it
eso
will
hago
be
un
balanced.
último
So I just make
llamamiento
a final
a
appeal
todos
to
para que
all,
podamos
to all
concluir
of
el
you
mismo
so
con
that we
éxito en
can
el ámbito
close this
político
pact
y llamo la
at
atención
a political
un
level,
trílogo que
and
llamamos
there's a
Jumbo, donde se hablarán de
trialogue,
todos los
the
reglamentos
Jumbo,
del próximo
where we'll
7
be
de
talking
diciembre,
about the
donde creo
different
que todos tenemos que
regulations
tener
on the
nuestras
7th of
expectativas
December,
y
and
dar
we
lo
have
mejor
high
de
hopes
todos
and
nosotros, lo
huge
estamos dando ya
expectations,
para poder
and
concluirlo.
hopefully
Pero esta es la
conclude
dimensión
this.
interior.
But this
Pero
is the
también se ha hablado y es
internal
importante la
dimension.
dimensión
But you
exterior.
also talked about the external
Permítanme que les diga
dimension.
que este pacto
Allow
no
me to
es
say
ningún tipo de
that
efecto
this
llamada.
is
Es todo lo
not
contrario,
a
es
pact
gestionar
which is
correctamente desde
going
el
to
ámbito
be
normativo
appealing to
la migración.
migrants.
El efecto llamada de la
The
migración son las guerras,
call
son
for
el
people to
cambio
come,
climático,
our
son las
climate
hambrunas.
change, our
Ese es el
hunger,
efecto llamada.
our
Pero
wars,
ahí
our
estamos
conflicts. That
también
is when
trabajando en
people
lo que nosotros
feel the
denominamos
need
la
to
dimensión
leave.
exterior,
But
que es en
that
lo de
is the
adelantar
external
fronteras.
dimension. So we
Es
need
decir, que
to
no haya esa necesidad
broaden our
imperiosa de
borders,
abandonar
that there
sus
is
países,
no real need
sino
to
que
leave
nosotros
your
cooperemos de una
countries,
forma
but we need to
transversal
cooperate
en el tiempo para evitar
over
esa
time to
necesidad.
avoid
Y esto tampoco
this
quiere decir
need
que no estemos
to
luchando
leave
contra
your
las mafias que
country.
trafican
And of
con
course that
seres
does mean that
humanos,
we'll
con
be
los
fighting
seres más
the
vulnerables.
traffickers, where we, in the European Union and from the different countries of the European Union, bilateral level, we are fighting against irregular immigration, which puts the lives of people at risk. And we are dismantling mafias. I can give you a lot of examples, but in Spain, together with the North African countries, we are avoiding over 40% of irregular crossings. And that is why we are saving lives, And we need to work with the countries of origin. We need to work with the countries where the migrants transit. And what I wanted to talk about today is the internal dimension, the different instruments which make up this pact and which I believe will definitely lay the foundations so that there is unity of all member states of the European Union and how jointly we are developing a policy in this area, a policy of the European Union. Migration policy is an EU policy, Article 80 of the treaties of the Union. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the work that has been done over the years by the previous presidencies, by all the teams that have been working, the Commission, the Parliament, the Council, and which allow us to be relatively optimistic vis-à-vis the 7th of December. We will try and do all our homework from a political point of view, and then we'll leave it up to the to the Belgian presidency, which has been fully involved, for them to really conclude with the technical adjustments. I'm very satisfied. I shall be leaving here very satisfied because I do see a broad support to this particular asylum and migration pact. This is an opportunity which we cannot miss, and I hope you can enjoy Madrid and Spain. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. Thank you so much for having been prepared to come with us and to stay and listening to the different views expressed by our colleagues, members of Parliament of all countries of the European Union, and also the candidate countries, and being able to reply and react to their comments. Thank you so much, and I wish you a lot of success. So, colleagues, now we have lunch, and we will continue working again after lunch on very important subjects. So this brings our morning session to a close, and we shall have lunch, a Spanish luncheon break, not a European one. So we'll be back here at 4 o'clock.
Este está fallado, doctor. Este tiene algo que se enciende solo.
Son tus micros, Jaime.
Alex. ¿Te llega ahí? Sí te llega, sí.
We could perhaps take our seats. This is the third session. And the third session on the energy crisis and on green transition. There are two speakers before the debate or the questions raised by the members of COSAC. The first speaker is the member of the European Parliament, speaker on energy, Mr. Nicolás González Casares. Perhaps you could come up front, sir, and take the floor.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon, good evening, and thank you for the invitation. I will speak in Spanish.
Thank you to COSAC for this invitation and for the fact that I have this opportunity to speak amongst members of Parliament, because this certainly helps us to fully understand what happens in Europe. And let's talk about energy transition and the crisis, the energy crisis that has brought about these difficulties. Well, of course, the pandemic, to start with, that led to changes in the recovery, and then the Ukraine war and what was related to that. So let me just focus on the most important. Europe at the moment is faced with a green transition, which has to be accelerated. The brutal invasion of Russia and Ukraine has led to two most fundamental issues. There's been an increase in price based on the increase of gas prices. Russia was the main supplier of gas, natural gas, to the European Union through a gas pipeline. Some countries were more dependent than others. You would have assumed that those that were closer to Russia and had a connection through this gas pipeline were more dependent, but all countries of the EU were affected by the scarcity and difficulty in finding gas suppliers. And they also felt that it was necessary to find other sources to no longer be dependent on Russia, and that the capital flows that were going to Russia would not fall in the hands of Putin. Well, now we have the European Green Deal, which started in 2019 through the climate law, which had already been concluded. That is when the Russian invasion started, and the Fit for 55 package, a legislative package which covers a whole range of regulations to reduce emissions and to fight climate change. This was the objective of climate neutrality by 2050 and a reduction of at least 55% of emissions by 2030. Well, that is why we're improving the Renewables Directive, the Energy Efficiency Directive, the carbon adjustment at the border, how to improve transport, decarbonized land transport, but also maritime transport, air transport, a lot of legislation which has been concluded. And many members of Parliament will have to put these directives, translate them into national legislation. So we had a legislative framework which moved towards this green transition. But the Ukraine war has led to an acceleration, but it has also led to certain risks. When we reduced our gas consumption throughout several months, we decided that the heating had to be at a lower temperature, that we couldn't use the same amount of energy, and we were capable in Europe of reducing by 10%, reducing consumption by 10%. That was good. That was a good thing. and we managed to get through the 2021 winter. It was by paying a high price. Citizens had to pay a high price in their electricity bills, and also governments through subsidies for social cohesion purposes. Now, this was achieved by we paid a high price for that. But this saving, energy saving, which the best electron is the one you don't spend, or the best molecule of hydrocarbons is the one that you don't burn. Of course, but if you destroy demand, you need to ask yourself where you destroy this demand, and it was mostly industrial demand. So we're putting our productive sectors at risk at the same time. So having said all of this, and having overcome the critical moment in the autumn, winter 21 and 22, where the European Union had to take more steps and speed up the transition. And that is when we came up with Repower EU, which meant that we could take certain decisions a bit further, even in Fit for 55, which in itself was already very ambitious. Now, what came to the public opinion and what we talk about permanently is the price of electricity. Every single day, every day in the media, we knew the megawatt price in each of our countries. We knew the megawatt price in the wholesale market. And this then led to concern, because slowly but carefully that price was then passed on to the electricity bill. And because of the situation in Spain, which is that the price of the wholesale goes directly to the invoiced electricity bill, well, all of this happened much faster. And, well, Spain was really the canary in the mine, because we were generating a problem which was very difficult to tackle. And I know that the role played by the Vice President of the government, Mrs. Teresa Rivera, she said that we had to launch reforms on the way the electricity market had been designed. Well, that's where we are at the moment. This directive or two directives and one regulation for a reform of the electricity market, and I'm a rapporteur on that. We're at the trilogue phase at the moment, and hopefully before the end of the year, we can have a political agreement. It won't be very good if this particular piece of legislation is not completely concluded before, without publishing it in the official journal before the end of this Spanish presidency. So Council, the European Parliament and the Commission, all of us are putting everything on our plates so that we can get this particular agreement reached by the end of the year. Now, what is the fundamental objective of the redesigning of this market? So that is a reduction of volatility by looking at the medium and long term, where the penetration of renewables. These are technologies that allow us to take advantage of these renewable sources, decarbonized sources, and are lower in price, could then be translated to the price of the electricity to consumers, and that never happened earlier on. So we didn't take the renewables into effect. So now we're working with different tools, contracts, bilateral contracts, with a minimum and a maximum price. That's a system of subsidies the governments can use, and that is the standard that we have promoted from the European Parliament side, and we say that this should not be retroactive. The energy sources which could be based on a differentiated price should be based on renewables. And then the PPAs, bilateral agreements, where two public entities or private entities can agree on buying electricity and keeping stable prices. And then we also think of the consumer in this particular directive. I'm from the Socialist group, and I think I didn't say this. I'm in the S&D group chaired by Irache García Pérez of the European Parliament. She's a Spanish member of the European Parliament. For us, consumers are important. The social dimension of this reform is very important as well. So we wanted to do two things, to achieve two things. In Europe, on average, according to Eurostat, between 9 and 10% energy poverty. In certain countries, it's 17%. In other countries, it is much less. But over 40 million people in the European Union suffer this energy poverty. They have trouble heating their homes, and they have trouble paying their electricity bill. So we have also banned the disconnection of vulnerable patients, disconnection from the electricity grid. And we will make sure that the political agreement reflects this. But I wanted to highlight this because this is a directive which will then have to be translated into all member states. So national parliaments will have to take a look at what is the best way to adjust this directive to the reality of the individual member states. And another important point is to have a right to share energy, not only energy communities through solar energy possibly, but also other sources, so that any individual can share energy with anyone else if they have a source. And I'm talking about individuals, but also companies. They can share the energy that they produce with other companies or with their own employees. So that means that this is going to be much more democratic. And lastly, this question of energy transition and of fight against climate change is impossible to achieve if we don't have the right will. We need to reduce our energy consumption if possible. We need to be more efficient. Electrification is one of the elements that's going to help us with this. And secondly, we also need to move towards more renewable energy sources, because every renewable megawatt produced in Europe, avoids imports of other hydrocarbons. We have wind, sun, and water, so let's take advantage of this and let us not proceed to imports, especially in a situation with so much geopolitical volatility. This directive needs to be translated into national legislation in member states. I was rapporteur on behalf of my group on the Renewables Directive, and what I want to point out is that there are problems amongst the individual citizens have trouble accepting this, and everyone where renewables are being used, we have administrative difficulties. So we need to create alliances with citizens by working politically, so that they can see the benefits and understand the benefits of the renewables. In those areas that are producers of renewable energies, in exchange, should receive investments, productive investments, for instance, the establishment of new industries. And something that is also in the new directive and that governments will need to do is the spatial planning of the territory based on renewable sources. Well, I think I've probably taken up the time that was allotted to me. But climate change is one of the challenges that we have in our times. And in Europe, I think there's a certain degree of skepticism, or certain populist movements say that climate change doesn't exist, or that climate change is not it's not anthropogenic. Well, those are very dangerous ways of thinking for the future of our society. That is not to accept what's going on, what's happening. That could take us in the opposite direction. And the only thing they want to do, these populist movements, is to get the political overhand. It's a political message, but we need to be committed, fully committed. And the Pope is starting, the Conference of the Parties is going to start, so that multilaterally we can continue fighting climate change, and that Europe is the first continent which is climatically neutral. And I'm open to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy. With that, we'll open up a round of contributions. And we'll also hear from Günther Binbau from the German Bundestag, please.
Dear Mr. Chairman, dear Susanna, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, chers amis de la France, de la Belgique, de la Francophonie. Und ich werde allerdings, wie mein Kollege Nicolas, auch in meiner Landessprache bleiben.
I'll actually speak my own language, which is German.
Nicolas hat schon zu Recht darauf hingewiesen.
Nicolas, I think, has very rightly pointed out that Russia's attack on Ukraine is a game changer, not just from a security point of view, but absolutely from an energy point of view.
Die Preise sind allerdings nicht erst durch den russischen Angriffskrieg auch im Rest Europas nach oben gegangen,
sondern it wasn't just the war which brought about the price increase. Also, COVID had its impact too. These crises effectively meant that we were forced to focus hard on ourselves in terms of how we could remain internationally competitive, but also the whole question of the availability of energy. Of course, Ukraine remains absolutely vital in terms of our need to support them. And we in the EU at the same time need to investigate what conclusions we can draw from this state of dependency on Russia and our general dependence on energy, on fossil fuels. I think these two things need to change. In a number of European countries, we're already beginning to see the effect of climate change. We had some terrible floods in the Ahr Valley recently, but if you look at the statistics from the summer, what's particularly striking is that in parts of Europe, rain no longer falls, that agriculture is collapsing. Looking to France, I can see how in the summer there was a significant reduction in the flow of water, and thus a reduction in cooling water for nuclear power stations. And don't forget, Europe isn't alone in the world. I mean, let's look to the continent to our south, look to the continent of Africa. Whole areas of African countries are subject to desertification. They're no longer able to feed their populations. People, therefore, have to leave in a northward direction. So this is a real challenge for Europe. Look at the countries of Northern Africa. They don't have social security like we have. Their only social security system is offering them jobs, jobs and jobs again. So if people have the prospect of being able to remain in their countries, are able to actually earn an income and feed their countries, they will stay. But if not, they're going to head north. And we know what the upshot of that is. So we're very much at the center of this, because these people who leave their countries something which creates a boomerang effect on Europe. So it's very, very important that we do all we possibly can to reduce climate change. And I know my fellow Germans will recognize the fact that we only represent some 1% of the global population, but Germany produces 2% of total global CO2 emissions. So I think we need to see this as a task before us. Combating climate change is no end in itself. I think we need to look to other countries too, and we can see what's happening in Sweden. I know what's happening in Sweden. If you look at final consumption of energy, 60% of total energy use in Sweden comes from renewables. In Denmark, Iceland, Finland, I think they're up over 40%. Other countries are falling short of that. In Spain, Susanna, you probably know better than I do, but the declared goal of the old government was that by 2030, 48% of energy consumption should be covered by renewables. That's 81% of total electric consumption. So I think that was worth mentioning, because we're looking at what is a really major effort as far as expanding renewables is concerned. There are other encouraging signs which I think are encouraging. 49 windmills have a total production of 407 megawatts, which is able to supply a considerable number of Danish households. I know we have someone at the back here who will recognize the fact that there are huge solar parks, 12,000 solar panels in the form of swimming solar panels. In the Netherlands, for example, the idea is that the major port of Europe is going to be a crossroads for nitrogen. I know for ganz stark ausgebaut, 5.000 Wasserkraftwerke landesweit, 4.000 davon sind regionale. Considerable number of regionale Energieversorgung sehr wichtig ist, weil die Energieinfrastruktur in starkem Maße ausgebaut werden muss, was die Leitungen angeht. Obviously, it's very important. You need to be able to have a network which can transport that system. But Austria, I think, can count itself lucky because it's got the huge Donau, the Danube rather, running through its country, and it's the source of a number of major hydro initiatives. So, and we know that Austria is very, very much focused on the whole bit of renewables. Romania will soon be a net exporter of energy. That's a very, very striking state of affairs. And in future, we're looking to energy without frontiers, energy flowing out of Romania to other countries. Here it's worth bearing in mind that that we're looking also at the prospect of them joining Schengen. So I take these as examples. But I think every country is involved because the potential here is enormous. And we need to seize this opportunity, this so-called energy crisis. The price crisis is something, is more than an opportunity than any sort of threat. I think obviously there are difficulties, but I think we need to recognize there's an energy infrastructure which is important. That's the whole question of cables and networks. Now, looking to other energy sources, I know there are countries that are very much focused on nuclear. I know Sweden wants to reduce its dependence on nuclear. I know over recent years Germany made the mistake of making an ideology of energy policy. No one source of energy is perfect. I mean, fossil fuels, coal, we've got considerable resources in Europe, but of course, because of the CO2 emissions, of course, we've had to move out of that. Nuclear is effectively CO2 neutral. But the question of disposing of nuclear active waste is something which, as yet, remains an open point, and it is not actually calculated into the price of the electricity. Wind, sun, hydro are not necessarily cheap, but nevertheless they do offer the advantage that they make us independent. And if we're looking to this strategic dimension which President Macron was talking about, or this open autonomy which has been defined by the Spanish Presidency, if we're going to take these ideas seriously, we need to reduce that level of dependence. I think what can spur us on in the European Union is that we need to engage in research. Research also in nuclear fission, or fusion rather. This is the one breakthrough which we're still looking to. But I think, I don't think we want to be lagging. I think we need to be looking to be world leaders in this particular field. I only have a limited amount of time, but there's one point I would like to touch upon. As parliamentarians in national parliaments, not just in the European Parliament, in national parliaments, we need to encourage the way forward. It's not acceptable that the positions of parliaments in important areas are looking just at a figure of 19. Last year, we were looking at double that, so 31. So I think in COSAC, we need to constantly insist on this energy aspect. There's another point I would like to touch upon because it's a phenomenon. This is my 35th COSAC. This is my own personal record. But increasingly what we're seeing is we're moving from regulations towards directives. Und insbesondere, und das in der Vergangenheit schon vielfach von Österreich
we're not so directly involved. And once we're having more and more dedicated legal acts, I think we need to be involved as parliamentarians, that we need to increasingly insist on the question of direct implementation than was the case in the past. That's always used to be our position. I think we need to insist on this in the future. So thank you very much for your kind attention. I very much look forward to a lively debate. And if we're able to draw from best practice in individual member states, if we look across our fences and learn from our neighbours, then copy and paste is entirely welcome. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, diputado Greenbaum.
Thank you very much to Mr. Kriechbaum. Now we'll open up the floor, and a number of requests have already come in, so we'll go through them by order. Firstly, I'd like to give the floor to the representative of the Belgian Chamber of Representatives, Eliane Tillieu.
Merci beaucoup,
Thank you very much, colleagues. The importance of the transition to a green economy and the question of energy in general should be attracting all of our attention, and it's worth investing our energy in as well. After the energy crisis that has ravaged Europe, the EU has reacted appropriately by adopting a series of measures at European level within the member states in order to try to stem the effects of this crisis on the population and on the economy. For example, in Belgium, measures such as a reduction on VAT on gas has been introduced, a social tariff for energy that has been enlarged to offer support to a larger number of citizens. The Union overall has reduced its dependency on fossil fuels, and Belgium has made strong commitments towards hydrogen, and it's put together an ambitious federal strategy with the aim of making Belgium the gateway to hydrogen in Europe. Clearly, hydrogen is a major asset in our energy mix. We have gas, etc., electricity that comes from green sources. For the Chamber of Representatives, for example, in Belgium, we have been pushing for a change of behaviour in recent months, which has led to a reduction in gas consumption by 40%. Electricity consumption has dropped by 17%. We must remember that these savings are not realistic for everyone, necessarily, despite the fact that support is being offered to some of the population, but others can't make savings in heating, and they can't put solar panels on their roofs either. Our Assembly is aware of this. We've adopted a resolution to simplify and to encourage support for renovation works, particularly in buildings, in dwellings, essentially. Then digitalization, that is a tool as well, so that we can have a greater control over our energy consumption. And obviously this is far from being the only solution. The twin transition, digital and green, must be a guiding thread for citizens, but they must not drive citizens into poverty or lead to any type of digital lag. There are recommendations that have been made by the citizens themselves. That was during the Conference on the Future of Europe. Access to energy, being affordable, has to be recognized as being fundamental rights. The Union needs to address its lack of equipment and infrastructure that prevents certain European citizens from accessing the internet, and the European Union has been asked to take all necessary measures to guarantee that digitalization doesn't leave anyone behind and which does not undermine fundamental rights of all citizens. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, Matilda Ernkrans from Sweden, please.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to stress we need to make sure we have a high environmental and climate ambition. As for migration, one of the causes of migration is climate change. This is something which impacts directly our country with drought and forest fire. So we need to maintain welfare and the environment. I think the two go hand in hand. If you look at the situation in Sweden, we've got a whole new green revolution based on sustainable batteries, and it's something which has involved investment from the political dimension, but also from industry too. So this is a prospect which we need to bear in mind. I mean, women play a very important role in the environment. And don't forget, it's not the poorest who produce the greatest emissions. I think we need to do more and do it more fairly. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Dominic Ruiz de Vesa, please.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Landaluce, Chair. Firstly, thank you very much for the work that's been carried out by the Spanish Presidency on this subject, on the topic of energy and relaunching the energy economy, reforming the electricity market as well. Work has been done by my colleague here on this file, Mr. González Casares, as a rapporteur. We've introduced a system that has benefited Spain and Portugal, and that is decoupling electricity and gas prices. That's been very beneficial. It could also be beneficial to other countries across Europe as well. But at any rate, it is clear that we can do more here within the European Union. I think that we can add to the connections that we have. Many are linked, Spain and France, for example, but also we could put in place shared systems, strategic reserves, for example, for energy sources, so that we can always tackle any crises that arise together, or shortages for that matter. I'd just like to remind you that a year ago there was speculation that Europe wouldn't even get through the winter, wouldn't be able to survive winter. It did survive that winter and came through it very well. Now we're at the threshold of winter once again, and we're not even talking about this now. So that is a problem that we have resolved because we have sufficient reserves, despite Russia's aggression against Ukraine. So as Europeans, we have to continue to accumulate energy. It's very important when it comes to tackling climate change, as well as guaranteeing our self-sufficiency in a very complicated geopolitical world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ruiz Hervesa. Pere Joan Pons, please. Thank you very much, Chair. I don't want to repeat too much of what my colleague said from the European Parliament. I just want to remind you that this energy union is a real success of this parliamentary term, especially given the war. Energy is not a luxury, it must be a right. And I think that we're also speaking mainly about inequality here. A number of experts are talking about threefold inequality. Those who pollute the most pay the least, and those who don't have those capacities are the most exposed to pollution in health terms, and of course they are far less likely to benefit from a healthy, ecological world, access to food, etc. So we're facing serious inequality there. I'd also like to talk about another concept, and this is the defensive ecological movements as well, these skeptical movements about that have arisen from such a difficult and fragmented world, making it difficult to cooperate globally. The solution is local. We have to defend these principles locally. And I'd just like to echo the comments made by the Spanish Member of Parliament that we cannot leave anyone behind in this transition. This cannot be a transition for the elites, and that applies to our countries and countries elsewhere as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Bastiaan van Apeldoorn.
Thank you, Chair. The climate crisis is an unfolding global catastrophe, and we're definitely running out of time fast to avoid the most dire scenarios. However, while the energy crisis arguably necessitates a faster green transition, it has also contributed to a cost of living crisis in many EU member states, and this has come on top of a much longer period of rising inequality and stagnating or even falling standards of living for many ordinary people in many European countries, which has also fueled popular discontent. And there's the real fear that the green transition will only add to the cost of living for many. So the proposed contribution of this COSAC rightly calls for ensuring the social sustainability of this green transition, how to ensure an equitable distribution of the cost of the climate transition so that everyone can actually also afford these costs. How can we ensure that the EU climate policy meets this test? This is, after all, also an important aspect of what we could call climate, or what we call climate justice. And as also the representative from Sweden said, we need to do more, and we need to do it more fairly. Finally, and also in the context of reaching a transition that is both just and green, we encourage the three EU institutions to reach an ambitious agreement on the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Edmunds Sepuritis from the Latvian Parliament.
Thank you very much. I can just echo many of the comments said before about the importance of energy policy. I think it's become clear to defend the European values, whether we talk about the social, environmental, whether it's about... Yes? So, can you hear me? Right, I think it has become clear to defend many of these European values. The energy transition from fossil fuel-based system to renewable and low-carbon source-based system is one of the necessary steps and one of the priorities to actually defend these values. And I think with these moments of special attention, there's also a special responsibility. I think we've reached a point where all the policies need to be made with the assumptions of the renewables-based system characteristics in mind, instead of the characteristics of the energy system that we currently have. And that just means that electrification, flexible demand, and smart, internationally connected grids should rise in priorities further and wider. So especially I wanted to emphasize the interconnectors that connect our electricity grids, because I think the physical infrastructure links actually strengthen the political connections as well, and we need that more than ever. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the member of the European Parliament, Jorge Buxadé. Yes, thank you very much. I don't think that we should try to deceive European citizens. Listening to the reaction of our colleague from the Bundestag, who reminded us that energy prices have gone up, or went up much, a long time before Russia invaded Ukraine. I also want to say that in 2023, there have been record buying of Russian gas. It's reached 52% of imports, as opposed to 49% a few years ago. And Spain has been the second largest buyer of Russian gas. I think that we need to tell the truth here and tell the European citizens what's going on. When it comes to the concept of climate change, that is a very divisive and ideological concept. And it also comes down to the protection of the environment and being based on science, common sense, and economic growth. If there's no development, then we can't talk about sustainable development. I believe that the green transition and the measures being adopted are being pushed through by elites, essentially, who live far away from reality. It's the workers who stand to lose their jobs as a consequence of reforms of industry. They have to buy electric cars, which cost 3 times as much as a traditional car. It's simply not possible. They're told that they have to share their cars, but we're not sharing our cars. We're telling them that they're not allowed to travel and that they have to limit their movements. But we're not placing limitations on our freedom of movement. And then finally, we have to be consistent here. When it comes to the nature restoration law, for example, that promotes the destruction of companies all across Europe. So how do you hope to generate any type of hydraulic energy? Look at Spain, a country in the south of Europe. We're down at 11. We have 11% reserve, more reserves than we did last year. We need to tell people the truth. We need to offer real protection for the environment, but we need to stop with these fanatical discourses that European citizens are listening to and perceiving us as elites living far removed from reality. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Italian Chamber of Deputies, I give the floor to Alessandro Cataneo.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think that today's debate clearly confirms, well, with different opinions, we do share this objective of green transition. I think that nobody can deny that we're faced with climate change and that therefore we need to adjust to the situation. We're all convinced that it's important to do something, but we don't agree on what has to
to be done. We're convinced, in the light of the inflation rates and the cost of energy that we've seen, we believe that these objectives need to be taken flexible and gradually, with technological neutrality and respectful of the diversity of different member states' economic, social, and national characteristics. Unfortunately, many of the Union's directives, the Fit for 55 particularly, are too rigid and too ideological, and they have very short deadlines. And it's a single model which would be very costly and be a heavy burden for citizens and companies. So we've been looking at this very carefully and have expressed opinions on the packaging, on heavy lorries, and to come back to subsidiarity and proportionality. We've also asked, and this is close to our heart, we've called upon our Parliament to modify the directive on energy supplies and energy capacity of buildings. We need to be more realistic, we need to be ambitious, but at the same time we need to preserve the needs of the citizens and the needs of the industries of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. From the Irish Parliament, Mr. Rory Ormurchu.
Look, we've all dealt with unprecedented weather situations in the last while. I know I've seen myself huge rains in the Cooley Peninsula, not very far from where I am, and we were very lucky that we didn't have huge flooding incidents in my own town of Dundalk. And we know we need to fix these problems, we know we need flood protections, we know we need mitigations, but what it also tells us we're going to have more and more of these circumstances, so we need to make those necessary moves. I'm very glad that we're talking about an energy crisis and a green transition, that people are talking about energy poverty. We do need to bring people with us. We need whatever tools are necessary, if I'm talking about windfall taxes or whatever, as we try as we make a real effort to move into the field of renewables and market reform, which will be needed in the electricity and energy sector. In Ireland, we have an opportunity in relation to wind power, but we need to get planning correct. We need to make sure that we have the grids and the port system that can deliver it, and we need to make sure we make those moves. Ireland could probably really facilitate in relation to energy security and decarbonisation right across Europe.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Ioannis Plakiotakis from Greece.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, the energy crisis that broke out in 2022 revealed the imperative need to ensure energy access for all European countries. Greece supports the conclusion of the electricity market reform that guarantees affordable prices for our citizens. On electricity market design, we need a deep reform to include elements and interventions such as the decoupling of gas, the electricity prices, and the enhancement of renewable energy sources and storage investments. There is a need for collective investment in grid infrastructure, given that a modern, expanded and digitalized European grid is the greatest enabler of the energy transition and the acceleration of renewable energy resources installation. As the energy crisis is far from over, our efforts on promoting security of supply and diversification of energy sources and routes should be continued. Greece can contribute to the European Union's energy autonomy plans through the infrastructure it is developing on the energy map, especially in southeastern Europe and in the eastern Mediterranean. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From Germany, Anton Hofreiter.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you. The World Climate Council of the United Nations has spoken about the Mediterranean and has dedicated a special chapter in its report on this because the Mediterranean region is the worst affected by the climate crisis and it'll get worse. Drought, fires, forest fires, extreme heat waves, and the collapse of fishing populations because of the heat, the temperature of the water in the Mediterranean. And since the Mediterranean is important to the European Union and many important countries border on the Mediterranean, we are as Europeans interested in trying to tackle climate change, and therefore new renewable energies need to be expanded as soon as possible and should be cheap and become cheaper, so that at the end of the day renewables can be used best if they don't just help us in surviving and do work, deal with our livelihood, but also we need to work on the economic and social issues too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From France, the Assemblée Nationale, Pierre-Alexandre Anglade.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'Europe est l'espace géographique qui a pris les engagements le plus fort.
Europe is very much involved in this. We're trying to get to carbon neutrality by 2050. I think it's a laudable ambition for which we should congratulate ourselves. Certainly, the Ukraine war has forced us to concentrate on reducing emissions and developing our own energy independence. And some member states have actually gone against some of the climate ambitions. So our challenge is to help European countries make the necessary transition to move out of carbon, out of coal, and then out of gas. I mean, it means reduce consumption. Developing nuclear is perfect for transition. And 3, renewables. Although it's an intermittent supply, so we need a combination of savings, nuclear, and renewables to make sure that we have the grids which enable us to swap energy throughout Europe. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Fran Bretnik.
Thank you very much. Franz Brezhnik from Slovenia, please.
Thank you very much. Due to the meteorological disasters in the EU and as a result of the energy crisis resulting from the Ukrainian war, we all share the conviction that the transition to clean energy is more than necessary. Perhaps we disagree around how to achieve climate neutrality and how to carry out the green transition, not to put in peril the living standard of EU citizens and the economy and the competitiveness of the economy. Discussions are already underway regarding the cost of the green transition, and green idealism is more and more being replaced by green realism, which I support myself as well. The transition to a green society is therefore a very demanding project that for many branches of the industry and for many societies represents a great challenge. Is support from the EU going to be sufficient to help our territories and branches of industry, and is innovation going to provide for technological solutions in due time? Is the EU going to be able to address all of the challenges of the green transition and achieve all the objectives we set out to achieve? I believe that we set out to achieve very ambitious goals before thinking very hard about how we're going to achieve them. It's utopian to think that we can replace existing technologies overnight, technologies on which our economy is based. Green energy depends on rare earths, where we are very much dependent on import from third countries. These raw materials, due to the aggressive industrial policy of certain countries such as China, have become a very strong geopolitical factor. Let me just mention the European automobile industry, the electrification of which can very much endanger its very existence and the markets it sells to. Part of the green transition has to be addressed at global level within the United Nations, because only this year China set up 106 new thermal power plants that are coal-fired and imported 45 million tons of coals additionally. This is the reality of the green transition we're facing. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From Slovakia, Jan Ferenčák. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Slovak Republic supports Europe's climate goal and the Green Deal to make Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. Each country is best able to consider how to manage potential compromises and make the best use of the relationship between ecological growth and healthy economic status of its citizens. We are waiting to see what conclusion will be drawn at the conference COP28 and what conclusion will be drawn for the European member states. As a result of the war conflict between Russia and Ukraine, individual states depend on Russian gas, were forced to very quickly limit their energy supplies and focus on other sources of energy. Slovakia was disconnected from Russian gas supplies relatively quickly, even at the expense of the high energy prices. We see great potential in the use of renewable energy sources. It places particular emphasis on the use of the nuclear, geothermal and hydropower as a source of energy. Geothermal energy has been included among the priorities of the new Slovak government. We see the great potential in the use of hydrogen. And in order to turn hydrogen into green hydrogen, it should be produced using nuclear energy as well. In Slovakia, we see this is a solution to the energy crisis and, at the same time, a way to provide residents with more affordable and stable prices for heat and utility water in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From the Belgian Chamber of Representatives, Gilles van den Burre. The floor is yours, sir.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair.
La transition écologique
The ecological transition and the...
OK. Je vais prendre le micro.
I'll take the hand mic.
Donc la transition écologique et la lutte contre le dérèglement climatique représentent en effet le défi de notre siècle.
This energy policy is the challenge of the century. Not just for the natural environment, but for us, for human beings. We need to be able to live on this planet. And we want to avoid massive climate-induced migration. So citizens need to be involved, so does business, and the public sector too. And we need to pay attention to those least well off. Some people are questioning environmental policy on the environment, on biodiversity. I think that's wrong. It runs counter to all the scientific evidence. We need to increase our efforts. And that's going to be the challenge for the next European elections. There's one thing which is particularly important. It's the way of extracting environmental policy from European rules. We need to invest massively today in a way which is good for the planet, for our quality of life, for our economies, and for creating sustainable jobs.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. From the Netherlands now, Pim Wallenkamp. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Together we stand for great opportunities. How does the European Committee, the European Parliament, think about the following subjects? We have a big energy crisis. Please keep the solutions and obligations at least affordable and feasible to two special big groups who we tend to forget, unfortunately. First, many ordinary groups, people, especially disabled people, elderly with only a small pension, small business owners and farmers who have a lot of debt burdens. They hardly can keep a normal living. We also need a realistic and a social climate change too. Those two lost confidence in government. We have also a big democratic deficit because there are people who do not believe in climate change, and some people here said they are a bit of stupid or they are second-rate civilians. I really would emphasize, let us try to build bridges to those people, to those two groups, that they can feel attached, that they stay on board. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From Lithuania now, Vytautas Gapsis, please. The floor is yours.
We don't have our colleague, so maybe later on we could pass our time to our Armenian colleagues, but just later on. Thank you.
Perfecto, pues entonces desde el Senado de la
Okay, in that case from Italy, Pietro Lorefice, the floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente, colleghi.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, climate change is obvious. It's clear that even the populists, the negationists, need to come round. So in the light of clear examples, Mediterranean cyclones, crises related to this climate change, mudslides, well, all of us, I think, should understand that this is definitely happening. Energy transition, digital transition needs new resources. Therefore, I would like to call upon you to start thinking of new green bonds, that is, to finance ecological transition through a next generation EU. And therefore, we need to change our industrial technology. We need to save energy. And all of this has to go hand in hand with huge investments. And therefore, we need to accelerate and no longer waste time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peter Balassa now, please.
Thank you for the floor. The energy policies of the member states and the European Union are focused on supplying energy to the population and industry at an affordable rate. Now, the production and the use of energy is responsible for 75% of the emissions of the European Union, and then in order to reduce these emissions, we have to tackle the energy issue. Now, the energy policy of Hungary meets these criteria, and Hungary intends to contribute at the expected rate to reaching the climate goals of the European Union, which are quite ambitious, I have to say. The goal in Hungary is to generate electricity mainly from two sources, nuclear energy and renewables. The latter mainly means solar power in Hungary. These don't exclude each other mutually, they rather support each other, and they are both clean sources of energy. We will need to reduce the share of natural gas in our energy mix, and we'll have to change our suppliers because previously Hungary relied, unfortunately, on primarily Russia, which was a mistake. We feel that it is a joint task for all of Europe to set up integrated networks in order to be able to better use our energy resources. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balassa. I give the floor to Eirini Douro from Greece.
Thank you, dear Chairman.
It is crucial for the EU Green Deal, for all of us, to be connected to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, to be connected to energy democracy and overcoming energy poverty, and to decentralization at member state level. This has to be an essential aim for the people, and it has to not be in the hands of technocrats and lobbies. What we face today with the war in Ukraine, the pandemic, shows that solving the energy crisis, moving forward with renewable energy sources, cannot be achieved through unrestrained free market rules, but only through serious public policies to realize the huge investments that are necessary in infrastructure for more resilient economies and countries. So I think all members of parliament should contribute and cooperate in this, and it is very important to stress the local level. As a member for almost 10 years of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, I feel I need to underline the crucial importance of the contribution of European municipalities and regions. And I would like also to stress that these are now official and updated priorities of the Congress as per the Reykjavik Declaration last spring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duro. I now give the floor to Senator Kern from France.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The energy crisis has revealed our dependence on fossil fuels, particularly Russian gas. I think we need to focus on climate neutrality. We want to avoid any new dependence on any other third country, which would be just as bad. I'm thinking of raw materials or technologies. Also, we've got to take into account the social and environmental implications of these climate change initiatives. For example, the impact of offshore wind farms on maritime fauna. I think you need to respect the decisions of individual member states. For example, in France, the Senate is looking to retain a national competence in the field of energy, coming out in favor of a balance between nuclear and renewables in order to optimize the decarbonization of the energy sector in the context of the Green Pact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to, from the Cypriot Parliament, Chrysis Pantelides.
Thank you, Chairperson. Grasping the opportunity of what Mr. Greenbaum gave us when he spoke about those projects, every country in the European Union has something to contribute to green transition. Cyprus, for instance, my country, as you may know, benefits from more than 300 days of solarity in the year. Hence the importance to put forward the importance of state interconnections within the context of energy supply of our countries. An example of such interconnection would be the Euro interconnector cable that is being financed as a project by the European Union up to a certain extent and is meant to allow for the interconnection of the grids of Cyprus, Greece and Israel. This is indeed a project of a landmark proportions, since Cyprus, thanks to it, will go out of its isolation and will be connected to the rest of the European grid, extending the European network all the way through to the Middle East, and enhances the penetration of renewables from one end of Europe to the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Denica Nikolova, Bulgaria.
Thank you, Chair. Bulgaria continuously follows up the path towards achieving an open strategic autonomy in the energy sector, thus seeking also to the adopted by the European Council Declaration of Versailles in March 2022. In this aspect, a number of supporting the policy steps had been undertaken in the last decade, resulting in 100% diversification of the gas energy sources in Bulgaria. We achieved exceeding levels of renewable energy sources as compared to EU targets set by 2020. We are the biggest electricity producer in the Balkan region, and we are a reliable partner for regular export of energy as well. By mid of the next year, there is diversification of the supply of nuclear fuel, switching from the Russian technology to the American one is pending. By the end of this year, the amendment of the Recovery and Resilience plan following the EU Repower mechanism is pending to be submitted to the European Commission. Another decision for extension of the national nuclear power plant with 2 more reactors was adopted by the National Assembly. At the same time, we need to express our concerns that about half of the electricity in Bulgaria is produced by thermal power plants using fossil fuels. We are aware that the global goal is to find the appropriate solution for replacement. Nevertheless, we count also on the support and understanding of the EU member states, as well as institutions, for appropriate and achievable time schedule that does not threaten the electricity supply in the Balkans region in the future and protects people's access to decent jobs. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From Austria now, Adolf Gross, please.
Ja, die Setzung von gemeinsamen europäischen Rahmenbedingungen ist zur
Creating a common policy on energy neutrality is absolutely indispensable. I think that's self-evident. These major issues we can really only work on together. There has been progress. A number of measures have been implemented in member states, but much remains to be done. And a number of items of legislation are in the pipeline. There's an opposition, significant opposition to much of this legislation, but I think it's important that we maintain a proper level of ambition so we can achieve our shared European goals. There are local political interests, and these are being used by far-right parties. I would urge the presidencies, both of Spain and Belgium, not to give in on this point. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Vlad Mircea from Romania, please, from the Romanian Senate. Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Romania will be a major energy hub in Europe, a net exporter of energy. And I would like to thank Mr. Krișbaum for his very positive assessment of Romania. The geopolitical context shows us that the energy transition requires us to have a low-carbon energy mix. And this has to offer better domestic protection as well as diversity of sources of supply. Romania has a very diversified energy mix. This is something that we value highly. We have energy at sea, we have solar, nuclear, the list goes on. This is how we've been able to ensure security of supply. And there will be a direct impact on energy diversity in Europe, thanks to our decarbonization efforts. The very swift development of these forms of technology in Romania is going to trigger positive change and will help to develop other types of energy infrastructure in Europe. These forms of technology have to be adapted to the needs that we have for electricity and heating in all EU member states. and it will require international cooperation so that permits can be granted as well to develop these forms of technology. It's crystal clear that greater cooperation is needed. We have to deploy all possible efforts and look to all solutions concerning nuclear energy. And all stakeholders ought to come together and coordinate better. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From the Portuguese Assembly, João Paulo Rebelo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not go into what's been said here, so let me just highlight something that is very important to us. Europe must be based on a project of solidarity and cooperation. Whenever this is the case, Europe runs better. Just see what happened in 2008, 2009, during the subprime crisis. Many European citizens suffered, many countries suffered, mostly because there was no consistent and solidary response. Also in the field of energy, it's important that cooperation is functioning. So we need to find ways to work together. Portugal was a country that was highly dependent once, but now, thanks to public policies implemented over 10 years ago, it has a smaller degree of dependency. And we can help Europe when it comes to interconnections. We can help Europe and we can be part of the solution. One of our Spanish colleagues has said that between Portugal and Spain we have a mechanism to control the price of energy, especially after the war on Ukraine. This mechanism worked well. It's a good practice. It could be considered to be applied Europe-wide because Europe is better when it responds to issues with solidarity, as we can see now with the green transition and with energy issues.
Obrigado. Don Stefanos
Thank you very much. Stefanos Parastatidis from Greece, please.
The crisis of the last decade necessitated a collective response. We navigated the economic crisis. However, the energy crisis presents a new challenge. Originating with a new war in Ukraine, it has roots in pre-existing high prices alleviated by pandemic lockdowns. Yet, we failed to address the growing demand and take significant steps to wean ourselves of high carbon-emitting energy sources. This lack of action contributes to global warming, intensifying the crisis. The conflict further highlighted our dependency on Russian gas, now a source of concern which facilitated European policies for years. Instead of renewable sources, EU-funded pipelines for cheap gas to industrialized nations, deepening inequalities within the EU. Lack of investment in grids, inadequate promotion of renewables, and the failure to establish energy communities all contributed to our vulnerability when the energy crisis struck. Our delayed actions and misguided investments exacerbate the energy cost, impacting citizens facing inflation and businesses leaving the continent. We don't need audacious policies. We need to fulfill our promises to citizens, such as invest more in renewable energy, develop grids, establish energy communities, increase the energy-saving incentives.
Thank you very much. From the German Bundestag, Norbert Kleinwächter, the floor is yours. Yes, thank you very much, Chair. In China, we have 2 new coal-fired power stations being built per year, and in the EU, we're responsible for 10% of emissions. So there's a very dangerous program here with the European Green Deal, because the way that it works is that things are banned, but then the products become more expensive. People then can no longer afford them. those products. And then there's a certain amount of pressure that is created by all of this debt that then, and this is going to fall on the children's shoulders that we don't have anymore. So this is all of these bans will even affect farmers as well. It's affecting our well-being massively, as well as our energy independency. And at the same time, the economic basis of our countries is being destroyed. I think that we need to develop better products. They will be coming, but the market stands for freedom and the freedom to make decisions. And through banning these decisions, we're choosing against the way of freedom. Thank you very much. From the French National Assembly, Marietta Caramanli, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, colleagues. Well, the European Union wants to be the first continent which is climatically neutral by 2050. So this is a problem for the energy system. We need to encourage innovation and call upon companies to invest clean energy sources. It needs to be simple. It needs to be divided up in national and international level. We need to set up a committee of experts. And it seems to me that we need to coordinate our action across the European territory together with the member states of the Union.
Thank you very much. Firmino Marques from Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues. A country without planning is a country without rules, and this will compromise its future development. We need to know the resources of each land, but planning presupposes the knowing how to use those resources. We need to develop not on the backs of the loss of quality, but we need to promote the increase of the potential of each country. We must join planning with the environment. We must change the processing of information, lithium and green hydrogen as responses to the energy crisis. Show us, because of this, the government has fallen. The cycle of dialogue with youth in Europe concludes that the strategy, the 2027 strategy, is focused on three words: enveloping, connecting, and skill, creating skills. A green, sustainable Europe and room for all are part of the goals of the youth of Europe, and we need to strengthen these goals, both domestically, locally, and regionally. All of us must ensure our children's future now and today.
Obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dimitris Kouvelas from Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The energy crisis challenges the entire European Union, and the need for a swift and efficient green transition is more pressing than ever. Significant investments in renewable energy and storage, in one hand, and a strong commitment to carbon neutrality by 2050, on the other hand, shall remain top priorities. At the same time, it is a necessity to offer electricity power in low prices to the European citizens. All that requires security of supply and energy access for all European countries. Greece does its best as a leader nowadays by accelerating the deployment of solar and wind energy projects, enhancing energy efficiency in buildings, and promoting electric mobility. It is crucial, though, that we maintain and focus on long-term sustainability while addressing immediate energy needs. Cooperation and solidarity are also imperative in order to face the impact of climate change through wildfires and mega floods. The civil protection mechanism must also be reinforced in order to confront one of the worst enemies of humanity nowadays, the climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Doña
Thank you, Mrs. Letilda Junat and Mr. Kayatic are not going to take the floor, so I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Karayel from Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. One of the reasons of energy crisis is the instabilities in the region, especially war between Ukraine and Russia, and the situation in Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, and African states. EU is mostly energy dependent, thus green transition and renewable energy is essential. Creating energy independent, prosperous EU is important, but to keep it, EU should be more reliable. For decades, we have been hearing the EU and its member states preaching us about human rights, freedom of expression and assembly. I must say the EU is very good at setting aims and values within the treaties, but unfortunately it fails in practice. It aims strict observance of international law, however it remains silent when Israel commits war crimes in Gaza. It wishes to be a promoter of the peace, but it cannot even call for a ceasefire. Instead, European governments continue to support Israel's right to defend at the cost of innocent lives. I simply ask, can there be any justification for killing of around 13,000 Palestinians, civilians, mostly women and children? 6,000 of them are children. While freedom of expression is one of the fundamental foundations of democratic society, but the situation we have witnessed for the last several weeks in many European countries is quite different. Many European governments could not even stand peaceful protests against Israel, but banned pro-Palestinian marches, protests, flags and slogans. Dear colleagues, European values cannot be defended, promoted and cherished in a selective manner. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. And now from Norway, Mr. Harrik Elvenes, you have the floor, sir.
Energy is the heart of the EU-Norway cooperation. The last couple of years have truly shown the importance of this cooperation. When Russia started using energy as a weapon, Norway quickly increased our production of gas to strengthen the European energy security. The EU and the Norwegians signed a Green Alliance earlier this year. This today will provide a framework for a closer climate, energy and industrial cooperation between Norway and EU. The priority is to strengthen the cooperation on minerals and batteries. Other areas will follow. We intend to be a stable and predictable supplier of energy to Europe for many years to come. We look forward to continue cooperation on energy and on the green transition. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias. Desde la Cámara de
Thank you so much. From the House of Lords, Mr. Peter Rickett. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were told at the beginning of this debate that the war in Ukraine was a game changer, quite rightly, but that is particularly true in the area of energy security. If we want real diversity, we need new sources of energy and new distribution networks. And to have real resilience against future shocks, we need to have close cooperation throughout Europe. The UK can play its part in that. We are the second largest producer of offshore wind power in the world, We've now rejoined, associated with the North Sea Energy Cooperation, including our colleagues in Norway, to coordinate the deployment of energy production with our neighbours in the North Sea. We have a growing number of interconnectors for electricity and gas with the continent of Europe. We are using French technology and a French contractor for our new generation nuclear power, and we share the same ambitious carbon reduction targets. I'm convinced that this can be an area of increasingly close UK-EU cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Desde Georgia.
And on behalf of Georgia, Mr. David Songulashvili, you have the floor.
Colleagues, Georgia benefits from advantages in environmental conditions and has significant potential from the successful implementation of energy projects. This potential, together with geographical advantages, can play an important role in the wider European energy security. One of the noteworthy initiatives in the Black Sea submarine energy cable projects designed to connect Georgia to the European market. This project aims to facilitate the supply of electricity from renewable sources, effectively addressing to the challenges in the energy sector and overcoming the crisis. At the same time, in Georgia, we are actively working on the Energy Independence Act, which will be integrated into the legislative framework. This act will play a crucial role in fostering increased generation of green energy and the successful execution of various energy projects. Enhancing cooperation with the EU and its member status in the energy sector has particular importance, especially now, when Georgia is becoming an integral part of the EU enlargement policy. Further integration into the European Union will provide a significant opportunity for Georgia to make substantial contribution to Europe's energy security. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. We've got further 7 requests for the floor, apart from the list that we received. So let me just give the floor to the 7 speakers. From Finland, Mr. Maps Nordstrom. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. From 1st of January, shipping will be included in the EU emission trading scheme. It is important that we get a system that works in practice and doesn't lead to carbon leakage. 95% of Finland's imports and exports are going by ships. In order to decarbonize shipping, we need to increase the availability of sustainable fuels, synthetic fuels like green methanol, green ammonia, and green hydrogen. Therefore, we need to use proceeds from the ETS system in investing in new fuels, because without fuels in enough quantities to a competitive price, there will be no green transition. We also need to recognize different geographical conditions. In northern Finland, from where our head of delegation comes from, also where Santa Claus comes from, we have already freezing temperatures of -30 degrees. Ice has already started to build, and the first icebreaker is already in operation and will be there for the next 6 months to keep ports in northern Finland and Sweden open. Ice get over half a meter thick, in some places over a meter. That means that ships operating in those waters need stronger engines and heavier hull, which unfortunately leads to higher emissions. It is important that the ETS system take this into account to not create an uneven playing field between EU states. Last but not least, we need more investments in emission-free power generation. Nuclear power plays an important role for providing emission-free baseload, and which lets us to increase share of wind, solar and water. We must respect national decisions by some member states to not invest in nuclear, but at the same time we must also respect countries in the EU that are investing in nuclear when the option otherwise would be coal.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Allow me to say that apart from being a senator and having the honor of co-chairing COSAC, I'm the mayor of Algeciras. Algeciras is the third largest area where ships pass after the Malacca Straits and the Panama Canal. And Algeciras is very worried because the ports of southern Europe might not be competitive compared to other ports outside the EU. And this does not just imply a problem of security in terms of our employment, the working of our companies, and the transit of ships, but it's a problem for the future. And I conclude by saying that it is also a loss of a strategic position compared to the potentials which the EU needs to have, and logistics are fundamental. The port of Algeciras is of vital importance together with the railway network from Algeciras through Badia to Madrid. So we're very concerned in the south, just as you are in the north. And allow me, since I'm always a mayor, whenever a mayor, always a mayor. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Noren from Sweden.
Does this work? Ah, excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to talk. I will switch to Swedish. Senare den här veckan så kommer ett annat möte hålla.
There's going to be another meeting on the 28th. It's quite clear we're not going to attain the Paris goals. We're not going to be able to attain the Paris goals with the current policy. And we need to be in the van. We've entered into a number of very important agreements, so it's up to us now to implement them. It's not looking good. Our policy currently is increasing emissions in Sweden, but I think all member states need to do all they can to respect our undertakings. We need to do that within the planetary limits. We can't just look at the CO2 alone. We've got to see it as a broader ecological context. Because a degraded ecosystem represents a deterioration in the levels of emission. In Sweden, what we're doing is we're trying to make hydro more environmentally friendly. Hydro is good, but it has a negative impact on the environment. So there's a lot of work ongoing on this, and I hope we can learn from each other on this one.
Muchas gracias, señora Noren.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Noren. I'd now like to give the floor from the Czech Republic to Mr. Vladimir Linsky. You have the floor, sir.
Vážený pane předsedo, vážené dámy a pánové.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to be a bit critical. What is a likely scenario? We could see a perfect storm where several circumstances meet together and destroy our societies. That could be the destruction of indigenous populations. That could be substituted by illegal migration, lowered productivity, worsening of intellectual capabilities and of the mental health of our population because we use more and more IT technologies and AI. Our main effort in terms of the green transition should be to achieve clean energies by nuclear fusion and new technologies that allow us to use solar energy. But we should not just direct 10% of the world industrial production, because some of it is not possible. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And from Mrs. Ivanka Krispon from Ukraine, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, dear colleagues, you know, I first and foremost agree with those who have mentioned that we do have to defend the European values. And I hope that we all agree that European values cannot be traded for prosperity. So while you have been responding to a critical attack of Russian Federation when Russia started weaponizing the energy, you have been trying to work on energy security and also trying to work on ensuring green and just transition. And yes, you did impose quite a serious package of 11 packages of sanctions over the Russian Federation. However, we have to be honest with each other. Between 2021 and 2023, we have 40% of growth of imports of European Union from the Russian Federation of their gas. You are not importing gas through the pipelines, you are importing the gas through the LNG. And so I think that has to be stopped, because this is the way how you're allowing Russia to finance its military machinery to continue to kill Ukrainians. Moreover, I think it's time to start already making a serious effort in trying to sanction also the Russian atomic energy actors and cut on their nuclear fuel supplies. We know that Ukraine can be an answer in ensuring the European energy security, both through our natural resources, but also by production of biogas and hydrogen. So we hope that we will commonly work on these answers, but first we do have to win the war all together with your support. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Desde Estonia.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Palamets from Estonia.
Thank you, Chairman. I will continue in Estonian. Forceeritud rohepöörde tõttu
A forced green transition has created a situation in many states where energy has become a deficit. In Estonia, this also applies. Estonia used to be energy independent and even export energy. The solution to this situation, especially in the context of having too little energy, is nuclear energy, which is one of the cleanest types. I would say that Germany has taken the wrong path, whereas France, Finland and other countries are on the right path. European Union member states require a nuclear program to find a solution to this situation. Otherwise, in a condition where energy is scarce, we will have not re-industrialization, but de-industrialization. So the multiplication of CO2 prices has already resulted in an economic crisis in Estonia. For 6 semesters in a row, we have a contraction of the economy. And we see this in other countries also. In Germany, the green transition was financed by Russian gas. It has failed. We now see the consequences. Germany, too, has to take a completely new approach to avoid an economic downturn, and this also applies to other countries. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you so much. From the Czech Republic's Parliament, Mr. Melot, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. 2 years ago, as the Czech Republic, we were completely dependent on Russian natural gas. Frankly speaking, this was a mistake or fault of several Czech governments in a row who were too comfortable and ignored completely the warnings. Under the pressure caused by Russian aggression towards Ukraine, we managed to get rid of this dependence.
No se preocupe, tiene usted tiempo.
Don't worry, sir. There's enough time. As soon as it works, you can start from the beginning again.
Aggression towards Ukraine, we managed to get rid of this dependence completely within a year and a half. It sounds a bit like a miracle, but it wouldn't be possible without intensive economic diplomacy and understanding of many other countries and their businesses and corporations. Norway, Netherlands, Poland, Italy, Germany, Slovakia, among others, helped us create a completely new gas supply network which freed us from the threat of blackmail by Russia. This is not help based on mercy, not at all. It is always a win-win business. However, there is obviously a new approach to energy business based on a new philosophy or axiom. To leave any of our partners vulnerable to Russian blackmail and manipulation means a sharp danger to all of us. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. And then to conclude from the Armenian National Assembly, Mr. Arman Jegoyan, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, this is the first time that Armenia is participating in the COSAC meeting. And for me, as the chair of the Committee on European Integration of the National Assembly of Armenia, it's an honor to represent my country here, and I would like to express my gratitude to the Spanish Presidency for this opportunity. This presidency, the presidency of this Troika, came at an uneasy time of increased uncertainty and instability around the world. Geographically and geopolitically, we are at the center of this global turmoil. During the last 5 years, Armenian statehood and its democracy had to withstand the complex of systemic and systematic challenges from outside. Attacks on and occupation of parts of our sovereign territory by Azerbaijan, ethnic cleansings of Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh and their enforced displacement to Armenia, continuous rhetoric of intimidation, use of force and threat of use of force. This is the non-exhaustive list of challenges that we were and are facing with. With that being said, we are committed to peace agenda and peaceful development of the region. We envision our region as a bridge connecting the East and the West, the North and the South, and not as a wall in between them. This is why we have suggested the project of the Crossroads of Peace, a project where all existing and future infrastructure of our region will be used for the benefit for all of our countries, but strictly under the jurisdiction of a country where they are located. Armenia is committed to its democratic development with a belief that democracy and security are not mutually exclusive, but are mutually complementary, and we rely on your support in proving this. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor parlamentario.
Thank you so much, honourable member. Thank you. So I'd now like to give the floor again, if he feels this is appropriate, Mr. Nicolás González Casares. Please, go ahead.
Gracias, copresidente y
copresidenta.
Y gracias por todas las preguntas que se han realizado, tremendamente enriquecedoras, y no solo aquellas que provienen de Estados Unidos de la Unión Europea, que agradezco mucho escuchar. En otras ocasiones no tenemos la oportunidad de escuchar a otros países que no son miembros de la UE y que en este caso pues, también hacen sus aportes. Bien, vivimos una crisis climática, eso está claro, y yo creo que ha quedado meridianamente claro en buena parte de las intervenciones. Una crisis climática que tiene derivadas sociales. Y yo creo que esto es algo que tenemos todos que guardar en nuestra mente para los próximos años. La justicia climática es también justicia social. Nuestras sociedades van a ser más justas si abordan decididamente los problemas derivados del cambio climático.
The problems associated with climate change. There are some towns and cities in the north of Africa where the temperature exceeds 50 degrees.
Pero es que
But in Seville this year, we saw 47 degrees Celsius. It's going to be very difficult. In addition to the natural disasters that we're seeing caused by climate change, we're going to see very difficult circumstances in many different places in Europe, and certainly around the Mediterranean basin. That's why it's essential to make progress in the fight against climate change. We need to have an energy transition that takes us towards decarbonisation, but we also need to make progress with our climate goals. A lot has been said on this subject here. I think that I wouldn't be mistaken if I said that we won't be taking any steps in the right direction if we carry on with business as usual. And in fact, it's going to cost us much more. We have to be ambitious. We have to believe that a better world is possible and that there are new opportunities being created. And here in Europe, we need to be decisive. We need to come together resolutely and play a leading role in this energy transition. We also have to lead with technologies as well that make it possible to decarbonize our societies. To be more specific, if we talk about hydrogen, I think that hydrogen is a very important vector, but we mustn't forget that hydrogen has to be clean. It has to be produced with clean sources of energy, and that requires significant creation of electricity-producing resources. Without renewables, we can't have clean hydrogen. And we also have to think about that green hydrogen. It requires us to think about the areas of our economy that are the most difficult to decarbonize. Heavy industry, for example, ceramics, etc., steel in Spain. These have to be the first sectors to be given opportunities to decarbonize, because we have an emissions system that sets a price for CO2, and that helps us to be more competitive as well. Therefore, yes to hydrogen, yes to green hydrogen, but with potential for renewables. For example, in this country, on the whole of the Iberian Peninsula and in other countries as well, we do know that we have capacities. There was some false information that has been mentioned and that has been repeated, and I won't mention who said it, but that in the European Union, it was said that we're importing more gas from Russia. That is completely wrong. But populism is always seeking to confuse us with data that have been manipulated. The European Union has reduced its purchasing of gas from Russia by more than 45%, because the lion's share of the gas from Russia that reaches the European Union comes through pipelines such as Nord Stream. That is not currently working, that pipeline. And that means that the proportion of gas coming from Russia is much less than it was, enormously. It's true that imports of liquid natural gas have increased, yes, but this is but what comes from Russia is a very small percentage of the imports here in Europe. So we have to be clear about that. Yes, we have reduced it. We've cut our purchasing of Russian gas by almost half. And we mustn't repeat this falsity, this propaganda that's being propagated by populists as well, who are buying into Putin's regime. We've made significant efforts to reduce our dependency on Russia in terms of fossil fuels. And we have to continue in that direction. That's why I say that when we're developing renewables, when we have more renewable electrons or other sources, biogas, for example, hydrogen, we are closing the door in Putin's faces and his imperialist friends. And I think that we need to make sure that this is clear. I also heard, and I believe it was the Deputy Catania from Italy, I heard that from within the European Union, legislative proposals are being made that are weighed down by ideology. Legislative proposals that come from Europe, they are the result of a very lengthy debate, a process where you have 7 different political groups and 27 member states all represented in those debates. And that's why they represent pluralism, not ideology, consensus, multi-stakeholder commitments that have been made. And that's how the majority of them go through. We're talking about implementing practices that will improve the situation for citizens, that can be put into practice, that offer greater opportunities for citizens to see themselves reflected in those proposals. I do think that that's why meetings like this are so important, so that those of us who work in the European Parliament or in the different national parliaments for that matter, so that we can share our different positions, we can look at each other eye to eye and deal with these matters which are of vital importance. We also heard about nuclear energy. I believe in neutrality, but there's a fundamental objective underpinning this, and that is that we have to be climate neutral. That's why we have treaties. Countries are free to decide on the energy mix that they want to see for themselves, but what we have to do is decarbonize. That's why I prefer not to mention whether it's better to opt for nuclear or other sources of energy. We have to think about what's the most profitable across Europe at the moment, and that is renewables. That's the most profitable. And I'm not only talking about investors. They're profitable for people using energy. I've seen here representatives from the Portuguese Parliament, our neighbouring country, our brother country, if you like. I'm from Galicia, so I mean that in a special way. They've been producing 100% renewable energy. All of the electricity that is being used is green. That's a record. So this tells us that it is possible. It tells us that it is possible to produce all of the electricity that we need with our own natural resources without emitting CO2. And that's what we need to bear in mind. We need to work towards that goal, especially if we look at the prices as well. If we look at prices in Portugal for wholesale prices, wholesale energy, electricity, they are affordable. This will resolve the energy trilemma, which consists of assuring security of supply, ensuring that electricity is affordable, or other energy sources, and decarbonization. And that is the goal that we want to see with this reform of the electricity market, but also throughout, but I'm talking about all legislative proposals. And if I can just reassure my friend here, the mayor, I know that this is very important to the towns and cities that we live in. We also have to think about maritime transport as well. There are challenges there too. We've heard from people from Finland. There was a Finland representative speaking about sustainable aviation fuel for SAFs. That's going to be a real challenge, but I think that we're on the right track. We're on a very progressive trajectory, and time is needed for these new low-carbon energy sources to be added to maritime transport without penalizing the ports, the major ports that receive that traffic. I think that we're on the right track, ensuring that we have sustainable sources of fuel, such as ethanol, ammonia, to decarbonize maritime transport. That also requires affordable electricity. Now, I don't want to preach the gospel for much longer here. I simply would like to extend my thanks. And I'm delighted that you've travelled here to Spain, and we'll see each other in Brussels. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Deputy González Casares. I give the floor now, if he wishes to take it, to the Bundestag representative, Günther Grinsbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I will switch in my mother tongue. Ich glaube, wir hatten heute Nachmittag eine sehr gute Diskussion.
This afternoon we've had a very good discussion.
Meiner Seite noch zwei
What I would like to
Punkte
say
anmerken.
are just a couple of
Punkt
things.
Nummer 1.
One,
Ich würde manches nicht ganz so defätistisch sehen, nicht so schwarzseherisch sehen.
I wouldn't be
nicht
too
pessimistisch.
defeatist.
Ich glaube, was uns auszeichnet in der Europäischen Union, verglichen wie mit vielleicht kaum einem Kontinent,
I think compared to other continents, we're very strong in research and technology and in
Deswegen
innovation.
müssen wir nach meinem Dafürhalten CO2 nicht nur als einen Schadstoff
So we
sehen,
shouldn't see
sondern als einen
CO2 just
Rohstoff
as
für die
a pollutant,
Kohlenstoffproduktion,
but as a raw
Kohlenstoff, der
material
produziert
for
und benötigt
carbon,
wird von weiten Teilen
which is
unserer
necessary
Industrie.
for
Angefangen
much
von
of
der
our
Baby-Windel
industry.
über den Turnschuh bis hin zur Kfz-Industrie
In a
brauchen
whole
wir
series of
Kohlenstoff.
industries,
Deswegen müssen wir die
we need
Forschung
carbon.
hinein intensivieren.
So we need to
Das betrifft
focus
auf
on
der einen Seite
research.
CDR, Carbon Dioxide Removal.
There's
Das
CDR,
betrifft
carbon
natürlich auch
dioxide
die
removal.
Einlagerung von
There's the
CO2
storage of
in die Erde,
CO2
Carbon Capture
in the earth,
Storage
that's carbon capture and
ist sicherlich
storage.
nicht nur in Deutschland ein geflügelter Begriff.
And I think that's
Deswegen
something which is
müssen wir an
preeminent,
dieser
it's not
Stelle
just
weiter
in
forschen.
Germany. So
Und ich
we
glaube,
need more research.
gerade weil es Herausforderungen gibt, die für jeden Mitgliedstaat zu groß sind, dass wir das auch
There's too
nur
much for
gemeinsam
individual
schaffen
member
können.
states. We can only do this
Aber einmal mehr
together.
das Ganze als eine Chance zu begreifen.
Again, we should see this as
Das
an
Zweite, was ich noch
opportunity.
anmerken möchte, und da habe ich eine etwas differenziertere
My
Meinung,
second
was
point is
nach wie
this.
vor die russischen Rohstoffexporte angeht,
It's on the question of
hinaus in die
Russian
Welt
energy
und
exports
hinein nach Europa.
in
Der
general
Vorwurf der
and to Europe in
Ukraine
particular.
ist berechtigt.
I think Ukraine's
Wir werden
criticisms
morgen
are
das Thema der
correct.
Ukraine noch stärker
Tomorrow
in
we're
den
going to
Fokus
be
nehmen.
focusing specifically
Aber wenn wir doch
on
einmal
Ukraine.
betrachten, dass Russland Rohöl
But if
in
you look
Richtung
at the
Indien
fact
liefert,
that
dieses
Russia's
Rohöl
exporting
gemischt, gasgemischt dann
crude
wieder aufgekauft
oil
wird, nehmen wir
to
mal ruhig
India,
Deutschland ganz vorne dran
and then it's
und in den
re-exported
Statistiken genau
inter alia
sehen,
to
wie
Germany.
die Importe
And if we look
dieser Produkte auf Rohölbasis
at
in
the
die
import
Bundesrepublik
of these
Deutschland
products to
gestiegen sind,
Germany and see how
dann
they've
gilt das nicht nur für
increased.
Deutschland.
I
Das
mean,
gilt
actually,
auch
this
für
is not
andere
just true for
europäische
Germany, it's
Länder,
true for other
Länder
European
der
countries as
Europäischen
well,
Union. Und
members of the
ja,
European
damit wird
Union.
mittelbar der Krieg von Putin
And
finanziert.
that's the way whereby
Deswegen müssen wir ja so
intermediaries we're
kritisch damit
financing
umgehen. Deswegen müssen wir die
Putin's
Abhängigkeiten
war.
gegenüber
So we
Russland
need to
reduzieren.
make sure that we
Unmittelbar,
do
aber
reduce
bitte da nicht
our
stehen
dependence
bleiben,
on
auch
Russia,
mittelbar.
not just
Denn es wird dann
direct
über Ecken
dependence,
in die
but
Kassen von Herrn
dependence
Putin
through
hinein.
intermediaries.
Und es ist doch geradezu pervers,
And it's a
wenn wir
completely
hier mit großen
perverse phenomenon
Kraftanstrengungen die Ukraine unterstützen,
if we make a huge effort to support the
finanziell,
Ukraine financially,
aber
militarily,
gleichzeitig über
while
Umwegen für eine
simultaneously
volle Kriegskasse von Herrn Putin.
financing
Und
Putin
genau
by the back
deshalb
door.
einmal mehr ist es so wichtig, diese
That makes
Abhängigkeiten
it
zu
all the more
reduzieren.
important to reduce this level
Und
of
das sind
dependence.
natürlich die Alternativen an Energien.
There are
Die
alternatives.
Alternative schlechthin. Die Abhängigkeiten zu reduzieren wird uns damit nicht maximal möglich gelingen, aber doch
And we
weitestgehend.
may not be able to
Wir müssen auch
have
dafür
complete
sorgen, wenn wir über
independence, but we
Photovoltaik
can go a
sprechen,
long
dass
way
diese
down that
Produktion
road.
der
For
Solarpanels
example,
wieder
solar.
stärker nach Europa zurückkommt.
We need to make sure
Auch da
manufacturing
einmal
of
mehr
solar
die
panels
Position
come back to
Frankreichs,
Europe.
Dass wir
We understand the
tatsächlich
French
die
position.
sensiblen Infrastrukturbereiche und
Sensitive infrastructure,
wieder
sensitive
hineinverlagern
production
nach
needs to
Europa.
be brought
Und ja,
home
das
to
wird
Europe.
teurer. Und diese
It
Diskussion
will make
müssen wir
these things more expensive.
Dafür
We're going
sind
to
wir
have a
Parlamentarier.
debate there.
Unseren
We're
Bürgern
quite
zu
prepared to
Hause
have
zu
that
erklären,
debate. We're quite
das
prepared to
ist die
explain to
teurere
people
Variante,
this
als
is
sich
the
von
more
China oder Russland oder
expensive
sonst wo
option
abhängig zu machen,
than
aber dafür die
buying from
verlässlichere.
China or wherever. But it's
Und diese
much more
Auseinandersetzung müssen wir
dependable.
auch im
And I
Zeitalter
think we've
der
got to be able
Globalisierung
to explore that dichotomy in the
Deshalb
context
bleibt
of
an dieser Stelle für uns als
globalization.
Europäer und als Europäische Union noch sehr, sehr viel zu tun.
We have a
Aber
lot
ich
to
bin mir
do.
sicher, es ist der richtige Weg.
But I think
Auch bei
we're on
den
the right
alternativen
track.
Energieformen sollte nicht verschwiegen werden,
in the case of alternatives, we don't need to ignore the fact that they can be more expensive, but we need to expand production. You say that no man owns the wind. It's true, but only to a degree. I mean, it's quite clear considerable effort still has to be made. So in concluding, I won't go on at any great length. Just one point, if I may. Europe can only demonstrate its worth in crisis. This crisis can be a catalyzer for our integration and for innovation. We can do it. And I think we need to be aware of our strengths more than ever as we look to the future. And it does seem to us we will be able to emerge from this crisis, taking up the challenge, actually being stronger than might otherwise have been the case. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. With that, that concludes the third session on the energy crisis and green transition. We are going to have a meeting now of the COSAC chairs of the different committees. And just to remind you, at 8:15, or about 8:15 precisely, you will be taken to the Teatro Real. 8:15, that's when the buses will depart to the Teatro Real. And for everyone else, please do remain here seated in the hall. This applies to anyone who is a chair of their respective committee. Please remain in the hall for the chairs meeting.